Okay. It does appear that I may be live here. So, hello everybody and welcome. Today is the first Maslow4 build workshop. My name is John Walter, and here is a still picture of me because for some reason my camera seems to be getting confused. So I'm going to take just a moment here and see if I can figure that out. Let's see here. So, video. Okay. Okay, so let's not worry about that right now. Let's just go ahead and get a view here of my desktop. And we can figure out the camera issues maybe in just a little bit. I'm here today to start building my Maslow4, and we're going to take a look and see what we've got here. Okay, so this is my one box, which contained, or it had jumped in. This contained my router and some bits, and I also bought some screws. And these screws were recommended on the forums for a place where the screws are just not quite long enough. Okay, and here is the first Maslow cat. This is Caboose. He will be assisting with today's build. Switch here and put the big box here. This is the actual Maslow kit, and it starts with this here. This is the instructions that come in your Maslow kit that includes a CR code, so if anyone wants to, or QR code, sorry, and if anyone wants to point their cameras at the screen, and that'll take them to the assembly guide page, the actual start build page, which looks like this. And so we are going to have a look at that, and I believe that the very start of it is the what's in the box. And so I'm not necessarily going to do a full inventory on screen here. I did look through the box when I got it to make sure nothing was damaged, but I am going to take just a minute or two here to go through my box and organize some things. In particular, I think I'm going to grab all of the small parts here, things that came. This one is a standalone small part. I don't think I need to do anything with that one, but yeah, there are a lot of small parts here, including especially the hardware bags. And if I can find some of those things, then I will get those organized and hopefully be able to find things when I need them. I'm going to doing this one over and over again, I can see. For those, which I found too. Some linear bearings. Some more of the little stackable standoffs. Okay, and this is assistant number 2. This is Daisy. And Daisy will also be helping on the build. And by helping, I'm meaning helping the way that all cats help, which is to demand your attention. So hello Daisy, how are you? I'm not finding at the moment the 2 big bags of screws, which may mean they're underneath the motors. Yes, here we go. Here are bags of screws. Oh, I didn't. I went even farther, I think. When I put them back in, I slid them into the bag for the sled. Okay. So, with that done, I am going to grab a parts sorter box, because the parts sorter box will help a lot. Very good. I just got some feedback from P. Walter Zero. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And so I'm going to start here. And unfortunately, there are a lot of black parts that are going into a black sorter, which is not good for video. Let me take a quick look here. I thought I had some other sorters. What do I got where? For those of you who are old like me, actually, mostly for people who are much older than me even, there used to be a show on the radio, Jack Benny, where he would frequently go into his closet, and the thing about the closet was that it was so full of stuff that every time he would go into his closet, it would all cascade down upon him, and so that was a running gag in that show. And my projects area here in my workshop is kind of like that, so let's go with this part sorter just because it will give us a little bit more flexibility and a better contrast. So we're going to stick these in here, and then we'll stick in a separator. And yes, Mr. Caboose, I see you. Yes, okay. And I am greatly handicapped here because I normally carry on my person at all times, except in airport security situations and things like that. I normally carry with me a pocket knife, which helps me open things up. And I looked and, oh, hey Daisy. Yes, I was thinking you were Caboose. I normally carry that pocket knife with me all the time, as I said, which makes it very easy to open things up, and I did not find it this morning. So, break these out. Oh, that's not, those are not exactly what I thought they were. Okay. And we have two kinds of two kind of gears here. You can see one has a flat on it and the other does not. Let me get that as close as I can to the camera so you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a difference there in terms of one of them having a flat. So the flats go on the left and the rounds go on the right. Okay, and then we'll put our little shafts there, our bearings here, our little thing of grease, I believe this is, in here. So while not glamorous, getting your parts all organized is an incredibly useful thing. And so bear with me for a few more minutes here and we'll get going on the actual build. Here are our, it's gonna fit all in one. You're going to be close. Why push it? And speaking of that, I'm thinking that I would be wise to just make a big section for these big parts here. There we go. I'm going to put a couple encoders here. And there should be two more, I would hope. We'll get to those in a few minutes. A little tab on it. Let's use a different one rather than dealing with it right now. Okay. And then I actually think I'm going to use a big section for this. And that is the bag of screws here, because we will be using a lot of these screws. I'm also going to take a moment here to drop them onto table, clear some things out of the way, and then just go through them real quick here and say there are a bunch of the longer screws. And then we'll have the nuts and the shorter screws. These are all, and when I say screws, I say it in the term in the kind of industry standard term of a machine screw, which most of you would refer to probably as a bolt. But yeah, within a few minutes we should be able to get all of these divvied up. So I might as well tell a little story here while I am while I'm sorting. And that's the story of how I got involved in the Maslow community in the first place. A few years ago, before pandemic, I was a mentor for a high school robotics team, and in fact, if you look at my user ID, I am J. Wolter on the Maslow forums. And if you look at my, if you look at any of my posts or anything like that, you'll notice that they are festooned with kind of a gear logo that has kind of a T in it, and that T stood for Titans, because that was the high school mascot. And so we were Team 1248 in the first robotics competition, the Titanium Allies. And we needed some capabilities to be able to build things faster, so I was kind of pushing for that capability when I spotted the Kickstarter. I can't remember, someone probably referred me to it, and I saw the original Maslow machine back in 2018 when they had their original Kickstarter, and said, oh, that would be really great. And so I would like to get one of those. But the problem is that our school district, I think, had been through some financial woes, and so they were very, very cautious about money and who was spending it, and making sure that nothing that got spent would reflect poorly on the school district. And I get that. I mean, it's taxpayer money. You definitely don't want to waste it. You don't want to be doing frivolous things with it. And so I reached out to Bar and Hannah at that time, and said, "Boy, I'd love to back this, but I do have an issue with the possible bureaucracy issues of trying to do that." And Hannah wrote back to me and said, "Well, you did know that we are giving away Maslow machines to schools, one for every 10 machines that gets funded, by people buying it." And I was completely flabbergasted by that. I said, "No, I did not know that." And sure enough, I looked down in the Kickstarter details and found their mention of that. And so, yeah, we eventually were gifted by Maslow a first generation Maslow machine, and that, it's like, how can I pay that back other than to kind of pay it forward by supporting the community? And so I became a regular contributor to the Maslow forums. Okay, so this little batch of screws here, little short machine screws, are going to get put here's another one of those with a screw still on it. Okay, kids, don't buy cheap parts separators unless you're willing to deal with them. There we go. Okay. So, yes, I see that. That would be fun to play with, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to have one for those. We're going to have a double wide. Basically a double wide for the big screws, the nuts, and the what do they call the other nuts? The ones that nylock nuts is, I believe, the term that's most used for them. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a trademark, and we should have plenty of nuts. Basically, the original flat nuts were the original plan, and then Maslow decided that having locking nuts, which would be a lot better, and so they included another package, and I managed to get one in there. So let's see if we can fish that one guy out. There we go. No! Okay. Well, it's in with the bearings now where it won't do much harm. I ended up doing that. I miscounted my compartments, but they're sorted, so we're good. How you doing, Mr. Boos? Are we doing well so far? I'm going to put my part sorter aside here for a minute. I know I'm still missing 2 encoders. I see a little board here. There's a couple encoders. So we'll drop those in here. I'm going to put them this way. Okay. And I think that should be most of the very small parts. We have a few little things here. Oh, and we have the screws that I bought as extras. So I'm going to put these 2 long things in there. And let's see if there's anything else that looks like it needs to be managed. Here we've got these guys right here. Those are, I believe, the part of the belt management. And I'm wondering if maybe I can use one of these parts here and subdivide the non-locking screws or non-locking nuts into a compartment and give me one more small compartment that I can use for the add-on machine screws that I purchased. Yep, I get 1 or 2 of these to tuck in under, and then we'll close the gate on them. Okay, there we go. I got that. And so this is a non-Maslow part, recommended on the forums. I have to admit I can't remember who recommended them. Oh dear, I just realized my light is terrible. And that's because I didn't turn on a light. That helps a little bit. Still seems like I have a big shadow over this. Oh dear. It looks like my camera is not updating. Okay, there we go. I wonder how long that's been like that. I will have to watch that. Oops, this was still in another bag. Okay, I think that should get us fairly well organized. So let's move on to the next step. I'm just going to stick that there just because it doesn't quite fit where it's at. Maybe I can make a little room for it. Okay. So there we go. We'll get that. That's better. Okay. So at this point, I think I'm going to switch over to the website, and I'm going to go down here to the assembly guide. So here we go with the assembly guide, and yeah, let's take a look here. So we have our Allen wrench. There was somebody in the forums who commented that having ball end Allen wrenches was really, really useful. They didn't name them in that way, but they referred to them essentially as a screwdriver type wrench. And I happen to have a tool here, or a tool set here, which is a bunch of Allen wrenches, and I'll grab the big one just because it's easier to demonstrate here. But you can see that on this thing it has a ball end on it, which is very nice. It makes it very easy to slot into the hole in the screw. But the other nice thing about it is that this wrench will also fit through a hole in here. Actually, this one might not. It looks like it's so big, it's bigger than any of the holes in here. Oh, it's over here. Okay. So like kind of fits through like this to give you some real leverage on that thing, which can be useful in a number of ways. So I'm going to have this handy as well. I'm going to tuck it up way here for now, though. Let's see here. What else do we need to pay attention to? Okay. So, assembly process broken down into 4 steps. You can find step-by-step instructions in a video for each part here. So we're going to start with background, which basically talks a little bit about, here's a nice picture of the Maslow. Here are some of the parts here. And as they mentioned, they offer locking nuts as well. I am going to tend to use locking nuts wherever I can, with the exception that occasionally I may, well, number one, I know that in the instructions there are a few places where it specifically calls for a non-locking nut, so definitely I'm going to follow that advice. And if there's any place where I think I might need to take this thing apart again, then I may use conventional nuts there. I also saw somewhere in the forums recently that someone was recommending not using locking nuts when you are working with the assemblies for the belt take-up mechanisms, that they can cause things to tangle up a little bit. So we will watch out for that. Okay. So hello Daisy again, and let's continue down here. And yes, here's a plug for the Maslow community, by the way. If you're not familiar with the Maslow forums, it is a really friendly environment. and they will give you all sorts of advice if you have any kind of questions. So definitely check that out if you're not already a forum member. It uses Discourse, by the way, which is a really nice system for forums because Discourse really encourages people to behave nicely. So I like Discourse as a forum source. You get a lot of credit, if you will, for being a good person in Discourse. Okay, and I'm doing a little bit of rearranging on my desktop, which you can't see at the moment, but let's go ahead and get on to the building. So we're going to start with assembling the arms. We're going to need the belts, we're going to need the arm assemblies, we're going to need the super glue. So let's get those parts out, and we will start to do this. And this is one of these where oh dear, my camera seems to be again frozen. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see if I can make that go. That didn't do it. Let's try it again. We will switch the camera over to another camera and then switch it back. And there is Daisy. Hello, Daisy. You're going to help me pick out parts? So we're going to need these assemblies. And we got 1, 2, 3. Ooh, gotta be careful with these things. They're pretty sturdy, but nevertheless, I don't want to break them. And where did number 4 go? I know I had 4. I'm pretty sure I had 4. Yep, I had 4. Here's number 4. Okay. And then we're going to need there's the Loctite super glue with lots of glare. There we go. And so for the moment, I am going to move this box as far aside as I can without it falling off the table. Maybe I should be moving it completely out of view, but we'll see if we have an issue with space and time here. Okay. So what we need from these is we need to harvest the 4 actual spools from the cases. And because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be gluing the belts, which are right here by the way, into the cases, or the spools. And they want us to do this ahead of time so that the glue has a little bit of time to work its magic. So okay, so there is in these a little slot, and I'm going to just try to move this up here and see where my finger is. You can see there's a little slot right there, and that slot is where the belt is going to attach, and you want to glue that in. Now, on the forums, somebody commented that the belts are sometimes just very slightly miscut, if you will. There we go. My wife was a nurse, so I have some bandage scissors there that work pretty well for a lot of things. Okay, so like this one looks good. You can see it's pretty cleanly cut on the end, and it's right there with the first. So it should fit in here very nicely, and it does. Confirmed. lesson learned here. I want to put the belt like that for, okay, and then we're going to grab the glue, and we're going to glue the cat to the spool. Okay, I have to admit, okay, it looks like you turn this here, which I believe punctures into the chamber where the glue is actually housed. And we're going to take this and we're going to take it away from cattails. And I see the glue coming down. And we're going to drop a drop in there. Okay. Okay, so that's one. And I'm going to take a quick look at here and see what it says about that. Should not stick above the top of the slot. We'll repeat this step for all four spools. Okay, and then we'll move on to the encoder magnets. So that's one. I'm going to move the glue away from the cat again. And we're going to repeat the process 3 more times. Yes, yes, I love you. This is a very needy cat, I should say. She is over 10 years old now, so she's kind of a senior cat, not record-breaking senior, but she is kind of a senior cat. Now, if you take a look here, you can see, actually let me point it this way, you can see, if you look really closely, that there is kind of a little bit of an unevenness on the end of this belt. I don't know if that's going to matter much. I'm going to risk damaging my... Oh, that's going to fit right in there. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that then. It's always good to test fit these things. Not only does it fit in well, but it doesn't want to come out. Okay. Dot of glue. Drop. And belt. And that's 2 down. I don't know if you probably cannot hear it, but if you were hearing a little bit of a hum in the background, I believe that's the automatic litter box doing its thing. Next belt, next spool. Grab the belt. Ooh, that one. Each one I do looks successively a little bit less even. So we'll see if this one fits. It still fits, okay. Oh, the other end's even worse on this one, so definitely chose the right end to do this. Okay, drop of glue. By the way, I'll mention that I'm here in my workshop inside the house, but my intention is to run my Maslow out in the garage because it's a fairly small house, and I've worked with equipment like this, and I know how much sawdust gets produced. Even though you're trying to make shavings, not sawdust, you still end up with quite a bit of dust and so forth from a thing like a Maslow. So I am going to run it outside in the garage where I can clean it up more easily and where I have more space to lay out my horizontal layout. vertical was basically not an option for me because that one looks pretty good. I'm pretty pleased with that. There we go. So I bet this one's just going to slot right in there. Let's take a look. There it goes. If I get it lined up, it works just fine. Okay, so here we go. Dot of glue. Belt. Shoved in there. All right. And I may need some other place to keep these a little bit longer term. But for right now, I'm just going to leave them here because the next step is going to involve gluing the encoder magnets into the rollers. So we have gathered 8 rollers and 4 magnets. Okay. So we should have, and that's one thing I did not put into the parts box right now was, or the parts sorter, I should say, was I did not put the magnets in there. Oh, here we go. Here's some extra parts that have not been assigned parts locations. So just because I'm starting to run out of room in this sorter, yeah, maybe I'll do it this way. Maybe I'll separate these out. Okay. So we have 6, it looks like, heat sinks. Hopefully that one will work. Okay. 6 heat sinks. We have 4 magnets, which we're going to use for this step right now. We have 4 set screws. I've heard them sometimes referred to as grub screws. And then 4 of the long yep, you can be in that one. Okay. And I just realized I did a bunch of that stuff without showing you what I was doing, but basically I found some more parts, and so I will, if you look in, where am I? I'm right here. Here are some little set screws, the teeny little black things, and some longer screws. And then here we have some heat sinks that will go on the Maslow board, the controller board on the top of the whole assembly. Okay, so we've got our magnets here, and we need 8 rollers. And I'm not sure, are these the rollers? It looks like it, yeah. Let me move this up, go to Firefox for a moment. So yeah, we have 8 rollers, and what we're going to do here is we're going to drop the magnet into the roller like that and glue it into place. Orientation should not be important, and they need to be kept separated. And because they need to be kept separated, I am going to grab a different part sorter box. I have one around here somewhere. Whose sole function will be to entertain the cat. No, I'm sorry, to separate the encoders with magnets in them. Okay. So, as you can see here, there's a deep hole on this side, and if I flip it over, there's a shallow hole on this side. We're going to stick the magnets into the shallow holes. And I assume this is another one of these things where a small drop will do ya. Again, using a small drop of glue, place a magnet in the end. Note the magnet will be slightly recessed below the top of the roller. Be careful, magnets will try to stick to things while the glue is drying. The magnet is symmetrical, so it can be placed in either orientation. All good advice. So we've got the magnets over here to the right, and they want to roll. And then we've got the glue, and we've got one of these rollers. And so we're going to drop a drop of glue in the roller housing, and then we're going to grab a magnet, separate it from the crew, drop it into place, give it a little push so it kind of sets down into the cavity, and then we're going to add, this is where the scissors may come in handy, separator here to help kind of manage things more than anything. The idea being that this roller won't go very far. Okay, and repeat. Grab another roller, identify the shallow cavity, find the glue, drop a drop of glue into the cavity, grab a magnet, push the magnet into the glue, put the magnet in this part sorter, and then isolate it. Next, again, we've got this side up, glue, and I'm using I used the tip of the glue container, and I can't do this one-handed. You have to pull these magnets apart and get them far enough away from each other that they don't reattract to each other, because they like to do that. Okay, and then we'll put that here in the part sorter. Note that I leave a blank space between them, and we will trim off the sprues on the container separators. There we go. And finally, number 4. Flip it over. That's good. Grab the glue. Drop a glue. Last magnet doesn't need to be separated from anything, so it goes a lot faster. And drop this guy into the sorter. Trim off a separator and place that in there. And then I don't believe that super glue needs a lot of air in order to in order to set. So I'm going to go ahead and close the part sorter because I have cats. And while one of the cats is under control right now, I don't even know where the other cat is, so let's not take any chances. Okay. Dropping that. Let's stick that in my part sorter so that's out of the way. And time to move on to the next step, which is assembling the rest of the arm. So let's go to the browser here. So we're going to need parts, little parts. We're going to need encoders, motors, and the housings that I had already pulled out. And okay, and the first thing we're going to do is insert 2 nuts in the ends of the housings. Okay. And I've got to take a look here and see. Are these things fully symmetrical? They do look awfully symmetrical. Just want to make sure that I'm not doing something that can only be done from one side. Yeah, no, these look like they are the same. I do not see any kind of like a part number on them or anything like that. If there was a part number, I could, confirm that it was the same, but I don't think we did part numbers on these. So, just as a precaution, I will keep these two together as if they are a sacred assembly. And I'm going to grab 2 of the nuts. And stick a nut on the end of the wrench just to help guide it in and drop it. There we go. I'm going to set that one aside. Two more locking nuts. Whoops. I did again. I apologize. I did not turn my camera on to show what I was doing. But here we have the 2 parts here, and I've just got them stacked on each other because it doesn't matter. I have grabbed 2 of the little nuts, and I'm going to drop them in here. It looks like this one is very, very slightly damaged, or didn't quite form correctly here, in that it's got a little bit of a void there. I can't see, well, maybe that's intentional because it looks like there's another, that way on another one of these. Okay, we'll keep watching that. Drop 2 nuts, move on to the next. Yep, same voids there. That must be a design feature. Okay, there we go. Why, Daisy, do you feel the need to be here, huh? She says, because you're not paying attention to me when I am not here. And that is true. I am kind of focused right now. Okay. Another one done. And Cat is still unsatisfied. Amazing how that works sometimes. All right. I'll give you just a little bit of attention. There you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is very important to maintain our relationships, even if we do love our Maslow too. And that's not Maslow 2 as in Model 2. Okay, there you go. I have prepared that, and now we're going to... Okay, and it looks like my camera's frozen again. So let's see if we can get that to... Okay. Bing! Okay. Next, we're going to move on to another step. By the way, we have we have completed, I think, the gluing phase. I'm maybe for forever, I have to admit, I don't remember in the instructions whether there's any more gluing that has to take place. But let's go back here and take a look. So the next thing is we're going to put the encoder boards over the top of these. So I'm going to grab, let me take a quick look. I assume it's, okay, you put the encoder board on, then you put some motor over that, and then you are supposed to put some thread locker on it. Okay. And I am guessing we've got four bolts, four machine screws on each motor, which means that we're going to need 4 screws for this. They look like the longer screws, but not the longest screws. They look like the medium screws that we have a ton of. So I'm going to switch back to camera and reach over and grab a bunch of screws and drop them into that spot right there. Hello, Mr. Boos. I can hear him coming into the room, meowing at me. Okay. So I'm going to take the encoder and I'm going to put it on the Maslow, and there are some little index studs sticking up that give you orientation on that. And then there's the motor, and then you need some thread locker, which I assume that this is the thread locker. Yep, okay. So we're going to snip off the end of the thread locker to expose an opening. And we need to thread lock how many of these? We need 16 total, right? So we will, I'm going to do just, in fact, maybe I'll just do 1 for the moment. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with thread locker is basically kind of a plastic material that will hold your threads by basically just kind of lightly gluing, well, I shouldn't say lightly, by gluing your threads into your into the threads, the threads on the other side of the thing. And the reason why I corrected myself on lightly is that thread locker can give you a light connection, but it depends on the thread locker. Now we're using the blue thread locker, and long ago it got established that the blue stuff is kind of the lightest hold. And so this is the kind of thing that you can undo if you give it just a little bit of extra oomph, but it basically keeps the screws from backing out if you get a little bit of vibration. Oop, thread locker. I probably would be more efficient by locking the screws, doing the thread locker on the screws. Four at a time, but I kind of wanted to see how it was all going to work out with the first one. So for the next 3 assemblies, I will do them all at the same time. There is a technique that I have not truly mastered for using an Allen wrench, in which you basically hold the Allen wrench with 3 of your fingers, and then use one finger to just spin the Allen wrench. And I can do it, but I'm not really good at it. The people who are really good at it, they can just make that thing go bzzzt. So yeah, I envy that skill, but I do well enough for the amount of assembly that I have to do, so I don't feel too bad about it. Okay, and screw number 4 goes in. And there we go. There is one assembly completed. Looks pretty good. I'm going to stick this other end on. A little surprised we haven't been asked to put bearings on yet, but that will come, I'm sure. Okay. I realized one thing that I did not do in all of this is I did not do a screen share. Or a camera share, I guess is. For our Discord folks. Okay, well, let's move on here to the other 3. So we have 4 there, we have 4 there, we have 2 there. I'm going to grab a couple more. And I'm going to go wild with the thread locker. Doesn't take a lot for any given screw. I'm mostly trying to get far enough up the screw that it ends up in the connection with the nut, no matter how deep, because I can't really see how these screws are ending up in the nuts. Okay, so that's 12 screws thread locked, and let's grab another motor and another assembly. Funny, I got some cat hairs on there somehow. How could that have happened? And we will put the encoder board on, we will put the motor on, we will flip it over so that we can line the holes where the screws go in. 2, 3, 4. The only problem with this clever idea is that I have lost the holes here, so there we go. I think I'm in now, enough that I can start screwing these guys down, maybe. Alright, I'm going to pull one out because I'm still having a little bit of trouble getting things to line up. And so this way I can look down in and see whether I'm lining up. Oops. Okay, I can see what I've done here, and it's not great. I have gotten rotated far enough that I'm not even in the screw holes on the motor, but rather in the cavities. Grab a motor and demonstrate here. The cavities where the screws are on the motor. So you want to hit the holes, not the heads of the other screws that hold the motor together. So there we go. Let's get one of these in enough. I thought I was being clever, but I outfoxed myself. Okay, having got one of these started, I can now drop the other ones in, and they should go into the right places. Okay. Oh dear. I thought I heard something at one point. One of my nuts has dropped out. And I have to make the decision, do I take this apart in order to get that back in there? I will never have a better opportunity to do that than right now. Unfortunately, that is one of the things that you have to accept when you build things, is that occasionally you have to take it back apart and try again. It's not fun, but hopefully you catch things before you've gone very far. And in this case I did, so I'm not going to feel too bad about it. Flip over so we don't drop any more of the screws or any more of the nuts. Nope, there it is, over here. And then we'll place the encoder board back on there. And place the motor back on there. And orient the motor such that it's pretty close to where we want it to be. And get the first screw started. And then we can cleverly drop the other 3 screws into place. Ugh. Oh, there is just the barest amount of interference here, which is why that nut was able to get out, because if you allow this to flex even a little bit, then that nut can pop out of the gap. And once I get these tightened down, I will show you what I mean. Okay, and I see that my camera has frozen again. That is, I have to admit, very annoying. And I don't know exactly what's going on with that. Okay, so thing I said about not being an expert at spinning this thing applies right here. Okay, so what I wanted to point out here is that one nut, you can actually see it if you look right over. Yeah, I mean, you can see through the hole there, and the board of the encoder is only covering it just the barest little bit. It's just enough that, and I can't show you this because of the way my camera is oriented, but it's just enough that I can see the nut dropping down when I flip this on its end, and I see that it gets caught, but if this is not good and tight, then it would not get caught, and that's what got me on that last one. Okay, next assembly. So again, we're going to set this part aside. We're going to grab an encoder and a motor. Here's a motor. Here's an encoder board. We're going to point the Ethernet port or the J45, I believe that that is. Connector. Point that towards the end of the arm. And this in place here. And then flip. Oh, and it moved. And so the whole thing has to be kind of started over again. 1, 2. And then we have to wiggle a little bit until we find the holes. We're going to drop one into this hole specifically, because this is the hole that's closest to that nut that wants to get loose. And we are going to go ahead and maybe not crank it super tight, but crank it till it stops moving on me when I am just doing it kind of semi-tight, and then drop the other 3 in. And I'm going to have to take a break in just a moment here to pay attention to the cat for a moment so that she does not feel like she needs to climb up onto the surface. Okay. So if I had really high production values here, I would have a close-up camera. Of course, if I had real high production values here, I'd have somebody here to operate said close-up camera and basically monitor my setup and make sure that my camera has not frozen or any of those kind of things. But this is a cheap operation, so you just get me making all my mistakes in terms of camera work live. So it's exciting, people, even if it's not good. Another motor, another encoder board, and here we go. Okay. On there, get the motor on top of it, get it all firmly in place. Wiggle it around a little bit till the screw holes show, and then get that first screw in. Over here. Now, unfortunately, I did leave a little bit of thread locker behind, but I still believe that this will be enough to keep the hello. Yes, I have failed in my duties as a cat parent, and I have to be told to pay attention to the cat. This one, the thread locker is already set a little bit, and so it's a little harder to spin these. Not a big deal, just have to do it a little more manually, a little slower. All works out though. Okay, so these are good. Yep. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And now I am going to eject you because I need to figure out what my next step is. I am going to go to Firefox and take a look here. Bolt the motor in place, collect our drive gears, which have a D-shaped opening in the center, and the set screws. Okay, and fortunately I did separate those, so I know that they are here. We have 4 of those. And then the set screws were, I believe, over here somewhere. Yeah. I'm going to pull out the long screws first, and every time I grab into the wrong compartment first and then realize my mistake. Get those 4 screws out of there just so I can reach the set screws. 1, 2. 3, 4. And put the long screws back. Okay, and I assume that we're going to need to, partially thread this set screw and then put it onto the motor shaft. Okay, and they suggest an index card's thickness to separate that. So let me see if I have anything index card-like in the immediate area, or 3 sheets of paper. I am going to say, children, don't play with matches, but this book of matches might be just about the right thickness here. So, let's start by getting our set screws started. Put the set screw under the end of the Allen wrench and stick it right in there. Oh, and I'm not showing that on camera. That's me again. Okay. So, we stick a set screw onto the end of the Allen wrench and then place it into the hole. Set screws tend to have a little bit of a taper to the end of them, which makes them pretty easy to thread into a hole, as long as you can keep control of the little buggers, because they also tend to roll away from you very quickly, and they can go a long distance across the shop floor, so it really helps to be doing this over some kind of a surface. So we're going to put our quote index card down, and we're going to drop this down until it kind of snugs up to the index card, and then we're going to stick our Allen wrench into the set screw, and this works by basically pressing hard against the shaft. So that's one there. Here's the other end to go with it. Grab another one. Another index card. Another sprocket assembly. And another good tug on a set screw. Pull that out and set it aside. Number 3. Felt just a little bit harder, like there may be just the very slightest burr on the shaft of that motor. Shouldn't affect anything, but it just felt different. And when I say shouldn't affect anything, of course I haven't done any kind of an analysis on that, so that's really just my speculation, not any particular knowledge I have. I'm going to change my plan here and point this one this way. And then our final assembly. Set aside one. Index card. Now, one thing I have to say, if nothing else, I'm hoping that people are oh, good. I'm glad to see that. That Michael Fragius is watching, and yeah, told me to flip the camera, which I have missed a few times. I'm glad there's someone here to keep me honest about that. Actually, it'd be nice if Michael, if you have a Discord account or want to get one, you could definitely join me on voice chat and talk to me while we work here. I would more than welcome that, because then I have somebody to tell me when I have failed to do something like move my camera or so. But I'm glad you're watching along, and I hope this is helping you work out what you're doing too. And it's nice to know there might even be somebody who might have a suggestion if I don't know what I'm doing, which definitely can happen. So it looks like for our next step we're going to need this packet of grease, and we're going to need our idler gears, which are these here. And our 4 idler gear shafts. And I've heard some comments about these idler gear shafts sometimes being not very clean on the ends. This one looks good. Nope, let me switch cameras again. Here we go. So yeah, I'm looking at these shafts here, and yeah, they don't appear. I've seen some where they look kind of cut off, jagged, but these 4 actually look pretty clean. So we've got those, and we've got our idler gears right here. And again, these are the gears that do not have the D-shaped hole in them. We've already used those in these assemblies. And then we have our thing of silicone grease. So let us see what the instructions say about all of this. Danger, he's gone to Firefox again, so hopefully he remembers. Insert the idler shaft in the arm. Feel free to bang it on a table a bit to make sure it's all the way in. Oh, that seems kind of just a little bit sporty, but hopefully we'll be able to kind of feel when it's all the way in. And then we slip a little grease on the shaft and inside the gear, slide it into place, and then we'll go on to bearings, which is the next step. Okay, so I'm going to grab this one here, and I'm going to take the idler gear, and I see what they mean about banging it on the table or something. I'm actually going to try something here if I can. We'll see how this works. I tend not to like to bang too much on gears and things. And I also happen to have a pretty good set of tools and things in my workshop. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to slip a clamp on here. And let's see if I can line this up enough to be able to get some good force on it. I might not. This may end in total failure. And I see P. Walter 0 says he's been watching while grocery shopping, which is perfectly legit. I will say I do not recommend trying to assemble your Maslow M4 while watching me and grocery shopping at the same time. I don't know. I just would expect too many of these parts to roll under the shelves. This is not working. Bang away we will. I'm going to start with just a nice press. And one of the problems here is I'm not working on a workbench. I'm working on a table that is basically a folding table, and so when I press against it or bang against it, it does not really, it tends to, I heard a little bit of a different sound there, so I think we're seated, but it does tend to move on me when I press down on it. So okay, little grease. If you do a lot of grease, then you probably end up with grease on your belt. And this is a silicone grease, which is not quite as dark and messy, but it does come from a little packet, which makes it is kind of messy anyway. And I'm going to slide this on here like that, and then turn it around and slide it on like that, and slide that into place, and we still end up with a blob of silicone grease on the end of our shaft. So that was probably a little too much silicone grease, but that's okay. We can just grab the next idler gear and sweep that off, and that should be just fine. Okay, I'm going to put this one back where it came from. Let me see if I can lift the next one out of the stack without too much trouble. Another one of these. A little bit of a preset against the table. A little bit of banging with a hammer. felt good there. And then we get our shaft with the grease on it. And we'll work that on a couple different ways to help get some grease onto the shaft itself. Okay, now this idler gear seems to be going on a little bit harder, which is, in my opinion, not a good thing. I mean, it'll work, but I think what I'm going to do is to grab my Allen wrench here and loosen each one of these up. Just like one turn's worth, which actually kind of varies depending on where they are on the stack. Not enough to really open things up, not enough to hopefully lose that little nut again, but just enough so that the whole thing can kind of relax a little bit away from the idler gear and make the whole thing turn a little more smoothly. I have to admit, I don't know if this is the right thing to be doing, and that by doing this I may be adding a little bit of backlash to the gear train. But my intuition says that the idler gear, see how now the idler gear moves up and down. You can't see that because my camera has frozen up again. Okay. Okay. So now my idler gear does move smoothly, so that's a good thing. And I'm going to steal a little bit of my silicone grease just so it's not sitting there. Switch to the next motor. And repeat the process. A little pushy. A little harder, pushy against the table, and then a little bit of tapping. I have to remember to reach out a little farther than I'm truly comfortable doing in order to make sure that the whole thing's on camera. Okay. Okay, we're going to grab some more of the grease here. Okay. So my recommendation at this point is that you should probably not do your final tightening of the motor to the assembly. You should get awfully close, but not completely do it before you do this step. Because, this is going on a lot easier if I loosen that up a little bit before I do it. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so I'll make sure I'm getting this name right. It's Michal, or has stepped away, but it has been enjoying and is hoping to catch up. So I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do that might help with that. Think about that for a couple minutes here. I'm going to complete this step at least. Yes? Yeah, that definitely felt and sounded different once I got it in place. A little grease on the shaft. A little grease in the idler. I'll put the grease over there now because I don't think I'm going to be using it for a while. Could be wrong. And then slide the idler down. And once again, it's just a little bit too tight. One of the things that I believe strongly here in the Maslow community is that, since we are all taking this journey together, we are experimenting with a brand new system. Yeah, see that one? It's so much nicer once I did that. Yes, I see you. Yes. Okay. So we are practicing a little bit of attention. Yes, I see you. Okay. Can you come back down here? Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Okay. One of the things that I strongly believe in is to give back to the communities that bring you value. And one way to do that is to provide feedback, like when you find something like this. So what I'm going to do for right now is I'm going to go down about here, and then come over here, and I'm going to write don't fully tighten screws to motor until idler gear is installed. And that way I will have a record of it. And you can almost read that. I mean, I went off the page just a little bit. But hopefully we can pass that back as feedback. Okay. And I may put just a little more grease underneath some of those idler gears when I'm done here. When I move to the next step. But for right now, I am going to switch Actually, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take just a short break. Take a drink. Because the thing about this is that while I am very eager to have my Maslow built, I am kind of enjoying the process, and I want to do that. And number two, we need to take a little bit of care of ourselves while we do this, and not just plow forward with a maniacal determination to get done as quickly as possible. And on top of that, it does allow Michal. I wish I had a pronunciation guide there. A little more time to catch up. Okay. So, let's see here. I should probably go to the next step here and see what it has to say about that. We need to press bearings into the arm. 2 bearings into the opening in the front of the arm. You can use one of the rollers that doesn't have a magnet to press them in place. That is a distinct possibility. Hello, Daisy. Daisy has come to join me. Okay. And this is saying that we are going to also, I'm looking ahead here because I'm kind of trying to do these steps logically. So we've got a belt guard that we're going to be putting on after we put bearings into the other side. So we have a lot of bearings to press in place. Okay, so I'm going to grab a sleeve of bearings. And this is where a cat is most definitely not optimal. And so while I do love having a cat, who, and I must say this cat is extremely affectionate. She does not care if you rub her aggressively and squinch her and, do all sorts of things. She'll even let me rub her belly. In fact, she just rolls over when I do it. So, I do like to give her some attention because she definitely likes it. Okay, Miss Daisy, can you stay there for a little bit while I... Oh, yes, no, now you're bitey. Oh, okay, you're getting very playful. Okay. I do have to say this for her. I have met many cats who, if you rub them on the tummy, they bite, and they bite hard. She bites, but she never bites hard. She's really very, very docile about that. Okay. So moving on, we're going to grab a bearing, and we're going to drop it into place. And boy, I'm not quite sure what is the best way to do this. I have to admit, I'm not completely comfortable with tapping or with using a clamp, because on the back side of this is the board, and admittedly you do have the board is right up against a piece of plastic, so you're not going to flex the board very much. So I think that's probably the right way to go. But it's just a little bit scary to be putting force on the board. So we're going to take that very carefully here and get it. You know what? I'm not even going to use this because I won't have the tactile feel that I need. So let's take a look here. I am going to grab a pair of pliers here, big slip joint locking pliers, and I'm going to open them up just a little bit. That should be good. And just give it a little bit of a squeeze. And as I look down, I can see that. Let's take a look at this just to get a feel for. Yeah, this is the better way to do this. Yeah, I can see that thing slide right into place. Okay, so this is the good way to do this. I like that a lot. Okay, be sure to insert not only your. Okay, now this I find very interesting because when I'm looking at this board here, through the hole that I'm about to drop a bearing into, it's like the bearing is going to ride right on top of the board. I guess there is a little bit of a flange there in that slot that the bearing will sit on, so it should clear the board. But it does look very close to some pins coming through. I'm going to trust that Barr and company have done a good job of designing that so that it does not interfere. And I'm just going to give this a gentle squeeze to get that bearing set. I don't think that bearing has to be perfectly all the way down. I mean, it's possible that maybe it doesn't, this whole thing doesn't quite clamp down well enough if you don't, but I'm not going to be super aggressive with it. Okay, so I'm going to somewhat deviate from the instructions in that I'm going to do one of the motor side and then one on the non-motor side, and that like that back and forth until all of the bearings are installed. And I'm going to do that for two reasons. One is that I've got my case parts, my arm case assemblies all arrayed nicely such that that's a convenient way to do it. And number two is that for our missing member here, he should be able to get a good look at what we're doing. When he gets back, because I probably will not have completed both steps. I'm wondering if maybe P.Walter0 has come into my house. For anyone who has not noticed the similarity in names, I will mention that P.Walter0 is my son. Okay, so we press those in there, and then we move on to the next. And you can see this step goes pretty quickly. Well, I'm done with this because my pliers have some teeth on them, or some. Yeah. the end of this little gear, or this little roller, will be just a little bit chewed. I'm hoping that that will not be an issue. Okay, I can see that this one is not well seated, so we will give it another go. Actually, I think the person who's in my house right now is probably my brother-in-law, not my son. Okay, and then this one is reversed, so I'm going to do another one of the non-motor sides before I do another motor side. Another sleeve of bearings. That one just did not really go in well. Too big. Doesn't fit well. There we go. That's better. This piece of wood has a little bit it's a little bit of a rough cut, so there's a little bit of sawdust it might leave behind. I need to be careful about that. Okay. Okay. And now we're back to a motor side one. I have knocked just a little bit of what looks like maybe some hot glue or something. Not hot anymore glue, but that kind of material. Let's see if I can pop that guy out of there just so we don't have foreign matter in our... And this I cannot do with anything with this. I'm going to try it with a stack here so I do less damage to the... to the roller. Yeah, that works well. So that's what I would recommend. If you got a little block of wood you can use, and some sort of jaw pliers, then that seems to make a very good combination. I imagine you could even put a little indentation into the block of wood to engage with the roller. Okay. Yeah, when the instructions said to use a roller, my first just kind of knee-jerk thought was, well, it's kind of funny to use a roller, but I guess if it fits in there, I guess that works. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. These bearings are going to be here for the rollers. So whoop. I see a little bit of debris that I don't want in there, so I'll take a moment to remove that. This piece on this side, let me just stick with my block of wood. Okay, let's see here. We have some more comments in the YouTube comments here. Dropping in late, we'll be in and out for the whole build day as compared to destroy my plans for this build and other shop work. Can't wait for my, I assume that's M4, to ship. I can't see the whole comment there. Final wave. Okay. Well, Doc, yeah, I hope that yours comes soon. I know that we've got another ship, literally, coming in, and yeah, it will be good to have a bigger and better Maslow community with lots of people contributing to it. So welcome you to the community, and I hope you get something from this video. We're doing it as a live stream right now, which is kind of fun because I know I have at least one person who has been building along with me, and I hope there are others. But the good news is that because of the way that YouTube live streaming works, after we're done with the live stream, it's still available as a recording on YouTube at the same address as the live stream was advertised. So you can certainly go back and watch again as you're actually building, if it's helpful to you. Okay. And I think with that, all of my bearings are set in place. So that's good. Move our block away from there. Unfortunately, have a little more waste here with the bearing tubes, but there we go. Okay, so let's switch back to our instructions here, because I know we're next going to be getting into the part about we've done the bearings on the other half, as to say the non-motor half of the arm case assembly, and we are now going to have a go at the belt guard. 3 nuts in the holes in the top of the belt guard, and we will be adding bolts to hold it in place, which will come in from the other side. Okay. I'm going to take just a moment here before I start that. Okay, so I just want to check here. Okay. You may hear a little bit of noise in the background here. And that's my furnace. Fortunately, it has a switch on it, so I'm just going to turn off the furnace. There we go. Oh, much better. My trash can back in, and let us see here. So, after we're done with this, okay, this is the assembly of everything. Okay, just wanted to get an idea of where we're going. So let's start with these belt guards. Okay, are the belt guards in here? They are. Here are the belt guards. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the belt guards have spots for the nuts. So we'll grab 4 nuts. Again, I'm going to use... Oh, no, there are only 3. Again, I'm going to use the locking nuts here, because I wasn't told otherwise, and I think this is a good thing to make sure it stays locked down. A lot of the problems that they've had with the Maslows have involved issues with belts getting loose, getting mangled by the gears. And so I'm trying to be fairly precise on some of this stuff. Now, the other thing I will comment is that the other comment I was going to make. I did notice that I managed to mash my one belt pulley here just a little bit on the end, and I noticed it when I started to stick that end into one of the bearings. So what I will do is, before I actually use this one, I will take a little bit of sandpaper maybe and smooth it out a little bit to clean it up. It might not be a bad idea to have a sacrificial one of those in the kit, so that it can be damaged when pounding on it or using pliers on it. I want to make sure I think it's just called a roller, but let me double check that, and I'll make a note. Yes, hello, Daisy.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just referred to as a roller. Okay. And I believe there are 8 rollers. Is that right? I'm trying to remember where I put my rollers. Yes, hello, Daisy. Yeah, there were 8 rollers. Consider adding a 9th sacrificial roller. For press fitting bearings.
Hello? Hello?
Okay. Note made. Cat has been asked to step down. And camera has been refreshed. Okay. So I took one of these and I have dropped some nuts into it. And then I'm going to grab the first non-motor side case part, and I'm going to stick a screw up from underneath, get it started, and stick another screw up from underneath and get it started, and a third screw and get it started. And now none of these nuts will come loose if I flip it over to tighten this down a little bit. Shouldn't need a lot of tightening. You're basically holding two plastic parts together, so you don't want to overdo it. But that one just doesn't look like it's seated very well. There's a little bit of noise going on upstairs. And a little bit of cat hair on my assembly here. But that nut that nut looks cross-threaded. I'm going to try it again here, and if it continues to behave like that, I may replace it. Out, knock around a little bit, maybe stick our while I'm looking at it, it's very hard to tell if a nut has been damaged. It's very hard to see that kind of damage on the threads unless you take a really close look and know what to look for. Okay, that looks much better. And once again, my camera has frozen up. Thank you, camera. Okay. So that is number one, and hopefully numbers 2, 3, and 4 go maybe just a little bit more smoothly. So one thing I notice here is there are, you can see where my fingernails are kind of sticking in there. there are two little slots there, and there are a couple little pieces that stick up here, and so those go into those slots there, and that really does help index your positioning. So that is good. So there we go. Okay. And again, we're going to grab three screws and get them started from below. That's not started. There we go. And then once all three have been started, we can take them, make sure they look good on this side, and we can tighten them down. Okay. So I'm going to do another one now, and it's the same as the last two, so it's not going to be very exciting. So while I'm doing this, I will talk just a little bit about the technical aspects of this live stream, in case people are kind of interested in how this works, because I did not know much about live streaming before the pandemic. That is to say, I had helped out a little bit with my son when he does his live streams. He likes to play games and live stream them, and specifically he's very passionate about raising money for children's charities, specifically for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals that provides funding for children's hospitals. And in particular, there is a charity oriented towards gamers and Children's Miracle Network hospitals called Extra Life. And so he streams for Extra Life. And when the pandemic came around, then suddenly I needed to learn a little bit about streaming, because our church needed a way to continue churching when we couldn't have people gathered together. And so we set up a whole system for live streaming, which coincidentally we had been thinking about maybe starting up a live stream at some point, and just never quite had the motivation. That looks good there. I think that one's good. So does that make 3? That does, okay. And then number 4. And so I learned a lot about live streaming in that process, and it has been mostly just for the church activities, but it is kind of fun to do this. And it's surprisingly not that hard and not that expensive to do it. If you already have a computer, especially if you already have a computer that has a camera on board, and I do, and the camera on board seems to freeze up immediately, which is why you haven't seen my face much on here. But I've got just a fairly decent laptop, but nothing super special. And that laptop is running some software called OBS, which stands for Open Broadcast Software. And the nice thing about OBS is since it's open source, it is free. And so I'm running OBS to be able to change scenes back and forth and show you the instructions some of the time, and then the live action the rest of the time, and the cats all the time, apparently. Hello. I'm also running Discord, which would allow somebody to come on and be able to speak with me while I build. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone who's doing that right now, but it's still an option if someone wanted to. And OBS is able to communicate with Discord, and so I can get the audio in from a Discord call, and I can even get video from a Discord call, so if someone were having trouble with their build and wanted to show something and ask a question or something like that, that would be doable. But it's all, it takes a little bit of work to get it all set up, but it does work pretty well, and allows just an everyday person to broadcast to the internet and to YouTube. So it works pretty well. Okay, we are done with this step, and I'd like to see how. Okay, let's see here. So we've done that, and then we're getting to the point of actually installing the spool with the belt on it. So that means number one, we're going to need to put our belt onto the spool, and number two, then we're going to need to install that onto the case. Okay. Okay, and so we'll be putting the rollers into the non-motor side, making sure to put the roller with the magnet so that it corresponds with the sensor that will be on the motor side of the case. Okay, so I kind of get that. Press the two halves together, but easier said than done. Trickiest step in the build process. Generally start from the back of the arm, the side that doesn't have the belt coming out of it, and work my way forward. There are three things will need to go into place. First, the idler shaft needs to align with the hole in the opposite side, and the drive shaft needs to align with the opening and the bearing on the bottom. Then the rollers will need to line up with the bearings on the other half. Okay, the drive shaft needs to align with the opening in the bearing on the bottom. Okay, I guess that makes sense to me. We'll work one out. We'll figure it out. Okay, so I'm going to start with one of these, and I'm going to start with the one closest to me because it's closest to me and most in the way of my workspace. And I'm going to start feeding the belt onto it, and I'm debating if I want to do anything to try to pull the belt tighter as I do it, other than just kind of trying to be diligent about that. I know that this has been an issue people have run into. Oops, and darn it, I'm not doing this with the camera on my hands, so let's fix that. Okay, so I started rolling this, and what I've been doing is I've been turning one end and I've been pulling on the other end just to try to get the belt on as tightly as I can by hand. It's not going to be nearly as tight, I don't think, as when the machine does it, but anything we can do will reduce the chance that we have problems with the belt being too slack and either coming loose and catching on something, or just not fitting well. In case anyone didn't already kind of catch this from my announcement, this is the first time I have built an M4, so I am just following the directions. And I am. The advantage I have is that I am a prolific reader of the forums. And so I have picked up a lot of the kind of tips and tricks as people have discovered them. And hopefully I remember some of those. But we shall see. So, I'm a little curious to hear if people have big plans for their Maslows. So, if you have either a first project or just a general what you want to do with your Maslow, and want to make a comment in the either the YouTube chat or in Discord, which I have to admit I have not checked Discord in a little bit here. Nor'easter joined, but it looked like you were a good solid hour into the setup, and two, said hello a bunch of times, but I guess you had your sound off or something. Oh, I am so sorry, Nor'easter. I'm not sure why that is, but let me take a quick look and see if I can see if my no, that's not what I want to do. I want to go to, oh, that might be it. Let's see here. So, Nor'easter, are you there? I don't think anyone's on the chat right now. Okay. Well, I've kind of fixed that. Okay. I'll make a quick note here onto the Discord chat. Unfortunately, I am typing with one hand holding a spool, so okay. So yeah, like I say, I'm not an expert at this live streaming thing. but we do the best we can. Okay, I believe that we're going to start with the motor side, and we're going to take the motor side and we're going to put the spool onto it. And yeah, we are going to come up with some interference. So we're going to release this here and bring that there. I am looking forward to the improved design for all of this. Okay, that looks kind of like it's what it's supposed to look like. And this does kind of want to drop down, which I think may be an issue, so we're gonna try to watch that a little bit. But we're gonna have a little bit sticking out, which we'll deal with at a later time. So we put our spool on there like that, and on the other side of the arm, thread the end of the belt through the belt guard and insert the 2 rollers. Okay, so where is my other side? Here's my other side. I'm trying to go through the belt guard, which I guess means I want to go this way. And I'm guessing that maybe the easiest way to do it is kind of like this. But maybe not, because I can't see what I'm doing. So I'm going to flip things and push this through with my hand still on that. Okay, and I'm starting to get a feel at least for where it needs to go too. That helps a lot. Okay, so then we're going to pull it a little tighter, and we are going to try to get it on there loosely. And this is going to rub up against that while I do this. Okay. And then we need 2 rollers. And this is the nice part about this is that I can just, the orientation of this, if I peek down in here, right in where my finger is stuck in right now, that is the side where the sensor is. So I know that that is the roller that is going to involve the magnet. And the magnet's going to need to go down. So I'm going to get my rollers, one out of the box now. Why is it that I have a box? Besides keeping the rollers separate, the magnets from the rollers separate from each other. Oh no! I had just dropped something, and I see an idler gear has come loose. It looks like that may be the only damage. But I'm not going to try to retrieve it right now because I've already got my hands full with the existing setup here. So that looks good there for that one. And then I've got a roller over here that I'm going to slide in on this side. Okay, but I need to get these rollers engaged up here, which may need to happen first before I even worry about getting them engaged on the other side. So I may need to flip things over a little bit and see if I can get the rollers to drop in. This one looks like it wants to be over a little bit, so we give it a little push. Let's see. There we go. so the roller is engaged there. And now the question is, how do we get engaged on the other side? Feels like the best thing to do is to just kind of rock things and move things a little bit until they fall into place. It also looks like it may not be a bad idea to unspool a little bit more of the material here so that we know that we will clear because I'm looking inside at the idler gear, and what I'm seeing is that it kind of looks like maybe the idler gear is, well, first thing, the idler gear is not completely idle. It's part of the gear chain that drives the belt assembly. And so I need to move things enough that the idler gear engages with the belt sprocket. Experimenting with this, like on the next one, to see if, for example, maybe having more belt sticking out and less belt on the spool makes it any easier. Trying to see what is right now catching that's not allowing this whole thing to kind of snap together, because I do think that now the belt sprocket is engaging with the idler gear just a little bit. I'm going to pull this off just a little bit. There we go. Snap that down there. And it is the belt is rubbing up against the I don't think that matters at all. The belt is rubbing up against the shaft of the idler gear. So yeah, this is definitely a tricky step. Looks like it's finally coming together though. My gap is getting smaller and smaller, and things are looking like they are getting more and more in place. Now, one thing that I am wondering is I don't know if this is a good idea. I think I'm going to give it just a little bit of a squeeze here. If nothing else, it should give me some insight into what's catching, because something's still catching a little bit. The belt is moving freely, so that's a good sign. But I haven't pinched the belt into something. Seems to be right about here where it's catching. And I have not quite figured out what it is that is catching on there. And part of me says that maybe what I should do is just get some screws on this thing, get it starting to squeeze down, and it might bring itself into line. There are no guarantees, however, but it's awfully close, like right now. So I think maybe I will try that. I'm going to take a quick look and see if there are any indications. Okay. So the instructions say that the two halves go together there we go. Just basically just tight enough to hold them together. I'm going to try one of these bolts. I know somewhere in this build process somebody found that the bolts were not engaging well with the someone was discovering that the bolts were not engaging. They were not quite long enough to really engage with the locking portion of the locking nut. You have the part that has the threads on it, and then you have a part that has some plastic in it up on this side, and for the locking nut to really do its job, then the bolt needs to make its way into that plastic. And I have to admit, I cannot remember what part of the build that was it was recommended that a slightly longer machine screw would be a much better choice. And this may be that part. So, although, I don't know, this looks like it's engaging. Okay, and that's as far as I dare to take this one, but I think that will hold. So yeah, we're going to get the two farthest away from the motor first. And I think when those are holding, there we go, that will probably start to make everything work a little better. Oop. That one went in badly. Just knock that out and drop it in again. Okay. Number 3. Number 4. Bing. There goes my Allen wrench. Okay. That part seems to be still good. That was a very clever move. Okay. We'll get number 5 started here. Ping. Okay. I think it's pretty good. Okay, and I am once again not quite in position on this end. Okay. Let's get number 6 in. Yeah, you may well be right that the idler shaft may be the issue here. Russ 870 had that comment. I appreciate that feedback because I think that's about right. The interesting thing though is I can see the shaft, at least on this end. I'm wondering if it's maybe pulled on the other side. I don't know. It does look like it's kind of coming into line here as I get further along. So I am going to stop here for a moment, and I am going to go, let me switch this here. I'm going to go and see, nope, that's not the one I wanted. I'm going to get rid of that one. I really don't want that. I guess we'll just start because I can't find them. And I have a ton of things open right now, including somebody gave me some love. Thank you, Bar. Anyway, what I really wanted to do is I wanted to search the forums and see, because there was an Amazon, let's see here, and one of the things I found, yeah, this is a problem here, is that I really want to get a recent message that referenced Amazon. So let's go to advanced filters and say after the start of the year, and search for that. And let's see here. Okay, that's a screwdriver. And I'm trying to remember what these screws that I purchased separately are. Let us take a look and we shall see. So I bought these screws because someone recommended them on the forums, and I have this funny feeling that I'm going to go and this is kind of like an inside measurement here. It's not going to be too exacting, but okay, yeah. So these look like they're 13s. So let's see if we can find those 13s. Yes, a cat over my keyboard does not really help my typing, I'm just going to say. It's not apparently M13. So maybe just 13 millimeters. Nope, still not finding it. Okay. Well, I were talking about how I thought they were saying something like 12s were too big and 13s were too small. Okay, but I'm not finding it, so I am going to abort that for now and just keep building. But this might be a good place for these slightly longer bolts. This might also be a good place for grabbing a cat. Hey, you. Yeah? Yeah, you want the attention. I understand. Okay. Can you come down here now? Thank you. And so we are going to try cranking down gently, but persistently. Let's see if we can get this to come into line. Are you back already? She said, yes, I went down like you asked me to, and you didn't pay enough attention to me down there. Oof. There you go. Love the shoulders. Okay. See how this works. see that captive nut still kind of rattling around in there rather than going in. So I may need to get something else to kind of press against it just a little bit. So I'm going to grab another Allen wrench and my official, actually, I'm going to grab a bigger Allen wrench. Let's see. I'm going to try a 4. Because a 4 might be big enough that I can push down on that nut just a little bit to see if we can get it to engage. Yeah, there we go. I think now we're starting to pull down. Yeah, you can see how that gap is getting quite reasonable now. Okay. I think that's pretty good. And so I'm not sure if it really is necessary in that there's a little bit of, there's actually a little bit of my machine screw that is sticking out from the end of the, I'm not going to be able to do this trick with this one because I can't get in there at all, so we're just going to turn it and see if maybe it will catch. It looks like it did. Okay, feels good. Okay. So I think we're okay here. And that is one. Okay. So we have one of these now, and we've got probably a good, that's close to 24 inches of okay, that's about 18 inches, I think, assuming that these are 1-inch squares, which I don't really know, but so we got a good 18 inches sticking out here. Hopefully, after a few runs, it'll spool up a little bit tighter, and this will be better. So I'm going to set this one way up here, out of the way, and I'm going to grab the back plane of the one that fell, which is right there, and yes, going to grab the idler gear that fell on the floor too. Doesn't look very gooey to me. I think I'm going to give it a little more goop. Does slide on there nicely, that's good. Okay. Yes, you are persistent, kitty, aren't you? Okay. I had this big chart of graph paper. It's like, an easel chart, basically. And I bought it for one purpose and did not end up using it all that much for that purpose. And so I thought, well, and then it got kind of sat around and got bent a little bit and just has been sitting around for a long time. So I thought it would make a good background because these parts are so dark. And so, okay, and I have twisted this by... There we go. And indeed it has. Except the white belts don't show up very well against it. Nor do the white cats. Camera check. Okay, so what you're missing, because there's a cat in the way, is that I am slowly rolling this onto the gear, and I'm not going to go much beyond this because I basically hit where the teeth stick out, and the belt is beginning to extend farther than the teeth do. So I'm going to call that good. I'm going to move the cat once more. I'm going to attach this like this. All right. Okay, and make sure that it actually engages. That's good. And then I'm going to pull the belt out from behind there because it should come up along here, kind of like this. Set that down for a minute. Grab grab one of these for there, and grab this one for here. Oh, interesting. I seem to be missing a bearing there. Unfortunately, when this fell, it apparently popped the bearing. So I should probably go look for that on the floor. That is a shame. Oh dear, where did my bearing go? I found a screw I dropped about an hour ago. There it is, the bearing. Okay, so we will slide that bearing into place. It actually doesn't seem to be as stiff as a lot of the other bearings were. There are two bearings on this side. Good. And so we're going to twist the belt 180 degrees and push it through from this side, basically right through the middle, and then out the hole. There it goes. And we'll pull that through. we're going to turn this way in order, and I'm trying to brace it against my body in order to get everything together, but then you can't see it, so I'm going to reposition here. Very gently here. Yep. And one of the gears has popped out. I feel kind of good that it's the one that does not have the magnet in it. And then we're going to use our okay. That is at least partially engaged here. Oh, that one feels like it's crunching in a little bit easier. Okay. So let's try that. We'll start with one nut. That dropped right in there nicely. Very good. Okay. Another nut, drop it in. Grab another screw. Push up from underneath. This is one of those situations where we use gravity as our third hand. Yep, that one's in upside down. I'll come back to that one. Okay. In this case, I can see the nut rocking around rather than engaging, but finally it figured out the right thing and engaged. Two more nuts. Drop one in there. I seem to find the easiest way is to get it set and make sure that the part with the nylon on it is facing up, and then just slide it over the hole, and hopefully it just drops straight in. And what you can't see is that when I stuck my screw up into the hole, I actually didn't stick it all the way in. but left enough of it sticking out that I could put a finger against it until I could get my Allen wrench keyed into it, and that way I could guide the screw the rest of the way in with the Allen wrench. The other thing you can do, and I haven't had to do this, but if you're having trouble getting the screw, or I'm sorry, the nut to drop correctly onto the screw so that it can start threading, and it doesn't seem to be quite doing it right, or if it feels wrong, then back up your screwing, or your twisting, and often it will then just kind of drop right in. Okay, seem to be kind of doing the same thing here. I think a lot of it has to do with getting these little oh, look at that. That might be an issue. Pop that back open a little bit. There it goes. Okay. Okay, so we are close enough to closed now that everything is kind of holding into position. And so now we can begin the final step here. I just dropped nuts in there, but there are captive nuts that we put in many steps ago, so I don't put nuts in there. I just drop the screws in and screw them down from above. And we watch the gap as we twist and see that gap starts to squeeze shut. And if it does, then we've done our job. Whoop. And if it doesn't, then we have an Allen wrench flying around. Or if we don't, if we haven't done our job. Because one of our jobs turns out to be hang on to the darn Allen wrench. But, oh, yeah, and I can see right in here, when I look at that screw there, or that nut, it's not down low enough to engage. So hopefully now it will. We shall see. What did I say about holding on to the Allen wrench? Okay. And now you should see that gap is closing. Very good. I mentioned earlier in the live stream that I used to be a mentor for a high school robotics team. Team 1248, the Titanium Allies from Berea Mid-Park High School. And as an engineer who has spent many years doing kind of theoretical work on different parts of aircraft where I don't actually have as part of my job description to ever pick up a tool. In fact, if I'm picking up a tool, then I'm doing somebody else's job, and at least theoretically could get in trouble for. So I found the robotics thing to be very nice because it got me a chance to sometimes actually grab a tool and do something with it. There we go. There's the video back again. Let's see here if I get this. Okay, I think it's finally starting to thread on. And so, while I, of course, learned a lot in my formal education as an engineer, it wasn't really about how things actually go together when you go to build them. And I really think that hands-on experience is very useful, especially if you're going to be an engineer and you're going to be telling somebody how to build something. Then you better have a good idea how it actually is going to be built rather than how it would theoretically be built. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and this is now getting close to the point where the belt is extending out farther than the... I'm going to try something here, because I am fortunate enough to have a rack of tape just above where I'm building here. And so I'm going to tear off a piece of tape, and it doesn't even have to be a neat piece of tape. And I'm going to tape on here just a little bit and try not to tape very far into it because I don't want the tape to come off or to stay in the mechanism. But I'm hoping that a little bit of tape will help control things better. So we try our next one. Okay. That is slid in there. And this is sitting here. And then on this side, we're going to grab a non-magnetic roller. And a magnetic roller. And we're going to take this piece here, and we're going to position it with the teeth up, and I'm going to position this in kind of the same orientation and see how that works for guiding it into place. There it goes through. Okay. most successful until I managed to untape this. Okay, well the good news is that was pretty good. Bad news is I did lose one of these when it started to snap into place. So we'll have to do some wiggle still. I'm going to follow the official advice. First get this side secured, and then I'll worry about getting those the rest of the way. I hope while you're watching me do the third of these that maybe you are getting some laundry done, or filing your taxes, or something useful, because I realize that this is probably not as interesting the third time around, watching me from a webcam, but that does not feel like it engaged at all. Not even with, not the screw with the nut, but rather the Allen wrench with the screw. Okay, and at this point I'm going to take off my little piece of tape. It's done its job, and like I say, I don't want it to get caught up in the works. Okay, and I'm looking over here and seeing that my camera has timed out again. Boy, I wish I knew what was doing that. I wonder if I would be able to do some kind of an automated sequence, program an automated sequence where it essentially tries to change away from that camera and then change back, and if that would at least allow me to correct that quickly, maybe even put it on a timer where it just does that every 5 minutes. So someone on the forums suggested that it would be really nice if one could drive these assemblies right after they have been put together, just to make sure that everything moves smoothly before you put it into your Maslow machine, or before you stack them all up around your router and all of that. And I think that is a truly brilliant idea, which unfortunately no one has really offered a good solution to how to actually accomplish that. But that would allow you to check and make sure that you really did get things right before you get everything all stacked up, so you don't have to take your system apart. So we are once again catching on something. And once again, I'm not completely sure what that something is. But I think a little bit of percussion may have helped that situation out a bit. Yes, I think I need to push that in a little bit. Okay. So now we have a small gap of roughly 1.5 millimeters, I would estimate, maybe about 1/8 of an inch. And so I'm going to, don't like the way that kind of seems to be. Okay, well, we will give it a try here. I'm a little concerned that this one may not be fully lined up yet. Okay. I was hoping that I was engaged enough with the nut to be able to hold it up close and watch, because it is kind of satisfying to watch that gap close. This is the nut, and I think this is the right order to do this in when I think about it, because this nut I can actually see. I could stick an Allen wrench in there and help it to seat if it doesn't, but there's very little I can do about the nut I just did before, which has this big RJ45 connector blocking the view, so you can't really see what's happening. Okay, but see, that looks like pretty good there. I'm still a little concerned because when I pulled this belt, this one, I don't know, kind of felt crunchy. Although, well, actually, no. Now it should be engaging with the motor, so I do kind of expect it to be crunchy. Okay, I'm no longer. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm concerned about that or not. I am concerned about that. Because it shouldn't be engaging with the motor. I feel that this one is wrong. You hear that? It pulls back okay. Well, not great. But, so this is turning, but it just feels like it is. I don't know. Not sure if that one is right. I think I'm going to go on to the fourth one, just because I kind of want a certain level of completion here. But I might come back to my third one and try to make it perform better. So let's go ahead and start winding up number 4. Okay. We are about to the point here now where I'm again up to the edge of the gearing here. So I am going to drop this onto here. Okay, and that one is engaging nicely with the idler. And then I'm going to try to replicate what I did last time, maybe do it better. Put this way over here. And then okay. So before I go and try to put that together, I might want to actually include the rollers. So we're going to have the roller. With the magnet in it. And then we have this roller, and I mentioned earlier in the live stream that this roller, I was using it to press the bearings in. And I may have mashed a little bit on this edge. So I'm going to go and grab a little piece of sandpaper. Just, smooth that out just a little bit. And really, that isn't even really a really fine grit sandpaper, so it's not going to make it super smooth, but I don't think it's going to matter that much as long as it's smooth enough to fit into the bearing, because the bearing is where what should be turning, not the edge of this against the bearing. So, oops, let's go to the right unit here. And we'll put this one in like this. And we'll slide this one in like that. And then we'll kind of line everybody up to be more or less in the right place. And see if we can Okay, I think that may have been my most... Okay, see, that's moving smoothly. Like the other one, the number 3, was not doing. I think that might have been my most successful assembly yet. Of course, I'm not done. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. That was just right. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Seems to be tightening there. This looks like it may have loosened just a little bit. Okay, I'm curious now. Does this work any better if I... Let's go with that one. If I first put one in over down this end and then immediately go over to this end and get things secured while everything still seems to be lined up. And I don't even know if my nut is in the right place, so I may need to... Yeah, that's looking good, actually. I'm pleased with that. In the gravity direction until it grabs, and then rotate it this way so that we can all watch the gap close. So I may stop for a short break here after this, and allow me to do the things that are necessary to do from time to time, and B, allow you all a little break. But while I am finishing this part of things, I will kind of preview, because I believe that with this, these arm assemblies, well, once I look through number 3 again and see if I can get it behaving a little bit better, these arm assemblies will be completed, and I believe the next step will be starting to put things together on the sled. And then the final set of instructions, the section 4, is kind of putting it all together and doing the stack up of these. Okay, so this, now there is a little bit of a gap here. I don't think that's a huge issue, but this moves freely, so that's good. So this one looks to me like it's in pretty good shape now. I'm going to come back to number 3. And I think I'm just going to basically undo all the screws and kind of disassemble and reassemble, because it just does not feel right to me. And I know that some people have had issues where they will get everything together and then one of their arms will refuse to retract fully. In many cases, refuse to retract at all. And sometimes this is fixed just by increasing the voltage, or the maximum force allowed. And in at least one instance, somebody did not find that helped, and so they ended up, I think, taking apart their arms and finding something was not quite right on the one that was sticking. And it just feels like if one of them is going to stick for me, it's going to be this one. So let's take it apart, look it over, reassemble it based on what I've learned, and hopefully it'll be better. Has dropped its nut. Two. Three. Oop. Managed to drop the screw as well. 4. 5. 6. Okay. So we will gently pry this apart. Okay. Well, I don't see anything too obviously wrong here. But it's hard to tell. So what I will do is rewrap this at least a little bit. The one thing that I could imagine might happen here is that if your belt is twisted within here, that would be quite an issue. So let's make sure that the belt is, oh, see, now the belt is twisting within, you know, even as I'm turning it. So okay, so this is the direction the belt should be going. Okay. Bring this more into line. But we're not done yet because we need to make sure that our rollers are installed. The one is on there, and the other one went where? I hope it didn't go onto the ground, but it might have. So, oh no, it's over here. Okay. So we'll tuck this one in here. And I'm going to tuck this one here. There it goes. And then I'm going to pull and slacken this for long enough to get it all back on the, and then tighten it enough that it gets the I don't know how to describe it, gets the belt in a nice clear path, because you want the belt on the outside here. Okay, and this screw here is not quite lining up with its hole, so I'm going to turn it to either get it to back out, or at the very least to get it to go into its hole. Get this roller lined up with that. And we squeeze it together a little more, and okay, things are starting to come together. Okay. I think I'm engaged now. Okay. I don't know why I'm changing the direction of that. It does not really matter even. They even say so in the instructions. But I like to do things consistently. Okay. We will find out very shortly if this made a difference. I have this feeling that it will have, but I've been wrong before. Sounds like a little bit of vacuuming going on upstairs. Okay. And now you'll note that when I push this back and forth, it does not make all that crunchy noise. So I seriously think I did improve this. Now, I've got a lot of belt on this one, but I don't think that matters too much. I think we can take care of that later. So, with that in place, and unfortunately I just demonstrated the motion with the camera apparently not going. Yep, okay, so let me demonstrate this once more, and that is that when I push on this, that you can see the belt moves in and out smoothly without any crunchiness. So that is goodness in my mind. And with that, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Probably, I'm going to say just a 5-minute break should do it. But I want to go upstairs, take care of business, and reconnect with my peoples upstairs. And I will be talking to you all again shortly. I have not yet decided how long I'm going to run this. We've been going 4 hours, and I'm not sure if I'm going to try to get it all done in one session, but we'll see.
it fell off. So I don't know if it was just the 3M tape wasn't strong enough or if this wall just got too hot and it was too heavy, but it didn't work for us. So we need to come up with a different solution for that. We really want to switch out this door window for one that we found on Amazon, and it's like $88. We just haven't gotten around to doing it yet, but it'll allow us to have a shade here. It's the thin shade, so we're excited about that because when the sun is on this in the morning, you can definitely see it from our bed, and the boys also have effect from it as well, so it'll be nice to have that fixed.
So one of the things we did with the cushions in here for the both the dinette, just the seats and the couch, is we got we were given a 2-inch memory foam mattress for the two boys' beds, and we ended up cutting that and shoving it in each of those. The dinette ones have held up very well, and the one on the couch has held up well. However, the couch is not holding up that well. So
as you can see, pretty much every seam is coming undone. That's just kind of comes in the territory of having new kids. We've added the boys' baskets for right by their bed. We did this so that the boys could charge all of their devices, put their glasses cases, and whatever other little things they want to keep in their cubbies. It helps us keep things a little bit more organized. Each boy has color-coded cables.
Okay.
It works really
I never did finish that.
We also got custom mattresses for the boys. You can see that it's cut on an angle here.
So
we got both of them. They're 5.5 to 6 inches thick.
Parts, take two
and
of
the
them,
boys absolutely love them, and they are super comfortable. We got that from a custom mattress maker. But that was a big deal upgrade, just like it was for us to upgrade our mattress. We have hidden the boys' micro crawlers in
starting
here.
with the loop at the belt at the open end.
So it's in the top shelf up here. That's all of that.
Well.
There's all the replacement parts and pieces, as well as the chargers.
I can do more than that.
This is where we hid the battery system under here, and then I put fans to vent it.
Nut.
So you can hear the fans a little bit.
Let's give that a go.
But that's where our 48-volt system is. We still got plenty of room for their storage, all of that, all their toys and everything. And all their musical instruments are either under the couch, under the dinette, or under our bed. And there's plenty of room for the storage, so the guitars, the ukuleles, the drums, all of that stuff, the keyboard, all have plenty of place to fit. The seal on our toilet, it's a Thetford, and we're going to replace it with a Dometic 310 or a Dometic 320, because this seal, it's been a year and we keep it lubed and greased and everything, but this seal has damage and it won't hold water in the bowl anymore. To replace this seal, you have to take the whole thing out and you gotta separate these two pieces to get to the seal. And I don't feel like doing that. The Dometic 310 and the Dometic 320, you just reach in there from underneath, grab the seal, pull it out, clean it, put a new seal in there, and you're done. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to replace this one with a 310 or a 320, probably the 320. We'll do a video on that because it's very simple. It's literally 2 bolts and the water hookup, and then pop the other one in, hook the water back up, and we're done. So I'll show you how easy that is. We want to replace this sink because we have to leave this out, and we've had so many things fall down in there that we've had to fish out with my little special mechanic tool grabber. It's super long with little grabbers on the end, and so we want to replace this sink with a regular style. It's just a push pull, or has the thing right here. A push puller has the thing right here. Plus we want to get a faucet that comes up a little higher so we can actually get our hands under it, because that would be nice. We have replaced our shower head from the little switch back and forth to the push button. Makes it so much easier, plus it's a much better head. And we have 4 settings. We have 3 on the head, and then we can quick disconnect the head, and it's like a power washer. So we have done that.
Here are a pair of pliers,
and
they have a fairly
it makes a big difference when we're showering.
So there's a couple things that we're still considering doing. Jeremy's mentioned a few as he's gone through the rig. Something else to consider is possibly taking out the microwave. We don't use it a whole lot. We only use it for reheating food. So we're considering removing that and replacing it with something like an air fryer or something along those lines. And then the other thing that we're considering is what to do with this couch. We haven't decided if we're just going to do a straight across trade. I don't think we're leaning that direction. I think we're leaning the direction of probably making our own, putting a real mattress down here and doing some sort of throw pillows on the back. That way it works as a bed for when my mom comes to visit, or when the boys decide that they want to start spreading out a little bit more at night.
So all in all, this has been a great rig. We absolutely love that there's no slides in this rig. It makes traveling so much easier. It makes travel days so much easier. And now that we have our 48-volt battery system in there, travel days are going to be even that more easy. We can use the microwave or whatever we get in place of it, the air fryer or whatever, to reheat our food on travel days because everything works inside. Other than that, I mean, it drives really well. It tows really well. We don't really have any sway. We don't have any weight issues. We're not having any issues with anything with the trailer really. Just cosmetics things and preference things. The trailer's held up very well to a family of 6. This is the Grand Design Transcend 247BH. We can hold about 2 weeks worth of food. However, our limitation is we only get about 3 days of water. With 6 of us, you can imagine we're drinking a lot of water. We're cooking, we're washing dishes, and we're showering. So we have to find a freshwater solution to be able to replenish our water. Our tanks are black. Our rear gray and our front galley gray, they will give us 7 to 8 days, but our freshwater is only giving us 2 to 3 days, so we've got to figure out a solution to make that last just as long, because our battery bank by itself without solar also lasts that long. So freshwater is the
kind of
kicker right now, but other than that, everything is good. Oh, we did do the max air fan.
I think I may have.
We did the manual one with the 4-speed.
That I can.
We did it there, and we did it in the bathroom. We are considering doing it in the bedroom, but that's still the original one with no fan. When those things are on low speed, we don't have humidity in here. When they're on high speed, they actually pull quite a bit of air through the RV, and
through it.
That was a very, very good upgrade for us. We did that right away, almost immediately. We did the one in the bathroom, and then I think a month later, we did the one in the kitchen. Stay tuned. We've got some more modifications to do with our solar and battery setup.
I don't see much
We're going to be adding solar,
the parts of the belt.
And we're going to be adding a special DC to DC charger. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about that. As you guys know, a DC to DC charger we're a big fan of, because that's the reason you don't have to carry a generator with you. And when it's plugged into your tow rig and your tow rig is running, you have 30 amps coming into your RV, or 40 amps, or 50 amps. We're getting ready to hit the road. We're getting ready to do a monster trip, so you don't want to miss it. Keep up with our reels, our shorts, because those are real time. And we'll see you next week. We're on to the next adventure.
Not much. Okay, I'm gonna pop this open.
Good morning, guys. We are up on the roof.
Don't seem to be quite there yet.
Of our RV.
Number 1.
We just received something really good in the mail.
It looks like this belt is unevenly pushed into this slot of this.
So we have the Micro Easy Start from Hutch Mountain, and we're getting ready to install this on our RV. It is super easy. Their customer service is excellent, and their support is excellent. They actually go into your kit and they give you real Wego connectors, which is excellent. Not the ones where you have to push and do all that stuff. They give you the super easy one, so that's going to be super helpful when we go to do the install. We're going to get started. I'm going to be doing the work, so I'm going to have one of my boys up here who's very lightweight. So here's the box. Inside, you got instructions, all of that stuff for the Micro Easy Start. They include these are real Wego connectors, along with the double-sided 3M tape. They actually include some alcohol prep pads in their kit. That's actually really nice. 2 zip ties, and then they have a grommet here in case you want to. They have a grommet right here in case you want to drill a hole inside the box. They have other spades and tongue connectors. This is the micro easy start. This is the one with Bluetooth.
We're going to try a little bit of everything here.
This is the ASY 364 X36 Blue.
Too bouncy.
And because we got it from Hutch Mountain, they include this. And they give you a phone number if you have any questions. But the nice thing is if you accidentally paid too much, they give you a refund. It's $20.
I'm not sure if I completely buy the argument.
We're going to do the install. You can install this without an inverter because you have to train it on shore power. We're going to start opening up the air conditioner and get this installed. It's actually pretty quick.
Within this.
And don't forget, 2 of these are different. In this air conditioner and mine, 2 of them are different. So keep track of where the screws are that are different.
Between the steel belting and the whole belt being essentially wrapped around a screw, I would think that should be enough.
Maybe pick this up.
But to a certain
While
extent,
you have it open, take the
matters
opportunity
not,
to look through it and clean everything and do all that. But this is the box right here that we want.
This is the part we've got.
Right here. Before you do this, you need to make sure that the breaker,
have managed to make it work.
you need to make sure that the breaker is off.
And so we will too. But I think what I just did right now may help me out a whole lot, because when I screw through there, it pulls on the belt and helps to settle it down into the channel. Now,
Now, we just follow the instructions, get it put together, and we're done. The battery in my Hero 9, my GoPro Hero 9 Black just blew up, so we have switched to our backup camera, which is a 8. So the quality might change just a little bit, and the audio might change a little bit too, so sorry. So anyway, these are the wires you gotta find from the compressor. You have to chase these all the way over to that box, because you have to know which wire is the red one, which wire is the white one, and which wire is the blue one that's coming from this unit. So the thing is if you just look at the wiring, there's 2 blue and 2 white that add to the green, white, red, and blue that come from the compressor.
Yeah.
However, if you cut the sheeting
really
back, you realize that they've added these two into the same sheeting here, and they've overcovered it. So if you cut that off, you get to see your original wires, and these are the original wires that we need.
Wrench. I think that is the real,
Still
kicker to getting the second side on.
Still filming.
Once it got a good grip on it, it just...
And that's just a little bit of this is all they did, is they used this to hide where they spliced it in together. You have to cut this off to find the original.
One down.
And you can put this back on and electrical tape it back on. So now that we found the actual wires, we can hook up the rest of our start pretty easily now. Actually, really, really easily now.
As the name implies.
The white wire, we chase the white wire in. And that is this one. This white wire right here.
Trim the black, I didn't know.
And my wire strippers.
Understood.
And my green wires. So you can easily make the mistake that I did and pull on the wire instead of using pliers like you should. But the good thing about that is this wire is already pre-stripped now.
It sounds like a TV show with your audio.
So I'll just finish the strip with my auto strippers. So the white wire
I'm not sure what that
goes
is.
into the
Is it persisting?
brown Wago. I'm gonna fish it around a little bit so it'll have
Because I
a
can
better,
always-
so the wires aren't
At
so
one
tight.
point, someone was vacuuming upstairs, but that should be over by now.
It's coming in.
Definitely let me know if we're still getting funky audio because
And then my white wire that comes
I
with
do
the
want you to be able to
start
hear me
actually-
clearly and let me
You
know.
want to
if
pause and
I'm-
wait till he's gone?
So the white wire actually
Mess it up.
goes where that white wire came off of. Just slides right on there. Nice and tight fit. And now the blue wire. This blue wire is the one we cut. And then we splice it into, or we strip it and put it in that black Wago.
Okay, I have a comment. Michelle,
Wow, any
in
set
the
of electrical
comments
wire strippers
on
will work.
Discord,
I love these auto strippers. I do so much
was
electrical. and they
saying
do
that
so
he is
many
getting
different
the
gauges of
3D
wire.
printed belt guards,
I
the
love
version
using
5
these.
belt guards.
I love using
Michael, okay. Spelling comes from the original Greek. Ah, excellent. So anyway, I am not done. So I'm going to send a quick message here.
I'll do the last one. That's it, the wiring's done. Now we just gotta button it up, make it look nice.
So I'm going to make a recommendation for anybody who wants to live stream their build. And that recommendation is find a partner who wants to help you with your live stream. And have that partner do things like monitor to make sure your camera's still working if that's an issue for you. Most people won't probably not find that to be an issue, but you know. And or respond to messages and things like that.
So Kelly got the battery out of the GoPro,
Alright.
so we're back on our good camera with a really good media mod. But this is the install. I got the 4 screws back down in here. I got 2 screws in the bottom here, and I got the sticky tape on there. This is actually going nowhere. It doesn't move at all. And so I just got
As
to
long
zip
as my
tie this
audience
up,
will indulge
and then we're
me
going to
in
begin the start process.
occasional breaks when
Drinking Gatorade.
we respond to something.
Turn it off.
It still works.
All right.
So, this is what's happening.
It's off.
So, this is what's happening down here.
All right, so we are working on the easy start for the AC. Jeremy and Joshua are up on the roof doing that part of it. The rest of the boys and I are hanging out
I'm
in
drinking
here,
Gatorade. Yeah, we got Gatorade. Me
waiting
too.
for Jeremy to give us the cue as when to turn the AC on or off. So we're just
Whoa,
waiting for
I'm watching
directions.
TV.
Turn on the AC. It takes 5 separate starts to run the easy start. So once you turn on the AC, let it run for about 10, 15, 20
Okay.
seconds, and then turn it off, and you'll
I can
repeat
see
that.
these are
And
just
by the
going
end
to
of
be
the 5th
fiddly.
time, it will have
That's
learned,
just the way it is.
and then it will function properly. So today, before the sun comes up, we're going to get up there and we're going to
just keep
clean
on going after them until they submit
our
to my
AC
will.
units.
So this is a view of where we are. It's very nice. Dad, the thing is still moving. Okay, moving out here. So that's the entire view of our AC unit.
Okay.
Now we just gotta clean it.
So, in the instructions, they claim
Talk about the
that
micro easy start. We put the nickel
pushing
in.
the belt
So my
forward
brother
into the
Joshua
slot from the
came in
open end
up here and filmed
works.
Dad putting in the micro easy start. So this is what it would look like for our AC unit. This is a Furrion unit. I honestly don't know how it works, but he's shaking up a can of whatever that stuff is.
Step back.
Maybe.
Looks really cool. Alright, so Dad, you want to talk about how the micro easy start works? Or did you do that yesterday?
So the micro easy start's been doing really well. It takes 5 times to turn it on and learn it. And originally it was pulling 29.8 amps to start this AC.
Now it only takes 15.
Now it only takes 14.9,
That's even better.
which means we could run our AC on 15 amps.
We have made more progress than thinking I may need to take this over to my vise, or at least that might be the easiest way, is to clamp this in my vise and then pull on it while pushing on that. It's kind of cheating in that, number one, it's not on camera, and number two, it's not true to the instructions that you should be able to do this without a lot of tools. But I find that using the tools you have, is a good thing. Just advanced it one, but that's some nice things to power a little bit. I don't know. This is definitely not easy.
So this is what it looks like inside of our AC unit. Wondering. Very, very powerful.
So that's all this is we
I personally
spray it on
think
the basically
that
radiators and
this
condensers.
little
Let it foam up,
sharp
let it do
corner
its job,
right
and kick
here,
the dirt out. And
where
then
those come together,
we it
is
says you don't
acting as
have
a
to rinse
pinch
it,
point.
but I like to rinse it because then it kind of helps force the dirt
and
out.
That
Other
this
than
would go
that,
together a
we're
lot
done.
better.
We're gonna button it up. AC's
That was
clean for the
even
year.
just a little bit rounded.
Here, Jack.
So you just gotta walk through on how this
Okay.
works.
Yeah, I think that
That's
went
it for
in
this
better
video?
than any other way.
Dad, watch out. There's okay, that's it for this video. We're on to the next adventure.
We're a little excited over here, guys. So Jeremy's out here waiting
Squeeze that
For
down
FedEx.
there.
to turn the corner
And once that's in,
because we've got something really
push
exciting
this down like this.
showing
in
up
order to
today.
open it up a little bit.
Hey, let me bring it up.
Oh, hold on, battery. There we go.
Then opening it up will allow me
What do
to
you
stick.
want? What do you want to tell him?
Normally we do other people's installs. Now we're doing ours. We have our batteries.
Machine screw.
Our batteries on the FedEx truck. That's why we're so pumped.
The back
And
side.
and burner.
Stereo. No idea what that is.
Please.
Okay. But yeah, so we're super excited. Our inverter and 48-volt batteries are here now, and we're super, super excited.
Okay, I'm going to stick the screw in through this side. To open it enough that I can then whoop, take another screw
We're super excited, guys.
and stick
This
it
is
in
gonna be
through the
amazing.
back side.
All right, I'm taking Josh's advice and filming through the box beds so that I don't just stand out there looking like I'm filming crazy stuff. There's our stuff, guys.
I'm so excited. So excited.
I'm super excited. Looks like the boxes are in good condition.
This side.
Yes, they are.
There he goes, taking the dolly out. The pallet is ours,
All
guys.
very fiddly, but it does seem like you can get it to go if you are persistent, and especially if you have a pair of wires and wires have to go on.
Hey guys, so this is the base of our 48 volt
There we go.
system that we're putting in our RV.
So that's through,
Way
and
more
that will
efficient,
pull that
way
down.
cheaper, way better
And
solution.
then we'll put
We need
this
to run very
on
small
here.
cables compared to the 4-aught cables that you get in a 12 volt system. This is my all-in-one. It's a 3 kilowatt inverter. It's an EG4, and these are also EG4
I can't
LLS.
remember which
There's
way I
two
was
48 volt,
angling
100 amp hour
things.
server rack batteries.
Yeah.
So I got these from Signature
Clamp this
Solar,
down.
based in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Had really good interaction with them. This is going to be a very fun build. It's going to be a very easy build.
But that seems to be working. So let's put our
So luckily we're at a
non-locking
location where we
nut
can get
on here.
any kind of packages shipped here, including pallets. So,
Hmm.
this stuff's actually not heavy. This machine right here is 20 pounds. This is a 20-pound all-in-one
Let's see
48
if we
volt
can get this
system.
to...
All right, it's rolling.
All right, we're gonna open up the inverter.
Okay. So that is belt number 2.
The thing I love about this kit is they provide a breaker
Grab 2 of these.
with mounting. They provide
Stick
your
a screw
cables
through
that
the
go
middle
from
immediately.
the inverter straight to your battery.
And then I'm going to...
They provide all of the different communication cables, which is super nice. However, I have 2 special communication cables coming that plug directly into the battery BMS, and they plug directly into my Victron
Clamp this
Servo
down like
GX.
this.
So those 2 cables are coming. They are different than these cables. But these are the cables you use to update the BMS, the firmware, all of that fun stuff. You can connect it to your laptop and do a ton of fun stuff.
Big, bright, and yellow.
Bright and yellow. Make sure I get all these little things out first.
Oh, I should be filming vertical too. Oh. I just have to take it out of the...
Wireless communication.
You're filming.
Loosen this enough to get the screw in.
You're out of frame. That's too bad. That was a good face.
And then
So this is the
I'm gonna
EG4.
adjust
It
these
is bright
pliers
yellow, love it.
until
This is the
I'm only
48 volt.
clamping half of this,
this
so the other
has,
half can go into the slot.
3,000 watt AC output. So this is perfect for any 30 amp RV rig.
I can't
Basically just trying to
And the
lever
nice
this
thing
down
is right
into the
here,
slot.
maximum of 5,000 watts. That's huge. That's huge. So this is the same kind of system. This company's been around for a very long time. This is the same kind of system that you'll put on the outside of your
Something like
house,
that.
or on the
A
outside of your
combination of
cabin,
squeezing and just kind of
or
mashing
your
it down.
tiny house, or whatever you want. This is the system for that.
And
This
then,
is a 3 kilowatt. They make a 6, a 12, and an
I'm gonna
18.
back this
They make
screw
all different
out.
kinds of batteries. But this
And
is
it
the system I
actually
chose
is
for
coming out
RV
pretty-
because it is
pretty
very simple. It
easily.
is literally this piece
And
and
grab
2
another
batteries.
screw.
I connect the cables and I'm done. It's literally going to be,
Start
the install is literally,
threading
it's
in,
gonna take
and
me
I need pull
longer
this one out further.
to refish the 30 amp cable from our RV AC box to this unit than it is for me to install this unit and the 2 batteries, because it's basically set them where they go, screw them in, plug the cables in, and that
And the
system
good
is
news
done.
is that
Yeah,
once you do,
because we're in a travel
once you
trailer, we
have
need to
made
be
some
very
room
careful of our
by
tongue weight, and so we are balancing
putting
our
one
trailer
screw
back
in,
out,
the other one
and
will-
so this inverter and the 2 batteries
it makes
weigh
enough
about
of an opening that the other
230
one
pounds.
will
So that is going to go to the
pull
back
through
of our RV. It's going to be behind the
Give it-
axles, hidden behind a false wall.
finish its
And because of that,
travel.
what's back there currently are my tools and my solar
put
kit.
this
So
on
this
top
is going
here.
back there, and that is going to come and be distributed in the middle, and then a little bit in the tongue. That way our overall weight stays correct. And the great thing about that is I know exactly my percentage of tongue weight and all of that because I got the weight safe hitch.
the slip
And
joint pliers.
as
So,
I put this system in here and start setting it where we go, I'm going to be checking our tongue weight off of the ball and basically going to be able to move things around as I want. That way, once I install it, I'm still going to have the 10 to 11% tongue weight, which is right where I need to be. So another reason to have a weight safe hitch is when you bring things into your RV
so while
and
I
install
will
them,
say that
don't
you
forget you're
probably
adding
could
weight
build
and
this
also your weight distribution, front and
with
back, left
just-
to right. You need to be very, very intentional.
just the
and that one's filming. Go.
Allen
All right,
wrench
so we're
that
going to
came
open
with
up
the
one
kit.
of the batteries. They are identical.
I wouldn't recommend it.
They're identical batteries. They're 48 volt, 100 amp hour. So if you're used to a 12 volt system, basically the equivalent is 12 volts, 800 amp hours.
I'm not quite getting
I'm upside down.
this
I
to
know.
come together close enough that I can.
That's okay.
This is 5,120 watt
screw
hours
everything down.
each.
So let's
And I've got
try
2 of
squeezing
these.
it a little bit.
So it's a lot of watt hours. And then this is all your communication over here. Your CAN bus, your communication, your battery connections, and your communication ports. All your lighting are here, your state of charge and everything. And your screen goes here. But all of this communicates directly. We're gonna get these placed in there nice and easy. And then we're going to connect them together and turn them on so they start charging.
Cool.
Oh, and don't forget,
Okay.
with all of your batteries, not just 48 volt batteries, but 12, 24s, and 48s, you need to make sure all of your, especially
I
if
will
you're
say
connecting
that I
batteries
think
to
these are
parallel
getting a
series,
little
it
bit
doesn't
easier
matter.
as I.
You need to make sure that
As
all
I
your
do each
batteries are
one.
the same voltage within
Not
0.1
easy,
volts of each
But they're
other
easier.
before you connect them together in a bank. Current voltage is 52.72.
So, number 4.
This is basically 54% charged. Alright guys, so we just finished fishing this 10-2. It's a 30 amp cable. We fished it from the AC panel all the way through and then turned the corner and fished it up back here. There's already a pre-made hole here for the water heater. So now we just have to fish a wire from here that goes from here to the power inlet on the outside of the RV, the 30 amp receptacle on the outside of the RV, because the power is going to come in from there, it's going to go into the inverter, and then this cable I just fished, this one, is going to go out from the inverter, and it goes all the way up to the back of our AC panel. And once I opened this space up, I realized how easy it would be to put a tankless water heater in. Don't tell Kelly though. So it is time to finally connect the two cables that I ran that are the 10-2 30 amp. The one that I ran here, I got to turn all the breakers off and swap them. And I'm leaving the original cable in here because when we move to our next rig, I'm going to be able to take this system with me and just rehook everything back up. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to change out the 30 amp receptacle that's on the outside of our RV, and then I will turn the system back on and we will be on 48 volts. It's literally that easy.
My other pliers are maybe a little bit too wide for this job.
My little apprentice over here, my little buddy.
Okay, that seems to be mostly in. I think it may be in enough that I can try to do the force thing on this side. Seated a little bit more on this side. It was seated unevenly, so one side was in a lot better than the other. That's better. That's flatter. And then from that end.
And for right now, we're leaving all the breakers off.
That will hold.
There's no chance for power to come through.
Unlocking nut. Good drop from there.
Talking in the camera, telling it we leave the breakers off right now.
So that I'm just squeezing and also
leave all
holding
the breakers
nut
off
into the slot.
We go do the
enough
inlet
exposed over on this side to be able to turn the screw. Hopefully, it will engage with the nut.
All the breakers stay off, and then we head outside.
Okay. I think we have an end. Just a little bit of the belt sticking out. Okay. So, I apologize in that I said that we were done with section 2 of the instructions, but we really needed to get those belt ends on to be finished with that. So, let's talk about assembling the sled. The sled. So, we've got the sled, we've got 2 motors for doing the Z-axis. We have a shield. We have the linear rods, the linear rod clamps, and I'm sorry, the shield is referred to as the dust cover. So let's see if we can gather together those pieces. Okay. We no longer have anything in this container, so we'll move it out of our way. Here's the dust cover. Here are the stepper motors. Here are the linear rods. Okay. Linear rods as opposed to polynomial rods? Maybe not. Okay. And I'm going to rotate my sled to match what I'm seeing on the instructions.
Breaker off for now, right?
Yes, the breaker is going to stay off. I'm going to turn my system on, and everything should be functional.
Alright.
Alright, so the all the wiring is done, so I'm going to turn my breakers on now.
Okay. And then I need, the last thing I need are
Kelly's
the
gonna
linear
stay here
rod
while I go turn my
clamps.
inverter on.
Oh, that's right. The linear rod clamps.
Going to turn the
are
battery
right here.
BMS
They're
on.
already installed on, but
So
they
they
need
both
to be
should turn
taken
on.
off before you do the linear rods, or at least it makes it a heck of a lot easier, I'm told. So, let us go.
And then I'm going to turn on the breakers on each battery.
We will need the 8 short bolts.
Now I'm going to turn on the actual DC breaker.
Where did those go?
Everything should be on. Now I'm going to turn the inverter on. Little switch under here.
5, 6, 8. Okay. So we're going to attach the stepper motors to the sled. I'm going to use this dust shield as a containment for those, because I'm going to be moving the sled around. And I should probably have taken those off before I flipped that. So, the stepper motors go onto the sled.
Just like that.
It looks like it's these 4 holes, I think.
Just like that, our air conditioner is running off of the battery and inverters. The electric water pump, the lights, everything is running.
Yeah, I think so.
Everything
I think
is running great off of the system. We basically,
There are a lot
the
of
way that
holes on
we've
this
built
sled.
this system and the way that we've built quite a few systems, because that's what people are asking
this
for,
sled. Okay,
is
so-
your RV acts like it's plugged into a power pole all the
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry.
And that's what we
Maybe
did with
not.
our
No,
RV.
I'm in the wrong direction.
So basically,
Stepper
I put
motors
the
go here.
inverter in
Not on these
between the
sides.
30
Okay.
amp inlet
This
in the
is why
RV
we take
and
a
the
minute to
AC
look at the
panel
directions.
that's 30
So,
amps.
looks like this one sits
So
like this.
power
with
comes
the,
in, it goes through the inverter, hits the thing right away.
the
The
cord
battery
going
bank
off
is
in
just
this
power
direction.
storage. It doesn't matter if it's 12 volts, 24s, or 48s. I did 48 because I could pack in
And the
quite
other
a bit
one will
more
go with the cord
and have way
going
less
out
cabling,
in
way
the
smaller
outward
cabling.
direction in,
But all it does is
the
provide
other way.
power
Yeah.
to the inverter. The inverter shoots it out at 120 volts to our AC panel. So there's really no
I'm
difference.
going to need to grab
I don't
my-
have to take the converter, the 12 volt converter out of there. I don't have to do any of that. The RE just thinks it's plugged in all the time. So it's very simple. We've done this on many other builds. We do 12 volt, 24 volt, 48 volt systems. If you guys have any questions, you want some consulting, you want me to help you build a sheet out for your system, or you want me to help you
I'm gonna
install
tighten
your
that
system,
just
or even
enough
troubleshoot the system that you already
to kind of
have.
hold things
Just let me know.
steady,
Let me know down in the comments down below.
but
and
not enough that
that's
it
it
couldn't
for this
move
video,
around
guys.
a little bit.
It's literally that simple.
Because it
We're
may
on to the
yet
next
need to
adventure.
move around a little bit as we
Spend our time in places
try to
we
get
wanna
the
be,
other
or
screws
reasons for us
in.
getting on the road
In
in our
particular,
RV.
I'm looking at this screw hole and saying
Most
that
important for me
is
spend my
not
time
super
with
well lined up.
my wife and my kids.
But I'm hoping it's lined up enough that I can get it
That's why we took
started
off
at
on the
least.
road.
Okay.
I mean, even like here, a lot of people will bring their lunch to Johnson.
Wiggle it a little bit just to make sure that it seats well.
Takes to go back
And,
or get a ride the mile it takes to get back to camp. Have lunch with Kelly and the boys.
Doesn't
We
look
get an hour
like
for it,
these-
so, normally holding the sandwich, eating it while
These bolts
playing
need a
soccer
lot
or
of
football with the boys. Just
torque.
enjoying our time together.
That's
Enjoying the
one.
journey, enjoying the travel days.
And
Of course, enjoying the destinations. That's just
then
a
the
piece
other
of the
one up
RV
here.
puzzle.
It's gonna go kind of like that.
Enjoying
I
the
will
world that's around us. Enjoying the scenery, enjoying
one
nature,
in.
enjoying meeting people that are around us.
And then
It
adjust
is
my
just
alignment a little
lot of
bit.
fun.
And then get the other ones in, and then
point
finally
to change your priorities.
tighten everything down.
And make some big life changes to support that. It really and truly changes everything about the way
These
you
little
live.
bolts are a little bit more fiddly to work with. Just
We're
because
not
they're so
going back
small.
to the other direction. The priorities that we set to put, Kelly and I have set to put each other above, and then
They're certainly a
kids,
lot easier to
so
work
time
with
gets
than
spent
like
on
that.
things
That
gets
few
spent.
times I have done
It doesn't mean we don't do
surgery
things, it
on
doesn't
cell
mean we don't do all
phones,
the rest of the stuff, but we make
replacing
sure that our
batteries,
priorities
replacing
are still our
cracked
priorities.
screens, that kind of stuff.
And
And those
it's
screws,
such a
those
fun
are
life,
tiny.
it's such a different
They
life.
are
I used to do the corporate
really a
stuff.
pain to work with.
I used to do the white collar jobs,
Okay.
the blue collar jobs, I've done them all.
Back to Firefox here.
Huge
And it looks
breath of
like
fresh air.
6 for the regular bolts and nuts
Charging,
attach the
and
dust
we
cover.
recharge our batteries by going this lifestyle. We've been able
Okay, and
to
so the
just
big
be a lot
question
more
with
peaceful,
that
a lot less stress.
is,
And all of that leads to being a lot more happy and joyful.
number one,
Everybody wants to be that.
oops,
So,
let me go back to camera.
those of you that are on the fence,
This
just wanna
looks
encourage
to be
you that
symmetrical,
it is
so
possible.
I don't think I have to worry
It is
much about
possible to
which
do it
way
with
it
a large
goes.
family, and it is possible to do it without spending tons and tons of money. We're going to release a video coming up of how you can do this lifestyle without spending a ton of money, because there's always money to spend on RV stuff and RV parks and RV resorts and doing stuff and all of that, but there's
I wonder
ways
if
to do it
the
where you
television
can
like
do the same
sound
things for a little bit cheaper, or you can do it on discounts.
that
You can do it like, did you know that a 4th grader can get the National Park Pass for free?
sorry,
You don't have
I'm
to
looking
pay
at
the bus
something
ticket, you
else
can do
here
all the national
that
parks,
Russ 870
little things
was
like that. But,
hearing might be my brother-in-law
we're
talking
finishing
to
up
my
this build. We got
wife
one more week here,
upstairs.
and then we got to figure out what we're gonna do next. We got a lot of opportunities. We might
Not
go
all
Maine,
that close to
we might
me
go
in
to
terms
Carolina, we
of
might go to Tennessee.
I'm on one end of the basement
Might go out
and the
to
stairs
Utah.
are on the other,
We
but
haven't
on the
figured
other
that part out
hand,
yet.
they are basically
But
right above
it's
me,
gonna be a
so
lot of
it may
fun.
well be that the
Such an adventure that
sound
we've
is
been on
making its
since
way through
2018.
the
Lots of speed
through
bumps,
the floor.
lots of curveballs, lots of hard times. We're not going to let it get us down. We're not going to let it deter us from the goals and the things we want to do. So, yeah. One of the most valuable things that you have in your life to give is your time. We've been down
Now, one thing I have
for a little
learned
while.
from assembling
We've never done it before, but
things
we
is that you want to keep this covered for as long as you can, because once it does get uncovered, it's much more prone to getting scratched. However, you do not want to try to put the screws, the bolts through it
be a part of the community and giving back and making the
while
community
it's
a better
still
place for
covered,
whatever it
because
is.
the bolts will
And people
basically
end up-
clamp down on that
and that's really what they're looking for, is to
protective
end up.
film,
So,
and you will never get it out
been
from
a lot
underneath
of
those
fun.
bolts without loosening them.
We normally don't make videos
And
on all
so
stuff we
you'll
do,
have to kind of rip
but
it
this
off
one
from
has been
around
super
there,
impactful.
and
We really
usually
enjoyed
it
it.
comes out looking very
Definitely
clean
doing
and
it
stuff like
again
that.
next year.
So
And the year after that, and
I'm going to
everywhere we
cover
go,
all of these
we're
bolts that I
gonna
can
have
with
one,
my hand
and we don't have
and
any
flip it
obligations
over
on solar battery
and take a look.
installs.
Oh, and those
I
are
don't have any
those are
RV
deep,
inspections. I don't have any RV work to do.
2, 3, 4,
and then when
5,
you find
6.
Something to do like this. All
So
the
what
different
I'm
kind
going
of
to
things
do
always
with
end up
these
helping everybody out with their rigs,
Is
helping them
grab an Allen wrench,
solar
put it
or
through and
electrical. I've been doing a lot of electrical,
dropping down
in
onto
RVs
there.
lately, but it's been a lot of fun. But since time is the most valuable thing that you have, where you spend your time says a lot about you as a person. It says a lot about us as people. And so we've chosen to spend our time in places we
And
want to
then
be. That's the
spin
whole reason
this
for
from
us getting on
underneath.
the road in our RV.
And when you're spinning,
This is a little bit
from
different
underneath, of
video,
course, you
but
have to
appreciate you watching till the
essentially
end. Hopefully we
turn
see you on the
things
road. We're on to the next
counterclockwise to
adventure.
unless you are in the UK, in
Hello,
which case you
guys.
must turn it
How's it going?
anti-clockwise.
We are headed to the Daytona
I love
International
the little language
Speedway.
variations there. No shade being thrown at my friends in the UK. It's always fun
I've been
notice
there
the way
before,
that-
so this will be the first time that Kelly and the boys
to,
have been there.
I'm thinking it
And
might
it
have
is
been
a really
Oscar
cool place
Wilde
if
who
you've never been there.
described
But we are going there because they are doing an RV show. So we're going to be there again.
described the
at this
relationship
RV show.
between the
So
United
this will be
States
number 2 RV
as
show for the year.
we are two countries
Same thing as last time.
that
We're
share
gonna
a
be
great
walking
number
through,
of
looking at
things.
stuff.
The greatest
talking
exception to
any
this,
business
however,
partners
is
that we have
language.
there, and expanding our reach business-wise. But while we're there at Daytona International
Or
Speedway, we're going to see if we can't put our toes in the Atlantic Ocean as well
Drop that guy
while
in
we're still
there.
here. And then
Wiggle it around a little
you
bit.
guys know we don't really plan too far ahead travel-wise, so we're waiting to figure out where we're going to be on Monday night. And today is Saturday. We're waiting to
Wrench
get back
onto,
but this is going to be fun today.
onto the
We're
head.
going to do some more RV tours. We're going to have fun today.
And
It's beautiful. It's 72, the sun's shining, and we're in Daytona Beach, Florida.
It really is beautiful here.
Look. Just drop one. Nut in. Use my screw. There we go. And turn. may have made this job a little bit harder for myself by putting all 5 screws in and then flipping it over and trying to hold on to all 5 screws. There are probably better ways to do that. I just didn't want to be flipping it back and forth over and over. But it's possible that might have been easier, to be honest. So, last screw has started to bite already. So at this point, I really can turn it over and finish the screw. Pull it side up. Okay, that's a good step here. Okay, find your 2 linear rod clamps, which I pulled off earlier. Insert linear rods in the 2 openings for them on either side of the sled. A gentle tap with a hammer can help make sure they are fully seated. Press the linear rod clamps in place around each rod, and then secure them with 8 bolts. Tighten these evenly going around in a circle. Okay. Do not over tighten these. They do not need to be excessively tight. Yeah, these.
We're at Daytona International Speedway.
These
We're here for the RV show, but you can hear the cars going by.
Noticed that
That would be a lot of fun, but you can definitely hear them. They're doing tours.
A cat in my way. Hello, Caboose.
They're doing testing
How
or
are you,
something
sir?
here. Maybe they're doing some of the ride
I know
and
you
drive
like
stuff.
to be in the box, but the box is still full of
Love that
parts
sound
for
of a
the
naturally
stack.
aspirated V8. We're going to enjoy that sound while we're
So
walking around the
you're
RV
going to
show.
be pretty limited in your
We're going to do some filming for you guys
access
again.
to the sled for
and,
just a little
hopefully
bit
meet up with
longer.
some more business partners. We'll see you soon. So we went to the RV show.
So I'm going to put
Kind of an
this
RV
rod
show.
in here.
It was basically
and I'm going to move this
basically
up
just
enough.
La Mesa dealership
Hopefully
brought, it looked like
see me
mostly all of
putting
their used inventory to try to sell it at the show, which was
this
a little
rod in
disappointing.
here.
we
And then what I
walked
noticed
through
is that
a
there
bunch of
is
grand
a
designs
slight
that they had there,
taper.
and we were super
these
disappointed how their
clamps.
quality is continuing
So-
to rapidly decline.
Yeah.
They're
Push down
just
on
the
these a little
quality of the
bit
grand
to make
design
sure they're
product
well
now is
seated,
not even
but I think
close
that's
to
all
where
that's
it
really
was.
needed.
Not even as close to
And then
where
I'm
our
going to
trailer
put the
is.
clamp
We're at
down,
Yeah.
and once you
It was,
pull down
honestly,
on
it
it
was super
by
shocking.
first you can
to
give it a little
walk
push,
in
and then
and
eventually you can
Feel like we were
screw
not
it down.
a grand design. Like
And once you
every
do
time
that,
we spent a lot of time
It
walking
will
through grand
tend
designs.
to wedge,
Way
which
back
will
Way back when we were
will
looking,
grab onto
we
those
spent a lot of time
and
looking
keep them
through
from
the
pulling out.
Momentums, the Solitudes, even the Imagines for a little bit. Engines, yeah.
Quality was way higher.
but not too many more.
Quality now is just, it's not even worth looking at it instead of another brand.
It's really disappointing.
Like Grand Design used to be a brand where everybody wanted it because it was super high quality and it was
Let me take a
really
look at
nice
this
and
real
new.
quick.
And now there's no difference between their stuff and
This
everybody else's
onto
on the
my-
market. So
But their prices are still above everybody else's, from what I can see.
the price is still all jacked up. So
Right.
as far as RV shows go, the only RVs that we've seen that would warrant a higher price would be the
Is that
Brinkley's.
the right way to do that?
Maybe
And
Alliance.
I don't
the
think that
Alliances.
is.
Those are the only two where the quality is super high
Because
still.
the
And then of course Lux, but
Doing it
they're
this
not
way,
in the same market.
the
So
nut is not captured,
So yeah, it
and
was
so you
disappointing, but we
basically
did
have to
walk
pull
through.
both. Whereas if I
It was basically a parking lot full of Class C's and Class A's, and we're all
push the
used to
screw
trying to
through
sell
the top,
design so but it was fun to be at the Daytona
then
International Speedway.
flip
We
the
got to
whole
get
thing
cars
over,
racing by, that was fun.
yeah.
Didn't get
and
to
drop
see
the
them,
nut in.
and then we went out. We were gonna go drive on the beach, but the beach is closed because of super
If
high
I was
tide,
smart, I would have already
and the red flags were out. So we didn't get to do
engaged
that.
my Allen wrench.
But-
next time we come through,
The
we'll
screw
try and make
before
that
I
happen.
flipped it over.
Yeah,
but
we're in
this
the
will
area
work.
for
A little while.
we're hoping to be in
Now all I
Florida
have to do
until
is just turn the
April
screw.
or
I don't
May.
have to hold the nut.
So we should be able to scoot back around in all the places that
Okay.
the beaches are
And that
closed.
feels like it's putting just a little bit of pressure on things.
But
And now
we're going
I think
to
I
go
can
back to our foot knocker
do
welcome,
this
and we are going
by
to fill
basically
our water tank.
reaching around
And we're going to go
under.
ahead and hook up and fill our water tank because we are moving in the morning.
Any damage? Doesn't seem to be any damage, so we should be okay. We had a car coming at us, so Jeremy was paying attention to where the car was because this road is not quite 2 lanes instead of what was above us.
Good morning. We left our foot knockers welcome.
I
Right,
noticed
early.
that there is a
8
hole.
a.m.
I've got 4
because we have to
holes
drive
that I'm
to
using
Orlando to get where we're
to
going
hold
next.
down the clamp,
We had
but
such
there is a
blast
5th
there,
hole
we're
right
gonna
in
leave
the
a
center,
review as we always do.
which makes me wonder if the original design for this sled had a provision for tapping that linear rod, that is to say putting a thread on the end of it, so that you could hold it down to the sled, maybe snug it down to the sled
Back
by
to where we were,
screwing it in, and then they decided that was unnecessary. Or it may go the other way around, which is they didn't decide whether it was necessary or not. They just put the hole in the sled so that it was a possibility. But I have seen nothing in the instructions about using that hole, and the
type of people to share when we do stuff like that.
the rod end is not
We're
tapped.
excited to be back towards
I would assume that's
Tampa area because we've got family in that area that we're spending time with. So
Lots of family.
it'll be nice to be close to them again. Not that they wouldn't travel to come see us on the
there's a comment
East Coast,
on Discord.
Florida, but it just makes it easier.
We're on to the next adventure.
I printed one and installed
we
it
don't
on my
sugarcoat
arm
things
with
around
the
here.
belt.
We're not worried about hurting
sure if I
company's
quite,
feelings. We tell the
quite
truth. Your
understand
product
that.
works or it doesn't. And
whether
that's just the way it
they're
is.
Saying
People that are spending their hard-earned money on your products,
they
that's what they
basically
care about.
rebuilt the arm that ate a belt previously in order to prevent it from doing so again, or whether they're saying that they use the advanced.
Alright guys, so we are getting ready to install something that we're super excited about. You want to tell them about it?
So you guys know we travel on the road often.
Belt guard,
and
they still ended up with
Navigation is a big deal, especially with an RV. And this is what is here currently. And this whole unit's going to be changed out for a screen, an entire touch screen. So this will be a fun process. We'll get to it.
If you have screen protector on there, you should be fine. Alright, so
Here's the different pieces on the bottom to choose from.
yeah,
Open these up.
That's L. Thomas 987.
well only one harness is needed, if I remember correctly, for our option.
Here's the adapters for the rear video and the audio.
Hold on, John. Alright, so this one's a blank, whereas this one already has the, you can have this option or this option. You just replace that piece. There. Hold on, John.
It's gonna go there like that, Kelly.
Way different.
That's awesome.
I'm excited.
It's gonna make navigation super easy. It's Android Auto. We're gonna have a link to this. They make them for all makes and model cars, trucks, SUVs. This is a game changer.
It is not an affiliate link, guys. We are not affiliated. This is just something that we
We have a link for
wanted.
them.
We do?
Yeah, we have a link. They gave me one.
Interesting. I didn't know we
Alright.
did.
So here's that. Here's this one. That's that one.
Okay.
So right now we're trying to figure out how this
clarifying question.
center console that's currently in comes
Because
out.
I'm curious. I want to know what their experience was.
You have to take off
Okay.
that section.
We have gotten one
first,
of
'cause this
these
one's behind it.
clamped down, and so we're gonna
That is
try
part of the
and get
unit,
The other one done,
according to this one. There it goes.
according to
Poppin'.
the
Firm. Firm. That's what you got to be.
According to the instructions,
That one does look like it's
that will
screwed in.
complete our preparation.
Unless that's
of
something
this.
different.
I think that screws in. Perhaps.
Poke that through.
No? It might be a separate unit.
I need the harness.
Okay, you got the whole bag there. You want me to pull the video up? Because it says exactly what goes to what, or which one it is. Here.
It's a lot easier to stick a
Jeremy.
bolt or a screw
No,
into a
there's...
hole.
Keep in mind
You're
this is for
actually
all
looking at
models. From like the big, all generation 2s for
Sometimes you
both
don't get that
Tacomas
luxury,
and
but-
Sequoias.
When you do, take advantage of it.
You want me to get the video out? Up. That would be what I would do.
And of
So I know
course
you don't
say
need all
this
of them.
and immediately proceeded to try to do it blind again.
Microphone?
We might should put the windows down in here.
GPS. Ooh, GPS. So I gotta put this up on the roof somewhere.
Interesting.
Possibly. Unless this has GPS, which ours does have GPS.
Okay,
And this is...
I now have 2 linear rods that are
For something.
There is
I
no
think in
directions
here
in
pretty
this kit,
solid.
however.
Dust cover.
They do have
looks pretty
videos on their
good.
website though, because I've watched it.
I'm going to,
Remember,
I
that's
think
how we
I
decided
don't
to
know
get
what
it.
I need to do next. I'm thinking
All right,
there's
guys. So we've
some
got
work
it
that
in.
needs to be done
However,
next on the,
we're pretty certain they sent us the wrong harness for the power because there's some functions that are not currently working. But
on the router. Yes.
I'm really excited.
So I will set
About
aside my sled.
Massive
And we
screen
will-
right here.
So everything
We
is
will,
customizable. I can change
read
the
about
buttons
the-
from the steering
the
wheel and what they do
router.
over here.
So we're
All
going
of
to
these
remove
are
the router
one press,
body
but
from the
also
base.
press and hold.
We won't need the base.
So I can change what they do also.
There's a PCB mounting
right
plate,
now
which is
the
a funky,
rear
spidery
entertainment.
looking kind of.
Right now the rear entertainment audio
printed
doesn't work.
Or looks like a 3D
And
printed
right
contraptions,
now,
probably
the
injection molded like
air
everything else,
conditioner
but,
doesn't work.
anyway, yeah,
So,
we'll get that.
We're here in Florida. It's in the
installed
70s.
on,
So we have an appointment tomorrow with the company.
and
I'm pretty
then
sure
we
they sent
will
us the wrong harness.
grab one of the router clamps and start working
Oh, yeah?
that.
Other than
But
that,
let's
everything's
start
good.
with this part.
Love the big screen. It
So,
already mirrors
so-
Kelly's or my phone.
Body aside,
So
set
that's
aside.
what we wanted it for. However, we
Well-
would like our AC to work.
And the boys would probably like their
And
audio.
I'm going to grab
Yeah.
our
Like it controls it. See,
router.
we can make it go up and down, but it doesn't do anything.
So move around a
The
little
AC
bit.
just doesn't turn on. So
Okay.
hopefully our appointment tomorrow
One
with
router.
their tech guy will answer our questions and figure out
Undo
what
the clamp.
either we did wrong or get us the hardware that we
And
need.
see if that's enough
So.
to allow us to slide it.
Stay tuned.
Not,
Hey guys, so just finished up with the tech from Phoenix Automotive with this brand new beautiful
I purchased
radio
this router
screen.
used off of eBay.
And yes, they did
And
send us
it
the wrong
is
harness. However,
a little sawdusty.
as with all technology,
and it
the
is-
connector does plug into the
it
CAN
still
bus.
has
And so what that means
a-
is a little modification on their side.
a quarter round
If they didn't do it, I
bit
knew how to do it.
installed in
But
it.
I let them do it, and they sent me an updated file, so everything on the system works. So I'm gonna run you through it real quick.
And
Here
I
we go.
have to admit that the
So when
thought
it first
occurs
turns
to
on,
me
I have it set to automatically come up to
that this
navigation.
could possibly
This has its
be
own GPS, its own Wi-Fi
stolen
connection. Yes, all of that stuff is correct. And that's what I've
Unfortunately,
chosen to let it do.
when you're dealing with a marketplace
Now all
like
the AC
eBay,
works.
it's not always possible to tell.
To mess with all of this stuff, and it
Take
all
this
works.
router
Our
and
seat
brush off a
coolers,
little
our
bit of
seat heaters,
the sawdust, just to
where it is,
assembly a
all
little
the
bit
stuff
easier and
works.
cleaner.
That's RPM, speed, all of that
Sit
runs
down
in.
for
We
a
got
moment here.
navigation, car settings, You come into here, if you have a
And also
Toyota
sweep
one,
up this area
on this screen right here,
working surface.
I'm going to tell you the cheat code. It's 3368. Gets you into all of the settings back here. You get to change everything. The boot screen, the calibration, everything can get messed with now. So,
Let's move on. Okay,
don't tell anybody you know the code now.
so we've got the router
To your own system too. So,
and
but anyway, we are connected to Wi-Fi. We have GPS.
this is one of the
This
things
is the whole.
I have to admit,
this
one of
unit
the
itself has Wi-Fi and GPS.
uh,
So it is independent
One of
of
the
Kelly
things
and my
that I
phone, so it
do
can run
not
all our
like
navigation
in
and
the
our phones still
instructions here
function as normal. At any point, we can pair our
switch the
phones to
instructions
the
from
radio
there here.
through Bluetooth, or we can plug it in through one of the 3 USB ports that it has, and
get that
it'll
more
just
in
run
frame.
into Android Auto or CarPlay or anything like that. We love that. That is why we got this for navigation. Because having to look down to see my phone for navigation as we're towing
That'll work.
is not the best option.
It
This
says,
way,
it
it's
says
just
in
right
the
there,
instructions
and it's
that
super
the
easy.
Power cord
if
is
it
down
comes to a
in
point
this
where I
photo.
need fuel, Kelly can immediately jump in
but
there and
the
do it.
only bit-
And I love
bit
it
of the
because it
power
has
cord you can
satellite
see
view in the map.
is actually sticking out up. Now,
Change
this
it over
little
to
yellow
satellite
part
view,
here is part
we
of
only
the
have
power
traffic
cord
on as well.
housing.
But in satellite
So if
view,
we go
she can
back to
find,
camera view,
she can go in
then
and
you
type,
can see that there's a cat there.
fuel,
Hello, Mr. Boost.
and then she
okay,
can
you
zoom
see
in
that here is
and
the,
tell me,
it is down.
you know, hey,
But yeah, it's a little bit confusing.
yes, you can get in the
photo
parking lot and
until
get out of
you
the
look at
parking
it
lot
for a
easy.
little bit
The other thing we
longer.
like about this is it has a hard drive in it.
And so here
So,
is our
I actually have all of my
spidery
apps in here.
looking thing. And
There's
it
actually a
looks like
Google Play
the,
Store. Update all your
It
apps.
looks like maybe it goes on about like that. And I
But
guess
all
it
of
is
the apps
just
are
a
on here.
press fit that kind of snaps
So you can put
in.
on
Yeah,
whatever
each-
you want. I don't have a
let's
bunch
see.
on here because I
Zoom in
don't
on
want
this.
a lot of space taken.
But each one of these little legs,
But,
it's kind of
Yeah,
hard
I mean,
to
it's
see.
great. For
But
music,
they
it
have
works.
just a
For
little
the
bit
car
of
settings, I'm still working on
a lip
this.
to them, attached to
But
them.
there's the rear entertainment
that
system,
engages with
DVD
the,
player, all of that stuff.
uh,
And in here, once we start driving,
with
it starts
the-
calculating the
with
average
the
speed,
slots
the
in here.
range, all of that stuff.
so
Tells you fuel
basically
consumption,
gotta
and it
snap
does it
this
by
into
trip,
place.
which is
I
super
heard a click
nice.
There, that's good.
This is where you can mess with the radio, mess with the fading, the volumes, all of that stuff. I haven't hooked this up yet. This is TPMS, and this will read the car's
We're gonna try a little
TPMS
bit
as
of
well
tapping.
as the trailer's TPMS, and it'll put it all on one screen for me. So as soon as I get that set up, my TPMS over there will disappear. But this is where you can mess with all of your settings for the car. It'll auto lock the doors by speed. It'll do it if you check it from park, and you just pick what you like. You get to choose, you know, if you're linking the AC and the
I don't know if I
gas.
have a collar wrench for this.
You can change the ambient
So,
colors of all your
for the
lights
moment
in the
at least.
car. If they're LEDs,
Just gonna
you can
use
change the ambient
this.
lights of this. You can change the color of all those LEDs. You can mess with your radar, which is the sonar in here, and you can mess with the settings on that. You can change all of your steering wheel buttons, and then this is where your key fob comes in. You can allow things and turn things off.
I
And then
wanna do
this,
that with
once
this
we
off,
actually
it'll get off
once we
right
actually
now, so I'm
drive,
going to
this
go
will
ahead and
all calibrate, and it will work, which you guys know we love off-roading. So
okay.
yeah, other
That
than
looks like
that,
that
we
did better.
I mean, it's just super
One
nice.
star
Everything
looks
is
like
in
it's
here:
not
location,
engaged.
security. I mean, this is a
little
great
more here.
great system, and we love it. But and the other thing that I like about this screen is at any point you can push the camera button, and you see your rear view camera. You don't even have to be in reverse. See, I'm not in reverse, and I can check on the rear view camera. This has a hard drive. It's 256 gig hard drive. I can load it up with movies and music and everything, and it'll all play from this screen. And the other thing that we've done in here, it's kind of related to this, not related to that, but as far as the rear entertainment goes,
yeah, you really have to push
we
this
actually
in a lot farther than
have plugged in
you're
a
basically pushing
Roku.
it until
There's a Roku right here.
all the parts.
This is a Roku. Oh, come
The
on.
bigger parts here are flush
Come on.
with the,
See,
the
we got a
surface of
Roku
the
sitting here.
router.
It's plugged in right here.
And it looks like
And
there
with
is
that,
some flex
the
in
boys,
this whole thing.
On travel days, if we do long
So-
travel days, they have something
Yeah.
to do after it gets to that point. If
Okay.
you travel with kids, you know that each kid is different, and you only get
I
so
think
much
that's
amount
good
of
for that
time
now.
in the car. We have tons of snacks and we play a lot of
Fortunately, I
games
do
in the
not have
car
the
with
240 volt
music,
version
we
of the
laugh,
router,
we
so I
have
don't
fun
have
and
to
tell
worry
jokes,
about
make
the
up
fit
jokes,
issue that some folks are
and just
into.
enjoy where we're at.
Okay,
But
we are now
if you
moving
have
on
kids, you all know at some
to-
point you need a good distraction, and so that's
we are
what
now
that
moving
is
on to
for
the part
us.
about the router clamp.
If we ever have to do big long travel days, or
and as you can see
we're
on
doing the
this
same route
diagram,
again or
there's
stuff
this
like
kind of
that, that's what we
wishbone-y
use it
shaped
for,
piece
and we love it.
which
It's,
holds the clamp together.
the
as
inverter in
part
this
of that.
Sequoia is always running
So
when the car is started,
basically are gonna
so there's
pull that
always
out
power there.
and
And
then
yeah.
wrap the clamp around
love the new
router,
system.
and then put the wedge back in and put bolts in
Absolutely
to
love the
secure
new
it.
system. Love that everything is movable. Everything is fixable. I'm still adjusting the home screen because I want this music bar to
Okay,
be
there's a
gone.
notch on the clamp
And,
that faces the power cord. Okay.
Instead of these being analog gauges, I'd rather them be digital, just up here
That
digitally.
sounds
But
pretty
other
good.
than that, everything works. Everything functions.
Okay.
You get to go in here and mess
And I
with
guess you're just
everything.
basically putting a
Everything
screw
here is
into
mess.
plastic,
You can mess
so
with
it's
it.
not going to be a really, really
Like I
tight
said, we
fit,
got 256 gigs.
You're not gonna.
I'm just trying
You're
to
not gonna torque it hard.
do whatever.
Okay, so
You
let's
can
grab this clamp
Plug in
here.
tons of stuff in
And
here.
yeah, if you just kind of
You can mess with the sound, the amplifier, the sub, all of that stuff is in here. Everything in
and
here you
then-
can mess with. You see, I have mine set to auto start on navigation,
Lock nuts, and they specifically
so that when the
call
car
out the
turns
lock
on, it
nuts.
automatically goes to the navigation
And
screen.
we're
You
going
don't have to
insert
have that on.
those.
You can mute the
in
audio
here.
while reversing. I mean, you can mess with all of this stuff. You can do the sound mixing, steering wheel settings.
Very good.
You can come in here and you can change any one of the steering
And
wheel
then we're
buttons
going to
that are over here on the steering wheel. You can change what they do over here. That way it just makes it a little bit
This guy
easier
on its-
and a little more
on
convenient.
its head. I'm going to point this.
Let's see, and then you can set your default navigation app.
Point this
For
way,
us, we use Google Maps.
and
If
Start to
Garmin ever
slide
comes
it
out with
down.
something, we'll use that. But this is that little secret screen. And here
I'm
you
going
can,
to
if you have 360 cameras, if you plugged into the OBD, you turn it on or off to get all your
maybe
vehicle
doing
settings
this
and be able to mess
backwards,
with
and then I
all
think
of your lights and
technically I'm supposed to
locking and
first
unlocking
put that
functions and
wedge
stuff
on
like
and
that.
Then start to slide it down a little bit. But
You get to mess with everything in here.
it seems to be working okay. And then
So everything in here you can fix. In here the car's the 07 and 22 Toyota Sequoia. You get to choose all your stuff in here of what you are.
and just turn it long enough
Super nice.
so I can tell.
And you
that
can
I've
even go through
made-
the original agreement, and you can mess with all of this stuff too. You can turn the radar on and off. This is where they sent me that file. I did the
enough
cam
contact to
box
engage.
upgrade. But I
The
mean,
idea
you can turn
being
the
that
lights
you
on the
don't wanna
doors
tighten
on
the
and
wedge
off.
yet.
I mean, you can do
But you also don't
everything,
want
everything
your-
here.
Your
And then here's your
nut.
location, your security, your find your
out
update,
like
find
you
your
just did.
device.
And it's
This is like a
backwards,
low
so
tech, low jack.
This is going bad. It's back about here.
But yeah, here in your location, you can choose everything that's
Okay.
on location. And then this date and time, it just pulls it down and it automatically switches time zones for you. So no more messing with the clock. Really enjoy it. We'll show you how we use it running down the road in one of our next couple videos. It was one of those things where we're going to be using it all the time and we wanted it a certain way. It's the same thing as everybody else. When you're traveling and when you're towing, you like things a certain way, and if you can get something that makes it easier to do it that certain way that you like it, it's worth doing it. It's the same reason we got the way safe hitch. We don't white knuckle drive. I'll drive with one hand while we're running down the interstate, and semis are going by us, we're passing semis. Like, it's an easy experience towing with that way safe hitch. So just things like that make it easy for us. Same reason I upgraded the LEDs in the front.
Okay.
For the headlights and fog lights, I did the switchbacks.
Felt it bite.
The reverse lights are the super bright LEDs. It's just things that make traveling easier and more convenient. We do it same as you guys and everybody else, but yeah, we got some more stuff coming. We are in talks with a potential big partner, and it's going to be exciting if this goes through. But yeah, we are super excited about what that means, and we have some big news coming. Very big news coming. And we're excited about moving forward from where we have been, and excited to share that with you guys. I hope I didn't bore you. If you have any questions about the radio, they make it for all different makes and models and years. So I'll tell you whatever you want to know about it, good or bad, like I always do, because we don't sugarcoat things around here. We're not worried about hurting people's feelings or companies' feelings. We tell the truth. Your product works or it doesn't. And that's just the way it is. People that are spending their hard-earned money on your products, that's what they care about. So, yeah, that's it for this video. We're on to the next adventure. Alright, so this is my second way safe hitch that we have. This is one that is a 6-inch drop or rise. It's a 2-inch. You can get it with a 2.5.
Bottoms out, question mark. Okay, you probably can't see all of that, but I've got the notes, so I will provide that as feedback.
We put in either a 2 5/16
I'm assuming that the answer is
yes. The way that works is this little pin goes right in here.
Tighten the clamp
down. You put the numbers so you can read it.
And I was wrong about the other thing.
And it slides in just like that, and it goes flat underneath. It's countersunk. So now this will slide right on there.
Sorry, screwing into plastic.
But this is the cool part. This is why it works. Is that right there is the scale. That's the weigh gauge. That corresponds directly to this gauge. And I like it because now you put this in here. You lock this in.
Let me read the. Yeah, tighten the two bolts.
Now you put it on here, and it slides. You get your supplied lock, which is all keyed alike, but you lock it in there, and it locks in like
next,
that.
We're going to collect the 8 pieces, which now you have in my sorter. We're going to stack 2 and use an Allen wrench to guide nuts into the 3 recesses
when you're towing a regular trailer, you can move your weight on your trailer.
Instead of lock nuts here
forward
because I find
or backwards, depending on you want 10 to 15% of tongue weight.
Then add a bolt from the other side.
Because in the campground,
like to thread the bolts in from
got
the
a lot
bottom
of people in here that have trailers and they have no idea what they're in place.
That makes a lot of sense to
slid
me.
this in the trucks, put this under the RV, and we read the gauge. And that has been super helpful for the ones that do have weight distribution.
So
for the ones that don't, it's still really good to know because, as you know, on our weight distribution hitch, we have the gauge. All right, so this is our weight safe hitch. This is the middle weight, and I have a 2-inch shank, and I have the 2 5/16 ball. I use white lithium grease.
I kind of expected
that's
these
what that
to
is.
nest
So
a little bit, but
don't worry about that.
Apparently not.
Gauge is currently sitting at 0. Yes, I do have anti-rattle on here.
The instructions here.
And I have metal in here because I haven't been to a welding shop to have them
it doesn't
add a
say
little
it
bit of material to the hitch. Because if they do that, then I don't need the anti-rattle.
This here.
So, anyway, back to what we're doing. So I got the weight bars in. What we're going to do is drop the hitch
Sorry, I got some
onto
kind of message or
the ball.
something.
And you're gonna watch the gauge move.
Okay. Not related to what we're doing right now.
So right here on the gauge right now, you can read it.
Okay.
It says
So the way
exactly
this works is that these are
850.
going to go together.
And that's because I
End to
didn't
end like
empty the
this.
kitchen galley gray tank. And so it says 850, but there it says
Ditch
800.
these two locking
So,
nuts.
Now that we have our number,
And I'm going to
we go ahead
need-
and send it back up so we can put the bars on.
about that many nuts. Hopefully that's about right.
And you do it just enough to get your bars on. And put your pins in. Make sure you put your locking pin in.
About that many screws.
I'll do
And
the
that
other
counts
side.
for pretty good.
Put this bar. And do the
Stick a nut through here.
pin. And the locking pin underneath it.
Already lost it, but that's okay.
Whoop.
It ended in more or less the right place.
And now
Poke this on here.
we'll go ahead and retract it and we'll let the bars do their work.
I'm hoping that that nut will stay in place. It does look like it's kind of in a nut-shaped recess, so it probably will. But we will find out.
And there. Nope, come on, focus. There it is. Just right where we want to be. Now, if I have more weight on the tongue, which I do right now, then I would adjust this and rotate it this way, and that gauge would go down.
Okay, yeah, I think we're
If I
engaging.
rotate this clockwise, then this gauge will go up. So that
Not a lot
So
of
that is purely dependent
material
on
to
your
be,
truck and your trailer setup. But for us, our trailer is very light. This is very easy to set up. I love it because we
I have
boondock,
lost
so
one.
every single time we hook up, like right now I have water in my
with this
kitchen
little
tank,
so there we go. Okay.
and that puts nose
Now we're
weight
going again.
and tongue weight on the trailer. And so I get to make an adjustment if we were moving right now. If there's no weight in the kitchen gray tank, but there's weight in the rear black and the rear gray from showering and from the
In
black
this
tank,
case, I'm going to actually tighten
then
this
that's going to
down
make the
far
nose a lot lighter,
for the
so I
simple
can make an
reason
adjustment,
that
put more weight down.
just by
So
holding the
I
outside
love this
edges,
system.
I
It
can
is very,
place
very
it
easy to set
pretty
up.
nicely.
It's very, very easy to use. That's the biggest thing, is you actually it's very easy to use. It's not like
It
a lot of the other
is.
systems that a lot of other people have around here. We got to take apart the entire hitch and add washers and the right width washers and all of that. There's none of that, so it's very easy to use. So you're actually going to use it every single time, which is really nice.
In
and
this case, I think it
the
lines,
hitch is
it holds
really,
everything
really
lined
good
up
with sway. Like,
is
we
more
do not get
important
pushed around by semi trucks.
than trying to
We
leave
do
a
not get
bunch of
blown all
slack
over the road in the
because
wind.
it's misaligned
It is
and
not
needs
white
to-
knuckle driving.
needs to be
I
aligned.
actually can drive with just one hand, and one
I
hand
think
on the very
I'm
bottom of the
vindicated
steering
by
wheel.
fact
It
that the
is
second screw
that
going
easy
in
to
very
tow with this
nicely
hitch.
here.
I absolutely love it. Everybody else that's here around me in the campground loves it and has used my other waist-safe hitch, which is just a regular waist-safe hitch that I showed you
Drop it
earlier.
in,
They've all checked the tongue weights of all their trailers.
it
It's
lines
pretty
up
funny.
nicely.
And 4 or
Grab a
5 of
screw.
them realized that their weight distribution hitches that they had weren't set up
Slide it in
correctly
from
by the
below.
dealer. Best thing to do for peace of mind is just get one of these and be done with it.
And even though it
But
raises
yeah,
the
even if
nut
you
up
don't
pretty
have that
far,
and you want to keep your weight distribution hitch, buy the
the
second
nut still seems to
weight-
be kind of captured
buy
by
the second
the
waist
shape
safe
of
hitch
the-
and know your
the well
tongue
that
weights
it is
of your
in.
RV, of your enclosed
And so
trailers, your other trailers that you drive all the
I'm
time.
able
Know what your
to
tongue weight is, because it's really important. And
tighten that,
setting your trailer with your tongue weight up properly
even
means
having
that you're
lifted
going to
the
have
screw
an
up pretty
excellent
high.
drive.
Okay.
And so
And here
we
have
get to
one
spend
assembly.
time and I get to spend time enjoying the drive instead of white knuckling it, worrying about watching the mirrors all the time, watching the cars and everything else that's coming through. So
Get fancy
I
with
love
it.
this hitch, and we have a link down below for you guys. We love the hitch a lot and highly recommend it. You guys know that we don't recommend stuff that we don't use and that we haven't used for a long time. So this hitch we've had long enough to do a official review like this.
There we go.
And I absolutely love the hitch.
I'm going to see if I
Every
can
piece
get
and part about
fancy
it,
with this and
we can actually stand behind this hitch and
put
recommend it.
everything
It's
in
excellent.
place.
And knowing your tongue weight is a huge deal, especially in the RV industry. Our travel trailer sits perfectly level when we're towing,
This may be the
and our
questionable
Sequoia
move here.
sits
because
perfectly
how
level
am I
when we're
gonna
towing.
hold these
So we're
screws
perfectly level, both the
in
vehicle and the
place?
RV. That's it for this video. If you
Why?
see us on the road, say hi. If you see us in a
when I
campground,
put
you want to check
thing
this
upside
out,
down or whatever
I've
I
been
do
doing
to
it here,
try to
so
put the
just
two
let me know.
ends together.
Otherwise,
Don't really have a plan for
we'll
that.
we'll catch you guys on the road or in the next video. We're on to the next adventure.
Hey guys, so we're here at the Tampa RV show. We got a couple companies that reached out to us because they want to put their products on our rig.
These two are going to drop out.
So I'm getting ready to go do some product installs. They're going to be doing video. I'm going to see if I can do some video too. But we're going to have a good time.
And I lost contact with my screw again.
Alright guys, we're in our rig. We're here with the RV AC silencer.
Turning the wrong way.
They're going to put their unit on our AC. We have the Furrion, and it's going to make it quieter, which is a big deal. And this small of a rig, it already makes a lot of noise, but having it quieter would be nice. But it fixes the airflow. That way it kind of makes it a chute, and it also fixes a lot of the issues with the internals in there of making it very efficient. So they're going to do the install. I'm going to try to get some video, but I'm definitely going to let you hear the... Right now I'm standing right under it, and this is for a reference of how loud it is while I'm right here on the phone. I'm going to talk at the same volume after they install it, and it'll be an easy comparison.
So this was really interesting to not be the person doing the videoing and not being the person on video doing the install. This videographer was very good. He took all his light samples, all his audio samples. It was quite an experience to watch him work. So basically what they're doing is you have to take the AC apart and you have to clean it, and then there is a divider inside the AC units that divide the intake from the outtake, or the hot side from the cold side. And ours is plastic and foam, and so they had to do quite a bit of tape with heat tape to get it to seal off from each other, and that makes such a huge difference in our AC unit now. Our AC actually runs way less, as well as being way quieter.
Hey guys, so I am standing under the new AC unit from AC Silencer. This is what it sounds like while I'm talking in a normal volume, and this is the comparison. I'll play it side by side with the earlier clip or right after the earlier clip. Right now I'm standing right under it, and this is for a reference of how loud it is while I'm right here on the phone. That way we can all notice the difference. But we've had it for 2 or 3 days now, and we are super happy with it.
The nut has turned cockeyed here. In this case, I think the screw has moved far enough up so that I'm not reaching it with the nut moved up. It got jammed up there, so I'm going to have to push it down a little bit. There we go. Okay. And now we can go through and tighten all three.
It was a lot of fun working with these guys on the install. That's it for this video. We're on to the next adventure. Alright guys, this is the
assembly number
Discovery
2
LXE,
completed.
the 44 FB from Fleetwood.
Drop a nut, push it flat, grab a screw, get it
This is
wiggled
good
into
for
place.
6 people. Plenty of space. Immediately, you got the bunk up here that comes down, but it's not too low for your head. That's nice. Couch folds out to a bed. You can put 2 there. Recliners. TV behind. There's actually a booth dinette. We could actually fit all 6 of us there. Kitchen, big sink, drawer dishwasher, big deal.
That's not flat.
Big residential
There we
fridge.
go.
You have a half bath here, so when you're underway, this is the bathroom you use.
Screw.
Big bed, big king bed. They hide the washer and dryer down here. It's washer and dryer
Into
separate,
place.
not the. They're actually Whirlpool. They're Whirlpool separates. They're not the.
Get it engaged.
Those aren't the combo ones, so those are good.
Grab a nut.
Full
Drop it
bath,
in.
big
push it flat.
tall shower, another macerator
Loose
toilet.
it.
2 bunks back here
Push it
with
flat
tons
again.
of storage back here. Tons and
Grab a
tons
screw.
and tons of storage. All over the place. You got your own
Lose the
blinds
screw.
and windows, and you got your own storage down here
Screw.
too.
Find that one later.
Nice flooring. So this would definitely work
Repeat
for a
my
family of
mistake.
6.
There it goes. Maybe it's just registering. It's a little cold out still. Alright guys, so we are in Mobile, Alabama currently. Just came from Kiln, Mississippi.
We were in Corpus Christi,
Oh.
Texas earlier. We are headed to the Tampa RV show.
Yeah, this is our first time getting to go. We've been on the road for just over 3 years now, and we've been wanting to go to the show for since before we were on the road.
Don't know what that's
So we're
about.
finally getting to do it, which we're excited about. But yeah, so we're getting ready to go
Got one of them.
Because we're about to go into a tunnel
12 o'clock.
under the Mobile Bay. This is wild.
under the Mobile Bay.
Under the bay.
And 4 o'clock.
I don't know if we go under the towers. I don't think so. I think we just go under the water.
And then
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Under the bay, under the water.
I don't actually know where it starts going under things, but
Yes,
yeah.
If
we're
I was doing a lot
actually going
more
underwater.
of
Here's
these,
the
like for
beginning of the tunnel,
example,
and it goes straight
say I
down.
were offering a service where I will build your
Not yet.
Maslow for you, or something
Not
like
yet.
that, then I would definitely
there.
develop
Big old pothole.
some jigs, some tools to
Yep. We are
help
underwater currently.
hold things in place while you put the screws up in and things like that. But for the number of times we need to
Well,
do
we're already out
this,
from underneath the water,
it's
guys.
not that big a deal.
So, we're fine. Like I said, already out.
We come out of the tunnel and straight onto the bridge.
Okay.
Battleship should be there, right?
I don't see it yet. There it is. Over there.
Battleship.
I don't know if you can see it on the camera. But it's right
there.
That is engaged. 4 o'clock.
There's a battleship. Let's see. Right there. There's a battleship.
You definitely want to come back to Mobile and go to that battleship museum.
I was
Yeah.
just starting to see what I was doing.
Every
It'll be
time-
a lot of fun.
Every time we
And
come
then I
through
hit a
here,
wall.
we're
Okay,
passing
you,
through.
I
We
understand.
never think to make plans to
I
stop
need to
here.
hit a different kind of wall, and that
But
is
we will.
that while I'm really close to having
Headed
this.
to the RV Super Show. We are super excited because we're going
Overall, I
to meet up
think
with a couple
I've made a lot of
manufacturers
progress here.
here. We're also going to meet up with a couple companies that we work with already. And most importantly, the reason we've been wanting to come to one of these big shows is RV Super Show is the biggest, so they have the biggest selection. So we get to show all of you families that are bigger than 4,
Can't tell if I
that have
am
5 or more people in your
properly
family.
engaged or
that
not.
They do make RVs that you can fit in without having to make the couch and the dinette every single day.
Yeah, that's
they
our goal.
actually make
Apparently
RVs
not.
that sleep 8 to 10.
Hello, you.
We're gonna find all of those, whether they're Class A's, Super C's, C's, travel trailers, fifth wheels, whatever they are. We're gonna be
Donnie. Oh.
There we go.
whatever they are. We're gonna be able to find them and video them
Close
for you and show you guys that
My
you can do this as a big
nut
family,
is
and it's a lot of fun.
kind of tilting
Yeah.
all directions.
For sure.
so
We love watching RV tours, so
back
we're gonna
this off
definitely
just
be
a
taking
little
as many
bit.
of those while
Maybe,
we're here
no.
to share with you guys.
Do that.
We'll probably, as many as we can, we will go ahead and film those
down.
and get them out to you as quickly as possible.
Who knows? If we see you at the show,
Say hi.
we love meeting you guys at these shows and talking to you guys.
This one is giving me trouble. Okay. That's it. I am now officially mad at it. Because it knocked my nut loose. Okay, so let's try that again. Drop the nut in here. Gotta get it flat.
That's it for this video. We're going to pick up when we're boondocking and headed directly into the RV Super Show. We're so excited. We'll see you guys there. We're on to the next adventure.
Okay. You are ejected from the game. Sorry.
So we are at Lake Corpus Christi State Park. We are walking around because it's sunshine today. It poured rain yesterday
Straighten it out.
and last night, so today we're going to get out. We're going to walk on their floating pier and walk around the campground.
Not really sure here. I've got a few more steps to go to assemble everything. But I've also been at this for 6 hours. So I'm seriously debating whether I'm going to complete this or have a second session. with malevolent forces
Neither am I.
working against me. Who would I be talking about there? Okay, I'm finally engaged on that second one. I don't know why that was so hard, but it was. So I'm going to drop the third knot.
So we are walking to the Mesquite camping area of Lake Corpus
Wiggle
Christi.
it down.
This is where we spent most of our camping time over here when we had Blaze, because we didn't ever have to plug in. So because we're doing the install, we're in the water electric sites until Sunday, the day before we start the install on Monday. And then Monday we're moving to a full hookup spot right next to the rig that we're doing the install in. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, we're going over here to Mesquite to see if our rig will actually fit over here.
That's a good thing.
If I remember correctly, I think there is 2 sites for sure, and there might be a 3rd or 4th site. We're just gonna go look. Plus, it's a good long walk for us to get our steps in, and there is a playground over here, so we'll see.
She doesn't care about what kind of attention it is. It can be knuckles rubbing against her head, and that's fine. She's perfectly okay with that. So I thought there was one more of these that still needed to tighten down. Okay, there we go. 3. Okay, so this is a cap. Okay, put you down here.
Alright guys, so we just finished this solar install. It is a big install.
Instructions here and see
for a fifth
where
wheel.
we need to go here.
This couple is just getting ready to start boondocking. They were asking for 3 to 5 days, so keep that in mind. The system is custom built for them.
And 2 of the
We did build it for them to be able to take it with
Just
them
made
when they
the
move to a
uprights,
new
so
rig,
those are
whenever that
in your
happens.
hand.
But we also built it to fit their needs now and to be expandable.
What we're
if
going
they
to do
catch
with
the
them, we're
boondocking
going to
bug,
slide
which
the
most people do.
linear bearing
So,
into each of these, and we'll bolt
we
the
have the
uprights to the clamp.
30
The
amp,
uprights with
it's
the
12
linear
volt,
bearings
30
will fit
amp,
into the
isolated DC
recesses
to DC
onto
charger. I like the
arms
isolated because then you don't have to run that
on
3rd wire.
the right.
When it sees the correct voltage, it starts. When it doesn't see voltage, it turns off, so it doesn't drain your truck battery. They have twin 100 volt 50 amp smart solar chargers. They are on the network, so they are synchronized, and that is really cool. They have the Multi
Not
Plus
sure if
2.
I'm
It's a
following
12
that
volt
completely.
3000
Bolt the uprights to the
watt,
clamp.
120
Get that.
amp.
The
It is
uprights
the
with
Multi
the
Plus
linear
2, so
bearings
it's the
will fit
inverter,
into
charger, all the
recesses
stuff.
in 2 of the
And to make
arms.
that communicate, we use this little VE bus smart
Note
dongle,
that the 2
so that makes
uprights with the
it
linear
be on the
bearings
network
go
with
to the
everything.
left and right of the power cord.
You know we love to use the Lynx distributor, keeps everything nice and tidy.
Left
We
and right
absolutely
because the
love that.
power cord comes straight out.
And
But then there's
then
another one of these where
We have
the
a smart
the
shunt
geometry
down
of
here.
things is obscured by the body of it, so it's kind of hard to
And
tell. But
the smart
So,
shunt is the source of
there's
truth.
basically, where the power cord is, there's
and that
one
is
that
also
is lined
connected
right up
to the
with
network,
the power
so
cord.
everything
there's
is
one that's
communicating and is
opposite
doing
the
very
power
well.
cord, and then there's
They
2
have
that are left
2
and right of the power cord at 90 degrees.
of the GC3
So,
heated, because they're going to be boondocking.
So yeah,
So these are the heated ones.
That's a thing. Okay.
and that
And
gives
those
them
linear
540
bearings,
total
I'm
amp
still trying to
hours.
figure out.
And we've just been sitting here watching the numbers all
I'm
day. They look
thinking that
really
the linear
good.
bearings are going to go on
And
both sides.
Now we'll go up on the
of
roof
these
and talk about the
uprights.
roof. But yeah,
Let me
super clean
take
build.
it one more step
They still
here.
have the
These uprights
entire
go
other
placed with
side
bolts. Gather the four
up
arms
here
that
on
we
the
built
fifth wheel.
previously and stack those.
So there's plenty of room to
Um,
add more batteries. They can always move the spare tire underneath if they get that little thing. And we can put in another 3-4 batteries easily up here. And when we move that spare tire, there's plenty of room for more solar charge controllers. If they
Okay.
move to a dually,
Yeah,
we
I'm
can
pretty
add an
confident I'm
additional DC to
understanding
DC
this.
isolated to get 60 amps while they're driving.
I might
There's plenty of room up here.
go and suggest
It was tight during the install. A lot of bending.
each end
and,
of those two uprights.
my
So we're
back
not
does hurt a
really
little bit,
using.
but it's the way it goes.
Yeah,
on
we're
these.
using 4 linear
gonna take
bearings
you up
and
top
2
and we're gonna look at
uprights,
the solar.
and the linear bearings go in both ends.
Alright
Okay.
guys, it is
I
kind of
am
windy,
following this.
but we're up here on the
It
roof.
just took me a minute to
You can see
confirm
that
what
we
I already
have
suspected.
6
Hello, kitty.
200-watt panels.
Yes, you are cat.
We have them
Okay.
run all in
So
parallel.
linear bearings
and
are
that
way up
is on
here.
purpose.
Let's grab 2 of them.
Each of the cells in the panels are all
We're gonna
parallel,
drop
and
one
all the
in
panels
here.
are parallel, and they're all parallel going
It
in.
looks like they don't go all the way in, and that's fine.
That is the most efficient way to boondock
We're gonna grab
when you're
one
moving around.
here,
If you're stationary,
and we'll push it down, and they
then
go
we
in
can have a
farther than I
conversation
thought
about
they did,
series. But
they-
for now,
yeah, you can see
they have
they
plenty of
don't go
room
all the way in. They stick
for more
out
panels.
just a little more than the line that's on them, but
So
yeah, they go in fairly far.
later on, they have the ability to add
2 more linear
6 or 7
bearings.
more of the same panels, and then we can start piecing in smaller panels if we need to. But yeah,
One there.
this is a great
One there.
system. This will hold them for
Push the whole assembly down.
around 5 days.
Snug them in
And
a
then the
little
truck has
further.
a DC to DC charger in it.
And then the linear
So it's
bearings
basically
are
a
going to
30
go
amp
left
generator.
and right
Whenever they're driving.
of the power
So
cord.
they're going to be super happy with this.
Okay.
We're super happy with this.
That all makes sense to me.
If you're interested,
Time to
we do
grab
consulting
some
for the system you want or the system you already have.
nuts.
We talk to you on purpose about
5,
how you want to travel, because that's why we build systems that don't all look the same. We make sure that your system
11,
fits your needs, and
12,
we'll help you with it, we'll consult with it, and then we'll even do the install if you want us to.
and
But
some bolts.
that's it for this one, guys. We're on to the next adventure.
4,
So one of our favorite meals that we eat as a family is tacos. One of the reasons we like it is because you can make it so many ways. This is traditional tacos, just ground beef and Spanish rice.
12,
So
and then we're going
Hey
to
guys, hope you're doing well. We just left
drop some nuts into the
McKinney Falls State Park, just in South Austin,
Already.
Texas.
I've already failed with a nut on this one. Actually, I have to shove it pretty hard to get it back out. Okay. So we'll try it again.
And we really like that
Stab
place.
the nut,
The sites are really nice. There's lots of grass.
drop it into place.
There's walking paths
Stab
to
the
go
nut.
to the upper and lower falls, as well as huge
Drop
picnic
it into
areas.
place.
I can bike on the pathway also. It was just a really
Stab the
nice
nut.
park. It was super
And
easy to get in and out of.
Place.
yeah.
We like it a lot. But
The bolt.
while we were there, we set up our weight safe middleweight weight distribution hitch.
Yep.
We've also set up our LevelMate Pro, and we checked and tightened up everything on the roof rack and the bikes.
Okay.
So we're going to show you
So
all
first
the
thing I'm
new
going to say
products we have.
is find a small
Walk
something.
through each one of them.
Yeah, we're pretty
that you
excited
can
about all 3 of them. They're definitely
put your
game
router
changers
on
for
top
us.
of,
Having the bikes on top of the car is
And that will give you just
means that
enough
the bikes are not inside the trailer. We're not bringing bugs
clearance
and
underneath
debris
it
and all the stuff in,
that
and
you
then we
can
also
put
don't have to
your-
climb over them. The weight distribution
your,
hitch we've already
Allen
noticed a
wrench
huge difference. Looking
in
forward
and
to
be able to turn it and all of that.
weighing again to make sure of all the numbers and all the things, but
The thing I like the most about the weight distribution hitch, and I'll talk about it further when we're outside next to it, is it has a gauge. So you know what your tongue weight is, and then you can adjust the bolts and change your distributed weight, which
which is huge. There is no other hitch on the market that does this, which means because we travel full time and we're always boondocking, and sometimes we have water in the tank, sometimes we don't, sometimes we have water in this tank and that tank, sometimes we have 2 to 3 weeks of food, sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
Every single time we're getting ready to tow, I get to make the very quick minor adjustments to the hitch to make sure we're set up perfectly every single time. And I absolutely love that about the hitch.
It's fun,
Really
John.
nice.
As far as sway goes, I would say 99% of the sway's gone. Like we're in super high wind right now and it's not doing it. Someone's trying to buy us, it's not moving it.
I am live right now.
The only time we've noticed anything at all, and it was minor, was when a box truck went by.
Yeah, it's only the box trucks. When box trucks go by, they push a lot of air.
I don't know if y'all have noticed that, but we sure have.
It's just the box trucks. It's not semis. So it's a little weird. But that's been that way since we had King Leo's. So
Yeah, for sure.
we'll see you in a little bit when we go through everything.
Yeah, we're excited to share a lot more with you guys.
Hey guys, so this is Pearl, our
These are
second
actually
gen Sequoia.
trickier than I expected
We just
because
got done putting a
the
Victory 4x4 rack on top. It is full
Um,
length and it does bolt down in all 3 positions. And then immediately we put all 7 of our bikes up there. Yes, there's
The
7
bolts have to
because
go
Jeffrey's
through
in
these pretty
transition
far.
between his 12-inch and the 20-inch. He's just
so
barely
the bolts will
not
push
confident enough on the 20-inch,
the
but he is very much too big for the 12-inch. So that's why there's 7 for now.
the
We're just
nuts
waiting for
out
that
of
transition to
their-
happen. It is nice and paved here,
their
and I don't
seats.
see any of the sandburrs or
and when they're
anything.
no longer
There's a
seated,
good chance
then
we'll get
they
the
will
bikes out
spin
while we're here.
freely and not tighten.
But other than that,
So you kind of have to
we
put
love
a
it.
finger
So
on
another thing that I talked to you guys about is the front LED lights. This is
To
the
get them to
first
stay
thing
in
I do on
place.
every one of our new vehicles. However, finally, we get to change. So they're LED low beams, LED high beams, and LED fog lights. However, my fog lights are pretty special.
to make the actual tightening.
They
a
go
little bit
from
easier.
white,
even
to
if
amber,
that did dislodge
and then
from
they
the
could go
lights.
back. So at any point it's raining, snowing, foggy, I can turn them on to amber.
Okay.
And at any point where it's just dark, I can turn them back on to white. Absolutely love it. It is so nice to finally be able to have those. I wish these were available when we had the 4Runner. And they're not the super expensive ones that you got to buy from all the aftermarket light companies and all of that. These are just regular LED bulbs that you go in the factory places, and I absolutely love it. One of the
Some
things
new
we loved about our
activity on
4Runner when we
Discord
first
here.
got it is the back window went down.
Uh,
This window in the Sequoia, it does go down. It does work
Lawrence
for now.
is
So for now we're using it, and
has
we have
appeared
a
on the
huge trunk in the
Discord.
back of the Sequoia. There's actually nothing in there but our morph plate and just a couple of tiny tools in case we
I
need them.
believe that indicates that Ron has
So
joined the
this
Discord
is
for
the
the first
Way-Safe
time, but I could be wrong.
True Toe middleweight weight distribution hitch. I absolutely love that it has a gauge. The reason that I like this is this will actually tell you your tongue weight. So the way that you set this up is you set your trailer down on the ball with no bars, and it tells you what your tongue weight is. You need to know what that is because it needs to be at least 10 to 15% of the trailer. Now our trailer is 7,000 pounds maximum, so 10% of that would be 700 pounds of tongue weight. You're at 750 pounds tongue weight. Now the weight distribution is
Okay.
nice because then you hook it on the ball and you lift it back up so you can place the bars. You put the bars on there and then you reset it down. And when you do that through the Way-Safe app, you actually put in your numbers and you do a couple measurements from the hitch to your center of your rear axle of your tow vehicle, from the hitch to the mounting point on your travel trailer where the bars go, and then you go from here on these bars to the center of your tandem axle. And you pump those measurements in there along with your original tongue weight, and it gives you the weight that you should see on the gauge to distribute it back forward to the front axle. And so you loosen this nut right here, and then you turn this, and you turn it clockwise to go up and anti-clockwise to go down in the numbers. And so then that number that it tells you is the number you're looking for on the gauge. And so for us, we're looking at between 1600 and 1750 distributed weight. And so we spin this until we hit that number, and what that does is that turns this ball backwards. But because the bars are pushing up, it's pushing the whole car. It's a whole pivot. It's pushing the whole car forward, so that your weight is going back to the front axle
into a T-wrench.
And then because we have the automatic rear leveling, I lock out the airbags at normal ride height, which is what you have to be at on the interstate. It automatically goes there. So I set that at normal and I hit manual to lock it out. Then I do all of the hitch. I put the ball on, I get the tongue weight, and I do the bars, and I do my distributed weight, and I can adjust that for every single time that we travel. This is very simple, because sometimes we're boondocking and now we have water in the front kitchen tank, or we have water in the back gray or the back black tank, and you want to be able to have a good tow. This is the hitch to do it, because you can adjust it every single time very easily, because there's a gauge right here. There's no guessing, there's no washers, there's no taking the hitch apart to put washers in it. None of that garbage. You just get to spin the bolt, and it tows like a dream. We've been towing with this for a little bit, and the sway control is unbelievable, and I just have these torqued to 65 foot-pounds, so that's not even as high as I could go for sway control. So I absolutely love it. They also they have a adapter kit that's supposed to give you a regular hitch, and it says on their website that it works with this one. Well, they're incorrect. And it only works with the heavyweight weight distribution hitch, and this is the middle weight. If you have the heavyweight, you can use the adapter kit to make it a regular hitch as well, and it's the same shank, which is what I wanted. But that's the way it goes. But other than that, if you want a weight distribution hitch and you full time and you boondock and your weight is always changing, because sometimes your freshwater goes to the front tank, sometimes it goes to the rear, this is the hitch to get, because you can adjust it every single time. It is so fast, so easy. It's just spinning a bolt and watching the gauge. It's very, very easy. We love it and highly recommend this hitch. So the next thing we got is a combination of your phone and a single device that you put in the trailer, and it is the Level Mate Pro, and that is a huge game changer for us, because we like to be able to pull in, easily level, and know that it's at zeros and then go. So this is our setup. We're perfect zeros right now. What they want you to do is they want you to measure the width from outside tire to outside tire on your RV, and then they want to know from the
I'm going to double check my
tip of the tongue here, or from the
I think
tongue jack, from the center of the tongue jack back to the rear axle, to the center of the rear axle, to the center of the tongue jack. They're the two measurements that it wants. And then in the app it tells you which way the label is facing. Forward, backwards, driver side, passenger side. Now on ours is passenger side, and I hit it underneath the side of my bed, and it plugs directly into our Blue Eddy, and so that means that it always has power. I never have to worry about changing the battery or anything, because the Blue Eddy will always run. And then you level your trailer left to right, front to back, get perfect zeros, and then you hit set level, and you're done. It is literally that easy. I'll show you where I installed it. So this right here is where I installed it, right here by the bed. Right here by the bed is where I installed it. It is perfectly level. So this is the Level Mate Pro Plus, which comes with a USB micro, and that plugs directly right here to the Blue Eddy. And that always is running, so we will always have power going to that Level Mate Pro, so we don't have to worry about changing the little battery or anything like that ever. It's just always going to run. And that makes it super, super easy to know which side we're putting the wedges on, or if we're putting them on the front or the back. It makes it very, very easy to do that and see that while I'm sitting in the driver's seat. and the boys can help me very easily by just telling them, put them in front of these tires, or those tires, or the front tires, or the back tires, and then on the other ones, they just set the chocks. And that makes leveling so much faster when you get to a campsite. We're really excited about that piece too. One of the other things that we have that we just have never gotten around to doing is putting a GoPro mount on the top center of the RV. It gives an incredible picture, and because it's the Max, it gives a 360. So while we're driving, you guys are going to enjoy some incredible views. Plus, I think it's really cool that you're up above and you get to see the car moving with the bikes on it, and driving and moving and dipping and all that. I think that's really cool to see. But either way, we're going to start dumping a ton of that footage in, because the wind isn't always friendly for us to fly the drone while we're driving. The other thing we want to talk about is our LEDs under the trailer. And they're just two super cheap kits that we put together, and they're underneath the trailer.
Stay seated.
But what they do is they outline the entire trailer, the front and the back. And the reason that's important is we use red LEDs at night, and they're critter lights, and they truly do work. They keep all the critters out of our rig. And we haven't had any critters in our rig. But one huge pro of why we bought these ones is these also turn white. And I can crank them up. That way at night, if I have to back into a site, or if we're just driving up an OHV road, I can crank them on and it is daylight under the rig and to the sides of the rig. I can see every pothole, I can see every tree, I can see everything. So it makes it very easy for Kelly to help me back up. All she has to do is watch the rear of the rig and the top of the rig, and I can see everything about driving and backing up very easily. And so we love that. Sorry about the plane noise, but the boys love the colors. These lights will sync through Bluetooth to a music player, and they will dance, and they will change colors, and they will do all the fun stuff. We don't do that at a campground. Don't be that people. Don't be those kind of RVers. But when we're out in the middle of nowhere and there's nobody around us, we turn them on. And if you come park next to us when those lights are already on, that's on you. But while we're in campgrounds, we leave them red. Unless we're coming in late at night, we'll turn them on to white. That way we can quickly see, quickly set up, turn them off, turn them back to red, and we're done. Red doesn't bother anybody. The last thing we will talk about are the tires. These are Westlake's. These are the originals, and the tread is about down to 1/3, and we've had no issue with these. We've run TPMS on these tires from day one. I check the air pressure in these tires every single time we stop. I make sure they're set at exactly 65 in the morning when they're cold, and I check them every time we stop for gas. We stop for the boys to pee, or we get a snack or anything like that. I check them every single time. We've had no issues. They're wearing perfectly. All four of them were wearing perfectly. And while we haven't had any issue with these, I am not going to replace them with Westlake's. I am going to move to either the Maxis or the Saloons or the Carlisles. Now if you have any of those tires, let me know. That way I can benefit from your guys' knowledge, just like I did on the weight distribution hitch and other things like that. You know, we share information back and forth, we help each other out. So it has been a incredible week, lots of work to do. We are here in Lake Corpus Christi. We're getting ready to do a solar and battery install, which we are super excited about. We are super excited for the clients to have it. The clients are excited. We get just as excited as the clients do every time we do an install, because it is such a huge deal and game changer to be able to not have to plug in, which means you don't have to pay the highest prices in the campground unless you choose to. It also gives you the ability to boondock and be out in the middle of nowhere and just relax. So we're excited about that. We're gonna do some laps. We're gonna do some family stuff, some family adventures. Kelly's gonna be doing some cooking. More videos on those. We know you guys love those videos of a family of 6 can actually cook with an RV kitchen and an RV oven. It works, and we have all the same meals that we had from home. She makes bread and rolls and breadsticks.
Oh, that is
Everything.
definitely
It's not difficult. You just have to make a little bit of
Started.
adjustments and have the right gear to do so.
So I'm gonna move
Yeah,
on to the next
we'll
one.
see you guys soon. Hopefully we see you on the road. We're on to the next adventure.
And this next one feels very much like it is cross-threaded. So we'll back it off. Try again. Go, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey guys,
All right.
today's adventure, we are going outside in the snow and we are going to go sledding. It's snowing here. It's 2 days before Christmas. This is going to be a blast.
That's still.
Man, the slopes are beautiful and it's snowing. Check this out. See you in a little bit.
Ready? Steady? Go! You're still going towards the tree. You went the wrong way.
I'm going to try one more time. If it's not. Any more problems with it, I may just assume
Hello.
that the nut has.
Hey, snowman.
Sometimes when you cross thread them, if you do it hard enough, then they establish essentially a new bad groove in them, and then it's very hard to ever screw them on straight. But it looks like this one's finally
Steady, go!
I don't think I permanently destroyed it.
What happened?
But there are times when you just have
Alright,
to say,
hop
okay,
on. Pick your feet up.
this nut is toast. Tossed in the bin. Okay. Get the third nut. I actually ran the second nut all the way. Pretty much to completion because I
Go.
wanted to make sure that it was going to get there. I do not know if I
What are you
engaged
doing, little man?
in the bolt or not. I guess I am. Okay.
Snowballs are being thrown at me. Lots of them.
This is an awkward angle. I'm right up against the power cord.
Ready, set, go! Get your feet in.
Oh yeah, that's completely wrong. Okay.
How was that?
I hit the foot.
You hit the foot brake. Be steady, go. Go, little butt. What do you think? Did you get snow in your face?
Okay. What this live stream could use is a second person on here to provide color commentary.
Steffi, you're gonna get run
Try
over
to
if
make
you
it
stay
a
there.
little bit more interesting. Okay. The floor uprights are now installed. So we are now ready to go on to the next steps. which includes
trick. Go ahead.
gathering the 4 arm assemblies that we put together earlier, plus the router assembly we just finished. And then we're going to slide the arms on the router in order. When viewed from the top of the router with the power cord down, the first arm that slides on should point up and to the left. The second should be down and to
doing,
the right.
Debbie?
The third should be up
Are you
and to the
doing
right. And
snowballs?
the final one should be down and to the left. The problem with these instructions is that you're probably not going to do it that way. You're probably going to have the, when viewed from the bottom of the router with the power cord down, just because it's easier that way. But, so we'll give it a try here. We'll try translating that as we go. So, let me switch our feed here. Okay. So we're going to grab an arm. No, we're not going to grab that one because it's kind of covered by another one. So we'll grab this one. So
We made it back to Texas.
the first arm that slides should go up and to the left, but since we're flipped over, it should go up and to the right by our standards.
You'll see that starting in the next video.
Flip it back over,
We made
it'll
it
be
to
up and to the
Texas.
left.
The sunset's going to be beautiful.
The second one should be
And then we're going to be
down
back to our RV
and
after
to the
we collect all
right,
our stuff
which
in
means
the
down
morning.
and to the left.
And then we'll head back to our RV.
So it's
I hope you
basically
enjoyed our time in
opposite.
Colorado, and we are on to the next adventure.
The third one should be up and to the right, which we want to call up and to the left. And it is nice. These things do kind of drop right into place and feel like they're almost nesting. So the final one should be, quote, down and to the left, which is really down to the right from our perspective. Okay, that looks good. I'm having a hard time with the video that they show, because it looks like in the video they show the power cord is essentially to the right in the video. I'm going to switch modes again here. So if we look at this video here, and to be honest, I'd love to zoom in on it, if I could, or something. It's going to be kind of hard to do. Okay, so we'll start here. Like I say, I think the power cord is over here to the right, which is not convenient at all. And with the power cord to the right, he's doing first down and to the left, then up and to the right, which is kind of opposite what I did.
Good morning, guys.
And then up and to the
So
left
we
and down
are-
and to the right.
We
Okay.
just stayed at
So I'm gonna
Mustang
undo
Island
this and
State
try
Park
to do it
in
his
Texas.
way.
And I gotta say, we were pretty disappointed. Everybody says Mustang Island is supposed to be one of the
So,
better parts
what we're
of
gonna
Texas,
do
and I don't know that I would agree
Is
with that.
down and to the left, then up and to the right, and then down and to the right, and then up and to the left.
Well, as you guys know, on the last time we got on a ferry, within an hour, the transmission in Black Betty blew up. So, naturally today, we're going to
So
bust
according to
that
the
down and
video,
go
I believe that's
south. We're gonna
right.
ride the ferry.
Down and to the left,
So we'll see how this one goes.
and then wait a minute, up and to yeah, down and to the left. Up. What? One.
No, or not.
Two. The video, I think, only shows 3 of them being put on. So, up and to the right first. Ah, darn it.
So this ferry is
Right
quite
the
a
first
bit
time.
smaller than the last ferry. On this one, it is so small that they actually have us with our RV straddling 2 lanes,
Yeah.
Oh,
and they even have a dually.
and the last
that are-
one
a
is
couple
up and to
dualies
the
that are
left.
next to us are straddling a lane as well.
Okay. I'm
There
going
we go.
So let me switch back to live view, and here it is.
There you go.
With the
Oh,
cat,
we
of
definitely
course.
hit the dock.
Okay.
So we knew it was going to be a
back
little
to
bit
the
bumpy docking with the
instructions.
amount of wind and waves and stuff. But that actually wasn't bad. We actually did bump the
Okay.
dock. and
Next,
we
remove
raised
the
it out of
2
here.
lead screw nuts and the Z-axis stepper motors attached to the sled. So to do that, we're going to need to go back to the sled. The lead screw nuts will bolt into the second router clamp like this. That has a longer side and a shorter side. The direction is not critical, but I put the longer side down as shown in the picture, which is upside down, okay. Nuts and bolts to the clamping wedge. The lower clamp, the same as on the upper clamp, okay.
Look out,
Oh.
Dad.
So they wanted me to go super slow because we
Oh
were
my
seriously
goodness,
rocking
this
the
is
boat.
awesome.
Okay, so let's go live with that.
Look at that boat.
Okay, so start by grabbing and pulling these nuts here.
It's still being built. There.
We are going into Goose Island. This is the last little bridge before we head in.
And these are opposite the here. They look like they're gonna drop right in. Yeah, like that. Oh, those are not going in here. I'm sorry. That's my problem. I need to grab the other clamp. Never mind. Okay. That clamp out from underneath your butt. Maybe better. And so. I have managed to go back like 2 pages.
So we
somehow.
are here at Youth Island. Jeremy's getting ready to back up.
So
we're gonna take those,
Jackson
route
has
them
the walkie-talkie job.
into there with
And
bolts
see how
running
this
through
goes.
them. Okay. And unlike just about everything else we've done here,
Alrighty.
these
Check level.
plastic pieces
electrical on this side of electrical on this side of the campground is
here,
over here in the
for
gazebo.
the
Yeah, and the other
So
stepper motors.
we're not entirely certain how
These are
we're
threaded.
going
to do this.
to do this because I'm.
And the
Where do you
plastic
want to put the
itself
RV?
is
You're gonna pull
threaded
forward?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it right.
just relying
Okay.
on a through hole, and
So yeah,
I mean, I'm sure
The,
there will still be a nut
campsite's on-
involved, but
the not water side of the campground, your electrical's on the wrong side of the RV. Unless you pull in opposite, like you pull in forward into the site instead of backing in. So that's interesting. Hopefully we can make our power cord stretch. Let's see if in this position we can make it go all the way to the back, because our power, as you know, is on the other side of the trailer, all the way at the back. And still be able to plug in. But as you can see, it's tight. This is why people have extra lengths of power cable, because sometimes you can't always make it. This is the first time I think we've had a concern though. So the boys are going to do their jobs for getting the trailer set up.
I think I'm beginning to see how
and
this works.
then we're gonna go
I
take a
haven't done it wrong. Okay.
So for leveling, we use this app.
On level.
Checking it right
I
now.
thought it was kind of funny to be putting.
This is the leveler app. Here, I'll talk.
No, this is my job. Go away.
So this
The
is the
first part
leveler
should
app.
the screw goes
That
through being
nose is
threaded.
level right
And I
now.
was kind of, my instinct was right on that. That's not how it works. The other thing is that I'm noting that the okay. So we stick that through there.
All right, Jeffy, those go in front of the tires.
Hey.
Yep, in front of the tires.
Here.
Yep, other one.
This one goes here.
All the way in behind the tire, or in front of the tire, yeah. All right, good job. Now walk away.
Come on, buddy.
Hold on.
Backwards.
That's not straight. Okay, now you can go.
Pull forward.
Forward.
I know we did a lot of alignment.
Get your foot out of there, please.
Say, if there's a little bit of slop in the box a little bit, we don't know because
All right.
it's not really the position of the nut in that axis or around that axis. It's that it's nice and flat to the clamp.
So, guys, we are here at Goose
Grab
Island.
the other
We're
lead
set
screw
up.
nut.
We're about ready to go
Understand
explore.
this a little bit better. Okay. So this is finally making more sense to me. together
We're on to the next
that we
picture.
won't be able to take. We won't be able to put
Yep,
this
we're
down.
going.
It'll be basically
Good
sitting
morning.
on top of
This
the lead
is a
screws.
travel day.
And until we actually run those second motors, it won't come down any farther.
So, what we do on travel days, we drain the black tank and flush it. We also drain the rear gray, and because we have a second connection for now, we then go and drain the front gray, which is the galley for the kitchen. Alright, so a lot of people are asking what we do for our black flush hose, and it's our old freshwater 0G hose, which we love,
We don't need
but
the sled.
I have a single on-off right here,
We're gonna
so
come
I can
back
control the water
to
right
this
at
here.
the dump place, because the handle for dumping is right here, and the inlet that goes into the RV for the black tank flusher is right there. So I have a backflow valve right here. So this hose is technically still good for clean water because nothing passes this brass elbow right here. So that backflow valve is what I do. And of course I have a 90 degree so the hose hangs vertically. The other thing we do is we fill our freshwater tank. And because we boondock so much, we travel with a full tank of fresh.
Grab nuts for these.
And yes, we have gone across the cat scale, so we do know that we're within our numbers to do so. We're going to show you what Kelly and each of the boys do, because each of the boys do have a responsibility that they love doing on travel days.
All right, Josh. So what's your job?
So it's my job to run the stabilizer.
Take this apart in place. You don't have to play around with this in place. Squeeze, lift, eject nut. Slide back in place.
Finish what I'm doing. You come and get the box, buddy?
And that is how my job is done.
So the noise you hear, so this is actually a Milwaukee drill. Most of them have this. So there is two functions here. There is the drill where it doesn't stop, which we do not use, and the noise you heard is this. It's called a clutch.
So
And I
wanna
set
do
the
this,
clutch.
and I'm
That way,
guessing
as soon as there's pressure on the stabilizers, it stops, because you don't want to lift your trailer with the stabilizer jacks. They're just a stabilizer.
this.
So that's the noise. So I'll let you see it. I'll hold this, I'll pull the trigger, and you'll hear the clutch.
Snapping those into place.
That's the noise
there.
you hear. It's important that you
These into
use one with a
place
clutch, because
here.
otherwise you can damage your equipment.
All right, Jeffrey. Get your box.
And then so the notch in the clamp. Lines up with the yellow button on the router. I don't even see the yellow button on the
My
router
job
anymore.
is to block
I've already done
and
that.
chunks.
And that's important.
And that's important. So, if you don't do it, the tray won't want it to move. My job is to get 30-amp fuse, getting it out of the drawer,
The yellow
putting it
button.
into the tongue jack.
So Johnny's job is a 30 amp fuse that goes to the tongue jack to make it operational. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, why do you take that out? Well,
we have young kids and we race around outside and
It does rotate.
accidentally the little
which is
buttons
how
get
it's supposed
bumped
to
to
work.
turn that light on or
But where the heck was that
check up
yellow
or down.
button?
And that's really
I know it was in
dangerous
here
if you already
somewhere.
have your stabilizers down. So his job is very important. He finds the 30 amp fuse that we put in a very specific place every single time. It gets put back in the fuse holder, and that turns the tongue jack on basically. And then he knows he's not allowed to do it until the stabilizers are up. And then it's his job to run it up high enough and to back me straight under it.
I run the walkie-talkies, so I am the spotter.
Oh, okay.
I help Dad back up because he can't see everything,
Kind of,
and we
understand
don't
now
want to
here.
yell because we don't want to
There's
disturb
the-
anyone else
there's
in
the
the
notch
campground
and the
who
yellow
hasn't
button.
woken up yet.
so I
so,
had it kind of 180
I'm the
degrees
spotter,
around.
And I
This
help
is
Dad
different
go
on
around
this side than it is on
back
the other
up.
side, or on the top side,
hit
that
something.
is.
I just help. And you can just forward or backwards, and you can go. Dad's gonna get the two locks off.
Ah, it's snugly
As you
here.
can see, he's doing that right now.
Oh, I see. It doesn't go on as snugly here because I don't still have it supported by something here, and so it was trying to support itself on the motors. Okay. Yeah, reach up here and get to the button. I get it. Okay. Very good. I'm starting to kind of piece that together. And tighten the bolts to lock the clamp in place. Then bolt it to the uprights like before. Okay. Get this down in position. And then we do these clamps.
So one of the last things I do is I make sure the propane bottles are turned off. Then I come over here. This is our TPMS from Tire Minder. And I have it to be just an alligator clip, that way it doesn't drain the battery. Plug that in so the green light turns on. There we go. So all my TPMS is ready to go. And then I go around and make sure everything is
I have to
closed.
say,
So another thing that we do on travel days is I take
this
down our
is a little
internet. I will do a video on this soon
be
because
challenging
if
at
you've watched
times
our
to
last internet
understand
videos, this is very simple.
what's being
This is
instructed,
one
but
device. It is Wi-Fi
this is-
6, and it allows me to connect 3 internet sources in to the router. It's $100. It's literally that small, and I love it.
This is not a normal occurrence for travel day. We do not have a roof rack that can hold all of our bikes right now. They are sitting here inside the trailer. As soon as we get the new roof rack, we will be moving the bikes to the top of Pearl. Alright guys, so everybody is outside getting into Pearl, and I am going through my final checklist. In the shower, we keep our laundry. The dehumidifier goes down here, and hoses and freshwater stuff always goes in the shower because it goes right back up when we get to the next spot. Or it stays there because we aren't going to be using the shower if we're not on hookups. The soap for the sink goes in the sink. Because the bikes are right here, the kitchen table is in the boys' bunks. Before we leave, I make sure to change it to fan from cool, just in case we're not plugged in when I go to turn this back on. Turn that off completely. Turn off the water pump, or the heater, water heater, the water pump, and the main lights, bedroom light. And, oh, before I do that, we have to secure our bedroom door. Jeremy had to make a fix with that because it got stripped out. And he also had to move the door stopper down here because it was about an inch over, and this door would just fling back and forth and back and forth. So
well, this can be a little bit
we had to make a few changes. Those are a couple. I think that's everything. Oh, behind the TV. I need to unplug behind the TV as well. But I'm not going to film that because I can't climb over these bikes and do it at the same time. But everything in the trailer is good to go. All right. Everything is ready to go. Bathroom door is not latched. See, this is why you double check. So it's my job to make sure that the trailer is locked. Really, really, really want to switch to the RV keypad lock. Just haven't made time to do that yet. Steps up. Let's see if I can do this one-handed.
No clearance here.
Not likely.
I'm able to get it past the collar.
And even though Jeremy has already gone around and done his check, I also go around and make sure that everything is locked up. So Jeremy is pulling the power right now. I'm gonna open this cabinet back up for him so that he can put that away. So we are good to go as soon as I go and lock the underpass storage on the driver's side. And then I am going to check the lights real fast before we head out. All right, here's the back of the trailer.
There it goes, okay.
All are good. Left blinker's good. Right blinker's good.
Radio check.
Brakes are good. All right. So that's it. We're on our way.
At this point we are.
So since we just got Pearl, I haven't had a chance to get a new specifically sized cable yet, but I plug in the USB here and it comes over. It's out of the way of all my gauges. And this is our TPMS.
One thing that I didn't show is I already checked all my tire pressures. I do that early and try to do it before the sun comes up so the pressures are correct.
The interference with the collet, and it's just a little bit more difficult to hold on to the nut when it's back in the back like this. And I'm not doing a great
Another
job,
reason why I stay
of
outside of the vehicle as Jeremy pulls out
positioning
the
this such that you can see me working.
sound. We're looking for grinding,
But I apologize.
dragging, anything along those sorts.
Just getting to feel out how she tows. In Pearl, where it has airbags in the back for the automatic vehicle leveling. So it bounces a little bit more. And it's more of a riding on a couch or riding on a cloud. We're getting ready to order the weight-safe middleweight weight distribution hitch. Because the trailer is only 7,000 pounds, we are going to do the middleweight. If you're over 8,500 pounds, you're supposed to move up to the heavyweight. We're going to get the weight distribution hitch, mostly because it's long overdue. If you're towing a travel trailer, you really need to have a weight distribution hitch. Really looking forward to getting that. I'll show you guys the setup.
I just noted that
how well it works
stated
and how
that when
it
putting this
transfers
clamp
weight
on,
from the rear axle to
you
the
might
front.
not want to use lock nuts.
So you know we're going to be cat
the
scaling
clamp. I
before
did
and after
that
for you.
with
So
lock
far so
nuts,
good.
But I didn't really expect to take these off, and also I can admit, they're a little bit harder to take the lock nuts off, but I don't find them to be all that terrible. So, spinning my wheels, so to speak. Specifically, the nut was spinning, unseated just a little bit. And that was all it needed.
It would help if I didn't have the lens cap on. Hey guys, so we have made it to Mustang Island. This is our stop for tonight. We are only here for one night, and then we are backtracking a little bit to Goose Island. But we are gonna go set the trailer up and find some place to walk. And check this place out, because we've never actually been to Mustang Island before. So this is a new park for us.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Sorry?
I'm not over here.
it's basically just a parking lot. So there's not really anything thrilling about the campground, but I'm guessing you don't come here for the campground, you come here for the beach.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean you can see it's basically just you can just see it's just a parking lot.
Basically, you park on either side of this one big driveway, and there's
There we
gazebos
go. I think
with
we are
picnic
now
tables, and that's it.
threaded.
That's it for this week. On to the next adventure.
Alright guys, so we've been really bad at picking the camera up, but we are at the Toyota dealership. Yesterday, as we were driving through Texas, our transmission blew up. So we are
And
in Texas, and we have found a vehicle that we are trading in Black
one
Betty for
more.
a beautiful white Sequoia. So we're working on names right now. Let us know if you have any suggestions.
Guys, we are in
I'm sure there's copyright on that, so I won't go
Victoria,
any farther.
Texas, and we are kind
Look
of
at
stuck
these,
here.
the final nutcase.
We were leaving the Boulevard Peninsula. We took the ferry. Everything was good. Driving down the road, and then all of a sudden, bam. Transmission in the 4Runner said, "We're done. We're out." We made a decision that Black Betty didn't owe us anything anymore. We started this adventure with Black Betty. Black Betty transformed when we needed her to. She became a 4-wheel drive rig. She became a 4-wheel drive tow rig. And we
Okay.
put over
that's good.
134,000 miles on Black Betty. Just so happened to be in Point Comfort, Texas. Two gentlemen stopped on the side of the road.
Okay, it looks like our
One
next
had a buddy who
step
had a flatbed, so he came and got Black
is
Betty.
going to
So
be-
we traded Black Betty in for
I'm going to take a moment here and see if I can.
a white second gen Toyota Sequoia. And it has the 5.7 liter V8 in it. And it is 4-wheel drive. It is not full-time 4-wheel drive, so we're going to get better life out of these tires. So it's 2-wheel drive with selectable 4-wheel drive.
gonna
It
be-
still has the center diff
It's
lock.
going to be difficult to remove. I think.
It has the airbags in the back,
It may help.
so it's an auto
when I get
leveling,
my
so it never squats,
piece in
which
here.
is really nice. However, it can be very deceiving. Just like a bunch of other people that have airbags on their rear axle,
Okay.
it's very deceiving. You can still be over on your
Next
numbers
step,
if
as
you're
I
not
understand it, will
escaping,
be
but it
in
doesn't
another
look like
direction.
it. It seats 7 people in this one.
So I'm gonna
It is a
flip this guy
platinum,
over.
so there's a bunch of stuff in there that makes road trips nice and easy, especially with 4
Let's take
boys
a
in
look
the
at
back.
the instructions.
The big thing is all the boys have a lot more leg room in the back, which was a big thing that we were looking for, is they were growing out of the 3rd row of the 4Runner and we needed to do something. This gives us plenty more room in the back,
Okay.
gives us plenty more room in the middle. It is time
for
Place
us
the
to
main
figure
controller
out
board on top of the
a
router
weight
and plug
distribution
in 4
hitch.
motors.
Now, I'm
Okay.
not worried about sway
Main controller board.
because we have the trailer balanced very, very, very well. And seeing how much weight we can transfer from the rear back to the front. Because when we first scaled
We'll
the
not be needing
Sequoia,
this quite yet, but soon.
it's planted very well. When we hooked shadow on it and ran it over the scale, we lost weight pushing down on the front axle, and we gained a bunch of weight on the rear axle. And so what I would like to do, and the whole point of a weight distribution hitch, is to take the weight that you moved to the rear with the trailer and redistribute as much as you can back to the front axle. That's very important. Multiple reasons. It's safe. That's where your bigger brakes on your vehicle are in the front. That's your steering axle. Also, if you ever travel at night, you're not blinding people and getting lights flashed at you all the time. Weight distribution hitches. I know a bunch of you guys out there have them. So help me out
Place
with
it on there
brands and
plug
how well you like
in
them, and brands and the ones that you didn't like
before
because you've used it.
motors.
I'm only willing to listen to people with experience with the
Okay.
actual hitch. Good or bad, doesn't
So I
matter.
suggest that
If
this
you've had it,
one-
Tell me the good, tell me the bad. Because that is the direction that I am going. We are going to do a weight distribution hitch first,
Look at that.
and we're going to go from there. And at that point,
Okay.
we'll purge out of the
Moves
trailer if we
there.
have to. We'll move stuff from the nose back. But this
one,
trailer has two 3,500-pound axles. So the limit on this trailer is 7,000 pounds. Now, while we're not there,
slightly narrower
because
one.
we don't really have tons of stuff,
This one.
we want to make sure that we have room to add a full tank of fresh water. And we have to account, because you guys know we like to boondock, we have to be able to count for at least half full tanks of both grays and the black, and those are all 40-gallon tanks. And then we need to be able to account for our 52 gallons
And this
of fresh
one.
water. And we need to run all those numbers and see if that's even doable, or if we have to be really, really diligent with
Goes
emptying
to
our
here.
tanks,
I did not
or if we can
use
only
any
run with a
electrostatic
half full
protection here, so
fresh
hopefully I didn't
tank.
break anything.
So
And I also
we're going
did
to start with a
not
weight distribution hitch.
change my
We're going to purge
camera
stuff out of the
view
trailer
here.
anyways,
You
because
can see that
well,
I now have
we've had it since
wires
January, and you know how it
going to
goes. You
each
start to
of
accumulate
these four
things.
connectors
Got to
here.
figure out a roof
There are
rack
two
for the
wider
bikes.
connectors
It looks
on
like
the
the
edge here
only
that
one that's
I
worth it
did
right
not
now is the
touch
Victory
because
4x4 rack.
they don't appear
We've
to
already
be the
got all
same
of the
thing.
bike stands, as you saw on
Going
Black
back
Betty. Need to get a
to
roof rack
the browser
so we can get the
view.
bikes back out of the trailer and back on top. And we need to figure out a weight distribution hitch. So help me out with that weight distribution
Six
hitch,
heat
guys.
sinks
Life
are
changes,
attached to the top
things break,
of these 6
especially in this RV lifestyle. If you're going to go full
chips.
time, things
So
break,
four-
things happen unexpected. You got to be able to make adjustments. You got to be able to
actually
change on the
basically
fly.
the 6 chips
You have
that
to
are
be able
closest
to roll
to
with
each
the
one of
punches,
these
as we do here. You guys know that.
connectors.
We are super excited.
Okay.
Hopefully by the time we release this video officially, because you guys know we go a little bit behind because we have kids, as most people with kids release a little behind schedule.
3,
Hopefully we will have a name.
5,
We'll share that name with you.
6 heat
But
sinks.
we're going to spend the day organizing all of our stuff that was in Black Betty into this.
One
We're super
minor
excited now that
quibble
we can
with
actually
the
tow Shadow. We're going to start doing
instructions
all
here.
the stuff now, the setup and tear down, the towing videos, all that stuff. We're so excited that we can finally do that
The
with our new
instructions
RV
just say
only
that the heat sinks
12 months later,
will
right?
go to those 6
Sometimes
chips.
it takes a little longer to get things
without
done
explicitly
the right
telling
way.
you
So
that you should
that's the
do
case
that
for this.
now.
It took us
But I'm kind
12
of
months
assuming that
to find a tow
because,
rig
number one,
so
why
that
would
we
they
could
be
actually
telling
tow
you now
our
if
own
they
trailer.
want to have you do it now.
So we're super
And
excited if you
number
can't
two,
tell.
Is they're not mentioned again any other
Man,
time, and pretty soon
so
we can
much-
cap this whole
So
thing,
much is coming up. So much is coming up that we're super excited about. We hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving. We hope you guys are getting ready to have a Merry Christmas. And we hope to see you guys on the road. We're on to the next adventure.
Oh man, the boys are excited back there, I'm telling you.
So I'm here with Leo. Leo and his manager Brandon went way far out of their way to make sure that we were comfortable and taken care of. If you guys are in the area down here in Texas, you need to give Leo and Toyota Victoria a call.
Yep,
So you
that's
guys know
4.
that last time we ordered our Ram, we took care of that guy. we need to take care of Leo here. He's been good to us. The dealer group, you guys are attached to a bunch. So
Heating
it's not,
Auto Group, correct.
It's not just Toyota. What other brands?
Oh man, so all brands. You got Mercedes, BMW, Lexus. You're gonna have a Chevy. You're gonna have
And I do
Dodge
it
Ram.
again.
You're gonna have the
Getting
Ford
sloppy.
brand. We got Toyotas, multiple Toyotas. We've got quite a few different brands in our group. We do deliver to other
Heat sink
areas in
number
Texas and
6
so that, so you
there.
don't have to come all the way down to us. We try to make it as easy as you can. We're pretty flexible. You reach me at
I'm going to use the 4 Ethernet cables to connect the
Alright, good
encoders
morning guys.
to
We are
the
back in
controller
the car.
board.
We stayed at our harvest host. Not
Um,
harvest host. I keep calling it that. We stayed at the Boondockers Welcome here.
and it looks like it's
And
pretty straightforward here.
Got
That
eaten
you
live
basically
mosquitoes. So we're ready to be moving on.
like this.
But now we are heading
To
towards
the
Galveston.
nearest
And if you know anything
encoder.
about the road towards Galveston, you know that it does not. It's not
Click.
consistent.
There's the click I was looking
You
for.
have to- it's not connected. There we go. I can speak. So we are going to be taking a ferry for the first time with the boys and the first time with our RV. So this is going to be new for us. We can stick to it.
Okay. Next, collect the cooling fan and the PCB cover. Okay. So here's the PCB cover. Here's the cooling fan. So the cooling fan is going to bolt into the cover using the 4 longer bolts from the little hardware bag. Really okay. It looks like the orientation is like this according to the instructions.
Yeah, so we're down on
So that's what I'm going to go with.
So this ferry is free. The only thing you have to do as an RVer is you do have to get out of your car and verify that your propane
One
is
nut.
turned off. That's the only thing they ask you to do. So.
2 nuts.
They're heavy enough, so we're not going to get pushed
3
around
nuts.
by the water.
We're on the boat now.
Unless there's a waves coming
4
from a
nuts.
bigger boat, which there are. So we should be
And
getting waves
then
now.
I don't feel waves.
1, 2, 3,
It is going up and down slightly, but I don't feel it.
4.
You don't
Longer.
feel waves if there are barely any waves. Jeremy does not like being in a boat. His body is not a fan of it. He gets seasick easily.
I enjoy being in a boat, and I love being in a boat. It's just jet skis and really big ships. So that's why we haven't been on any cruises.
Yeah. Well, that and I don't have a desire to go on a cruise. That's a good part of it too. But yeah, we're on the boat. And here's the ferry.
They do a really good job of stacking the vehicles in here, like
They do.
really close.
Oh,
Here we go. There's the horn.
and we're off.
The one thing I'm hoping, think about how
So we're
long
supposed to
this
stay in
build
the
has
in the
gone
car
on today,
until
is I'm hoping
they've
that,
taken off. But I don't know that we
yeah, after I
we
finish
might just stay here.
finish it up
Boys are feeling a
and
little bit
tell
under the weather, so
YouTube to
I
end
think
the
we're gonna just
broadcast.
hang out here.
I am going to get out, though, however, and look around the RV
Then
just to make sure.
Google servers will reprocess
There we
the
go.
recorded video and put that up on Google.
Kind of weird moving forward when the car next to
And
you
I
is
have
not moving.
never recorded a live stream for 7 hours,
Out into the open water, Joshua.
so I don't know how long it will take Google
That's where we're
servers
headed.
to do that.
It's a little nerve
I
wracking.
hope the answer is not infinitely long.
Funny, these
Plug
birds
the
are
cooling
getting
fan
pretty
into
high
the
tech.
controller board.
They are, yeah. Even GPS says we're on the water.
We're driving on the water.
It's a little weird.
It looks like it goes in.
A little yellow SUV on Google Maps. Fjording.
Okay. I hate to hang it by the fan, but I think it'll be okay for a minute. Finally bolt the PC cover, the controller board, and the router together using 3 bolts and 3 nuts placed underneath.
The car doesn't know where we are. Look, GPS doesn't know where we are. It's like, you're not supposed to be out here.
Hitting the big waves now.
Oh, feel that. Feel
Look,
that
look
rocking,
straight through
dear.
that car window and you'll see
I
how
know.
much we're rocking.
Oh, I know how much we're rocking. I can feel it. There's nothing to be scared of, Joshua. No, Jackson.
That is tentatively connected. Making my way through this sandwich right now. There it goes.
What do you think?
We're slowing down or spinning again. That's pretty cool. So this first little deck
Hard time telling if
is
I
just
have-
outside with benches, but you go into the top deck and it's inside, enclosed, and there's tons of bathrooms, tons of windows, and you're away from the wind.
Not yet.
So
Does not seem like it.
it's pretty cool. Yep, we're just about here. And then we're gonna make our run down to Goose Island State Park for one night. And then we're gonna run inland because there's a bunch of storms coming down here on the coast. And we want to keep the bikes as much as possible out of the salt water. So,
If it doesn't work pretty quickly here.
yep, that's it. We're getting ready to dock,
Flip the thing
and we'll be
over,
out of here.
eject the nut,
Oh, that's a police boat.
and grab one of the
Or a
slightly
pilot
longer.
boat. Sorry, pilot boat.
I'm sorry, eject the bolt.
Look at that red and
and
yellow
grab
one.
of the slightly longer
It
bolts.
looks so tiny.
It's not
I'll be able to
so
see it. So itty bitty. I'm going to zoom in.
They're huge.
They are. They're huge, but green makes it look so tiny.
Okay, that's a little bit scary. Just tried to place a nut in it. I felt my hand kind of slip. And then the nut. Just doesn't seem to be there anymore. Which would then automatically raise the question whether it's hooked up. Yes.
Yesterday, as we were driving through Texas, our transmission blew up. So we are in Texas and we have found a vehicle that we are trading in Black Betty for.
Well, we are in Florida. We are on the Bar Beach. Going into Pensacola, out on the barrier island. So on the left of us is the Gulf of Mexico, and on the right of us is the Santa Rosa Sound.
Yep.
This is incredibly beautiful out here. Lots of sand dunes. There's a bike path and a walking path, a running path.
It's really pretty out here.
It's beautiful out here. We are finished here for now, so we are going to continue our run along the Gulf Coast down into Texas as we make our way back there nice and slow for our next solar install that's on the books.
Those three are all down.
We're
Okay.
meeting that couple down in Texas.
Yeah. At one of our favorite parks down there. So,
Yeah.
Okay, and it says now that
we're
the
not-
part
we
of the
got
machine
a
is
little while
all,
before we have to be there. So
is
we're just kind of
complete.
moseying our way down. I'm not sure exactly what
and
we're
now we just need to
down
put it
there.
all together.
We haven't made any reservations, including
I
for
need the
tonight. So,
Two
I'm not sure where we're
linear
gonna
rod
end up, but I
supports.
think we're wanting to stay as close to the
right
coast
here.
as much as possible for this run, because we've done a lot of
And the two
most of the time
linear
that we
rod
go from
support
Texas to
tops,
Florida,
which
we're
just by process of
we're running on
elimination
10,
must be
which goes
these two
through
things.
middle of the states, and so well more so than
Okay.
what we're doing now. We're
Attach
trying
the
to stay on
tops
coast
using
so that
6
we can
nuts
stay
and
close to the
bolts
water.
each. Wow.
Yeah, yellow flag.
Oh,
That's
I
better
see.
than the red
Okay, so
flags.
these
It's gotten
sit
better.
on here,
Um,
and
but yeah, so
I
we're
assume the
just-
nuts
we're
will go in
moseying.
these little captive spaces.
But yeah, we're gonna take highways. We're gonna do our best to use Harvest Host and Boondockers Welcome, and
Kind of like that.
go as far as we can on that. And then, if everything works out, then as soon as we're done with the install, we're gonna fly back, or not fly back, but we're gonna scoot back to Tampa for the Super RV show.
Nice.
The only concern is, as a lot of you might or might not know, finding campgrounds in Florida that have actual space can be
Yeah.
difficult.
Yeah.
But it's easier if you're willing to
Move this
move every
whole
1 to 2
thing
nights.
out of the way.
which is going to be a challenge if we're
Just
trying to do the
because-
RV show. We'd really,
If someone cares what I'm
we'd really
doing,
prefer to have a spot that we don't have.
which I can't guarantee, of course, then
Um,
they might as well at least be
but
seeing me doing
We
it
may
over
be
a
asking
black
for a
belt.
little too much on that, considering we're procrastinating and RV Super Show isn't, right around the corner. So, it's pretty out here. I love it out here. I could see living in it with you guys. I really could. But I think I say that everywhere we go. You have to let me know if you hear me say that again. But I really think you could live here.
Okay, so there's one. I could see this construction being aided with like an electric screwdriver with a, this is 2-3 millimeter. Allen bit. Because this is a lot of wrenching.
picked up the camera. We tried a harvest host. What, just inside Texas or just on the other side? No, it wasn't in Texas. It was in Mississippi. So in Mississippi, we tried a harvest host. Wasn't terrible. It's a good overnight spot. Basically, just a field where they've added hookups, and there are a couple of different RVs there with us.
We are really enjoying the Texas infrastructure with the roads again.
Yes.
That is one thing about Texas that is like nowhere else. Their roads and their road infrastructure is, we love it.
I will say, however, that the entrance to Texas on I-10 is miserable. That is probably one of the worst stretches of highway or interstate that we've driven on. But once you get past that section, and it's under construction, so hopefully it'll get better.
It's on the Louisiana side of Texas.
It gets better. But yeah, we're back in Texas. We stayed in an overnight spot just on the inside of the Texas border.
Yeah, that was fun.
Really nice place.
So they're weekly and monthly only. And we called anyway, and he had one night before somebody was coming into the spot, and so he let us have a incredibly big pull through.
Yeah.
The entire thing was cemented. So, and it was actually level, so there was no leveling. We just pulled in, got out.
The stabilizers down.
Because we have 4 boys, we put the stabilizers down, but other than that, it was great. And it was right on,
just a little bit,
right on the side of the I-10.
Yeah, it was really convenient. But now we are headed to another Boondockers Welcome spot. It is down on the Gulf Coast.
No, it's on the Boulevard Peninsula of Texas.
Yes. So we're excited about this one.
And then we're gonna have a big surprise for you guys. Something we've never done before. Something the boys have definitely never done before. And something that we haven't done on the channel yet. So we're pretty excited about that.
YouTube page to see if anybody is still actually watching this.
So we're gonna stay a couple days at this Boondockers Welcome since it's right on the Gulf Coast. And
moved on with their days.
All right. But yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
Hopefully, this is useful to somebody at some point. But
Boulevard Peninsula.
Boulevard.
Boulevard Peninsula in Texas. And we are driving on the beach.
Of the Gulf of Mexico.
I took the risk.
The reason we're not flying around is because the reason we're not flying down the beach as we could is we have the bikes on the roof because the cloud of mosquitoes makes it not worth taking the bikes down. Plus we're in Texas, so they have the goat heads and the sticky weeds. So
Yeah, it's bad. The goat heads alone would be enough of a reason, but I promise you I have at least 20 new mosquito bites just from putting the stabilizers and the chocks down. Or chocks in and the stabilizers down. So, yeah, there's a lot of mosquitoes here. But we're just gonna drive along the beach here. I'm not sure that we're gonna get out of the car at the beach because I don't know that the water looks all that inviting right now.
Okay.
So we're driving on the beach.
this is also the reason why we keep the Morphlate
Yes.
with us is we're on the beach, so if we get into soft sand, we'll just deflate the tires and keep going. No big deal.
Yep.
And then we get out, we can reinflate them. However, I'm trying to not get out of the car because of the cloud of mosquitoes.
I don't think they're as bad here at the beach, but I have still seen a few flying around the place. It's enough of a motivation to not want to get out. But yeah,
But all these houses here are really cool.
they're so cute. Like, they're so cute. But yeah, so the houses, they're all up on stilts. I don't know that you can see the stilts from this angle because the beach dune between us and the house. But they're really cute. I love beach style houses. They're so adorable.
If you are driving out here on the beach, though, watch out for all of the sticks and glass that are everywhere. Apparently people here don't clean up after themselves at the beach. There's trash,
Instructions.
glass.
Place the router assembly on the
I'd
sled
imagine
is
there's
limited
probably a
as
lot of
oriented
fish
so that
hooks
the
out there too.
power cord lines up with the dust collector.
Because we've seen a
or
lot of fishermen
outlet.
here.
You gotta be careful.
I get the impression that this is not a
Destination.
swimming beach or a destination type area. That people come here
Passing through.
passing through. Yeah, the
Drive through.
the touristy area definitely is built up, but it's not well maintained. Like, it doesn't look like people come here regularly.
Or
Long
in the
term.
past couple of years.
Yeah. I don't know if COVID killed it or if it was dying before that.
Or a hurricane.
Yeah, but it's kind of a sad tourist, like, ghost town almost.
Okay.
Even the
And
Margaritaville
it has landed
that is beautiful.
on
It's empty.
is empty.
the picture coming
Only
soon.
30
Join
bucks
the
a night.
linear
We'll
rod
look up.
supports
Yeah.
the
All
sled.
the stuff.
And
And
6
maybe
bolts.
10 people there.
Well, I would say there are a few more than 10 people, but it's a very, very big park. There's a couple hundred sites there, and it's very ghost townish. Very nice RVs that are there, but still. So yeah, this is a nice stop on the way through.
We booked for 2 nights. We might leave after one though, because the mosquitoes here
Yeah.
are just horrendous.
Very bad.
But
Not entirely certain where we're heading still. We are hoping to stay along the Gulf Coast. Although if mosquitoes are going to be this bad on the Gulf Coast, we may go inland a little bit more. We'll see.
That's it for this week. We're on to the next adventure.
Good morning, guys. We are headed out super early this morning, driving through Chattanooga.
trying to beat the traffic out of here, which kind of, I mean, it's not empty, but we didn't beat the traffic. We're at the beginning of rush hour, so we're at the front of rush hour, so it's not too bad.
But yeah, we're heading to the Panhandle of Florida today. So it's a long travel day for us.
just said, but I am so close to being done, and yet I may need to stop and complete this on another day. I don't even know if I'm going to record what remains because
So we are here at Anderson Beach State Park and right now I'm in Destin, Florida. It is super windy. They have one red flag flying.
because it would be pretty trivial from here.
It's just white sand. It is beautiful.
I'm actually trying something here, which is to
I guess that's why they call it the Emerald Coast, right?
put the screw in
We're gonna go check out the beach.
and then slip the support in. And this may or may not work because I may not be able to get the support properly on the... There it goes. Okay.
It is a red pine fish. We are not getting in the water, but it is absolutely awesome. How you doing?
Good, but this was my thing open.
Yeah, it's okay. I almost got that on camera. That's just new. I'm on camera face. Big thumbs up. Big open face. It's a beautiful campground. I really like it. Alright guys, so it is day 2 here. We got here yesterday. We're gonna go for another walk. It's been super wet here. It's been raining a whole lot since last night. So we got a break in the rain, so we're gonna go take a walk and get some energy out. Maybe go walk on the beach. I still think we're gonna stay out of the water just because.
What you probably can't see,
the
because I think it's
super bad
probably
right now,
off the edge of your
there's a storm that's
screen,
blowing through. But,
is that I have
yeah, we're walking.
moved things so that the
So the water is closed to the public.
the
Both
hole that
flags
I'm
are
trying
flying.
to
So we are not going to get
place
to water today.
is off the edge of my table. And this allows me
Yeah,
to
so we are hoping to get on the
leave
beach.
the
I
sled
don't know
on
if
the
they'll have it
surface of the
enough
table
to get down to
while
the sand.
using a larger Allen wrench
So as
to
you can see,
hold
some
the
people
nut
are
up
out
into its cavity.
designs and are in the water. But
I
we've
think
always
I'm going to call this
designs.
good enough for the moment. I still need to put
Beautiful out
in
here.
4 more bolts here and then put this support on and plugging the stepper motors into the controller board and plugging the
Waves
power
are
cord.
super intense today.
I think
Beautiful.
that from here,
Hi.
I think I've taken it on as far as I can today. And besides which, this has gotten to be an extremely long recording, so I'm going to end it here. Thank you so much for those of you who watched and been part of this, and for those of you who hopefully will watch a little bit of it in the future. This is Jay Walter.